Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Azure DevOps full course by Intellipaat. Today we have my colleague who has helped us in curating this Azure DevOps full course video. Let's meet him and ask him a few questions about it. Hi, I welcome you to the session.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the questions.
So please tell us why one has to choose Azure DevOps.
Okay, so Azure DevOps is a conglomeration of multiple services put together. So Azure DevOps is basically a DevOps service provided by Azure themselves, and it has all the right tools in the right place so that you could create a complete DevOps lifecycle from a single tool. So you have various tools, like you got the first tool, which is Azure Repos, which basically emulates version control tools. Instead of GitHub, you can go ahead with Azure Repos. Then you have Azure Pipelines, Boards, you have Test Plans, Artifacts. So basically all the tools required to make the complete DevOps lifecycle possible. And it is in one single website, and that makes it really easier for you to start off with it. So Microsoft made it even easier to start off with it, and that's why I would say you should prefer taking up Azure DevOps when you enter and you know what is DevOps and what is Azure and how to use it.
Let's see the next question. What are the tools available in Azure DevOps, and can we use third-party tools in Azure DevOps?
Yes. So first let me list all the tools available in Azure DevOps. Then let's look at about the third-party tools. So first there is Azure Boards, then Azure Repos, then Azure Pipelines, and Azure Test Plans and Artifacts. So now Azure Boards is a work tracking tool where you can put in the work items and your team members can see and start working on it. Next is the Azure Repos. If you know what is GitHub, you would know what is Azure Repos. It's a version control tool for hosting your software. And then there is Pipelines, where you can create your CI/CD pipelines. And fourth, you have Artifacts. So you will have to store your dependencies, your packages, and also your build artifacts. So you would need it. And finally, there is Azure Test Plans, which you can use to run tests on the Azure DevOps project which you are creating. Now coming to the third-party tools, so you can basically integrate Jenkins in Azure DevOps. Let's say you don't want to use pipelines. In that case, you can go ahead with Jenkins. If you don't want to use Azure Repos, you can go ahead with GitHubs. So you will just have to create a connection, and then that's it. It's pretty simple to start with.
Let's see the next question now. What are the career prospects of an Azure DevOps engineer?
Okay, so first of all, before learning of Azure DevOps, you should obviously know Azure. So your options are plenty. You can go into cloud as well as you can go into DevOps. And to get into DevOps, you should obviously have certain experience. Without experience, you cannot directly join as a DevOps engineer or into DevOps. So first you can start off with cloud, and then you can move ahead to the Azure DevOps engineer ladder. So as an Azure DevOps engineer, what you will be doing is you will basically look into the entire DevOps lifecycle and try to bridge the gap between the development team and the operations team. Now, looking at the career options, there are abundance of jobs, but the only thing you'll have to do is increase your skills and also increase your experience in your current IT field so that you can get into DevOps pretty easily.
Before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button.
And also hit the notification icon so that you don't miss our upcoming videos, and also leave a like if you enjoy our content.
On saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Azure DevOps. In that, we will tell you what is Azure DevOps, services, key features, and architecture of Azure DevOps. After that, we will learn about Azure Repos.
And once we know what is Azure Repos, we'll look into Git and tfvc and how we can use Azure Repos and basically create repositories and import repositories. Once that is done, we'll look into Azure Artifacts and we'll look into the concepts like feeds, views, and upstream sources. Once that is done, we'll look into Azure Test Plans, and in Test Plans, I'll show you how to create test plans and what are basically test plans, and within that, we'll look into various concepts. Once that is done, we'll look into Azure Pipelines and we'll look into how to set up CI/CD pipelines using Azure Pipelines. And once that is done, finally, we'll look into Azure Boards and its integration. And once all of this is done, we'll put together all of these services and use to create a hands-on.
Post that, we will tell you which Azure certification should you choose. Then lastly, we have covered Azure and DevOps interview questions and answers. So this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
What is Azure DevOps? So I'm pretty sure you would already have an idea about what is Azure DevOps because you have already completed a lot of DevOps tools and understand what exactly is DevOps. So now Azure is a cloud provider. So now Azure DevOps is a service provided by Azure themselves to basically provide all the services which could make life easier for a DevOps engineer. So Azure DevOps provides developer services for support teams to plan work, collaborate on code development, and build and deploy applications. So basically you can plan work, you can code right there and collaborate with your team, and also once that is done, you can basically build the code and deploy it to an Azure virtual machine or any tool or any, for example, Azure App Services or Docker, Kubernetes. So you can deploy it to anything, anywhere, and you can use Azure DevOps for it. So before, it used to be called Visual Studio Team Services, and now it has been rebranded to Azure DevOps. So developers can work in the cloud using Azure DevOps services or on premises using Azure DevOps Server. So what this means is there are two things. One, you can use the web portal. Second, you can use the Azure DevOps Server. So web portal in the sense you can basically log on to the Azure DevOps website and start working on the website itself, or you can basically download Azure DevOps Server and then you can have the exact same services presented to you in the Azure DevOps Server. You can basically install it on your on-premise systems and then start working with it. So you can do both of that. So this is how a sample Azure DevOps project will look like. For example, over here you'll get the project name. You can write about the project over here. When a person enters the project or when a person enters the team, they can just view the summary and understand what the project is about. They can check out about the project, the languages used in the project. Then they can check out how many pipelines are there. We'll cover about all that. So they can just check out all the details of a project. And once that is done, basically, they can get to know more about the project and they can collaborate with the team. So now, what are the benefits of using Azure DevOps? First of all, easy automation. So you have all these tools already provided by Azure DevOps themselves. You'll just have to know how to use those tools so that you could make a complete DevOps pipeline. And DevOps methodology was basically introduced to make the development and operations team, basically to bring them together and also make the work more easier and more automated instead of doing every single step manually. And then orchestration. So using the tools provided by Azure DevOps, for example, using Azure Pipelines, you can orchestrate every single thing from a single console. And then effective monitoring. There are so many different widgets. There is a dashboard which is given to you. You can basically install the widgets and monitor every single aspect of your project from one single dashboard. And finally, rapid deployment. Whenever there's a change in your code and whenever you push it to the repository, and then it could be automatically built and then automatically deployed to a production server. You don't have to intervene unless you basically provide any approval before it is deployed. But it could be rapidly deployed once the build is done. Once the build is done, you can basically deploy it to the server and it doesn't have to delay and you don't have to waste any time over there. So these are some of the benefits of using Azure DevOps, and these are some of the benefits of basically using DevOps itself, because using DevOps means you get automation, you get orchestration, monitoring, and also rapid deployment. So now let's just look at the simple differences between Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server. So right now in this particular session, we're going to completely learn using Azure DevOps Services. That basically is the web portal. We'll not be using the Azure DevOps Server. But if you're working in a company and if you want to, basically if they ask you to start working with Azure DevOps Server, it's not at all different. It is the same service. The only thing is you'll have to download it and install the software and start working with it. So now looking at Azure DevOps Services, it is a cloud offering. Already I told you it is provided via the internet. You get a login. So now the cloud offering, the Azure DevOps Services basically provides a scalable, reliable, and a globally available hosted service. So if you have internet, you can access it all the time from anywhere in the world. Now coming to on-premises, that is Azure DevOps Server, it is basically built on a SQL Server backend. Customers usually choose this particular Azure DevOps Server if they want their data to stay within their network. If you have mission critical data which shouldn't leave your own network, in that case go ahead with an installed Azure DevOps Server. But if you're working on a public project, or let's say you're working on a project which has to be, you should collaborate with so many people across the globe, then go ahead with Azure DevOps Services. And then Azure DevOps Services is backed by 99.9% service legal agreement. and also monitored by the operations team 24/7. So basically, if there is any issue with the service, you can basically contact the Microsoft operations team. And also they have local data centers available around the world. That is, Azure has data centers around the world so that you can get easy and fast access to Azure DevOps services. So now Azure DevOps server. So if you want to connect to SQL Server reporting services to basically which integrate with Azure DevOps server, you will have to obviously use Azure DevOps server, because that particular service is not provided in Azure DevOps services, because Azure DevOps server is built with a backend on SQL Server, and you can integrate SQL Server reporting services with your Azure DevOps services and tools. Now, in this case, Azure DevOps services, you will basically have to authenticate using your Microsoft account credentials or your Azure Active Directory credentials. So it basically depends according to your organization's setup. And in Azure DevOps server, you basically connect to the intranet server, because obviously it is intranet and you don't need to go outside of the network. So in that case, you'll just have to open a local URL provided and you'll have to basically log into that. So this is the major differences. One is hosted on the cloud and available to everyone if the project is public, or it will be only provided to the people you invite. And then there is Azure DevOps server, in which case it is installed in your on-premise servers, on-premise computers, and it is mostly used when you don't want your data to get out of the network. So first we'll be looking into the top 5 or the 5 services provided by Azure DevOps. So first one is Azure Boards, then Azure Pipelines, Azure Artifacts, Azure Repos, and Azure Test plans. So these are the 5 services provided by Azure DevOps. So now Azure Boards is basically a Kanban board. It is provide basically assign work to your members of the project. Azure Pipelines is a CI/CD tool which can be used to build and deploy your applications. Azure Artifacts is a it's not exactly a package manager, but it's a tool which basically can handle all your different packages in one single feed. And then Azure Repos is basically a repository or a version control tool. It's basically a version control tool or a software version control tool. And it obviously has the same architecture as GitHub. There is no difference. But in this case, in Azure Repos, you have an option of using Git or tfvc. That we'll see when we come to the Azure Repos part. So obviously in GitHub, there is only Git option. In this case, you have tfvc and Git. And finally, Azure Test plans, which is obviously a testing tool, which you can basically include while creating the pipeline, and the project members can basically look into test plans and basically run those tests and get it done. So these are the 5 services provided by Azure DevOps, and combining these 5, you can basically create a complete DevOps solution for any project you have. So now let's look at the key features of Azure DevOps. First of all, dashboards. As I already told you, they provide you dashboards in which you can add multiple widgets, and those widgets can help you to keep track of the complete project from a single window. So in this case, from dashboards, you can gain access to user configurable dashboards. So you can add, configure, and manage the dashboard. You can configure various widgets that you add to the dashboard. And also you can go to different areas of your project. For example, let's say you have over here, you have collaborate on code, and let's say it's showing all the information about the repository, and let's say you want to go to a particular commit, and you can just click on that commit and it will take you to the location of that commit. Also, if you basically click on whichever widget in whichever location, it will take you to that particular location. So you can use dashboards for viewing, monitoring, as well as to take you to different parts of the project where you want to view something. Collaboration services. As we already discussed, team dashboards are really important, and they can be used for collaborating. For example, you can create one single dashboard which can be shared across your entire project. Team, basically they can look into the widgets which they are working. For example, the developer team who wants to look into the code, they can basically view all the information about code in the dashboard itself. They can view the bugs available, any problems, everything in the dashboard itself. And then project wiki. So project wiki is a page which you can create for the project, which basically is the page which summarizes and explains everything about your project. Discussion within work item forms. That basically is if you create a work item. So a work item is basically a a particular ticket you create for your for a particular member. So multiple users or multiple project members can have discussion within the work item to understand what exactly is the purpose of this particular work item. Then linking of work items, commits, pull requests, other artifacts to basically support traceability. You can connect work items with a particular GitHub commit so that the developer will know this is the commit in which there is a problem, so they can go to that commit and make some changes. Alerts and change notifications managed by user, team, project, or organization. So you can basically create alerts as well, and also ability to request and manage feedback. Analytics service, analytics views, and Power BI reporting. So these are all the collaboration services provided by Azure DevOps, which some of them are already available. For example, the first six, ability to request and manage feedback. You can basically request and manage feedback by sending emails and getting emails back from the Azure DevOps service itself. For example, let's say you have all your work items, and now you want to check the work completed. You can query the results and you can group together all the completed work items and email it to let's say your manager wants to look at that. You can email it to them. So you can basically send the results and get feedback. And then finally, analytics service, analytic views, and Power BI reporting. So you can basically integrate these services with Azure DevOps, and with the help of Power BI reporting, you can create reports with the data provided by Azure DevOps. So these are some of the key features provided by Azure DevOps. And finally, service hooks. Service hooks basically means it enables you to complete tasks on other services, not on Azure DevOps itself, but it's on other services when events happen within your project hosted on Azure DevOps. So basically you connect to another service outside of Azure DevOps, but a task which is getting completed on those service will affect the project which is hosted on Azure DevOps. For example, you can send a push notification to your team's mobile devices when a build fails. You can also use service hooks in custom applications and services as a more efficient way to drive activities in your projects. For example, over here, you can see pipeline. You can connect AppWare, Bamboo, Jenkins, MyGit, Slack, Microsoft Teams. So instead of using Azure Pipelines, which is provided by Azure DevOps, you can basically introduce a new pipeline tool. Let's say your company is already using Jenkins. In that case, you don't need to use Azure Pipelines at all. You can directly include Jenkins. Basically, you can integrate Jenkins with Azure DevOps, and you can start from there. And collaborate, instead of using Repos, you can just go ahead with a tool from over here, Slack, Office 365, Ubot. And then customer support, you can use Zendesk or User Voice. You can basically connect them and again plan and track. Instead of using Azure Boards, you can go ahead with Trello, Slack, or Microsoft Teams if it is already being used. And finally, integrate. There is Azure Service Bus, Azure Storage, Grafana, Webhooks, Zapier, and Datadog. So these are some of the services which I'm just showing you. There are so many other service hooks which you can basically integrate with Azure DevOps. So you guys already have an Azure account because while this course started, the first thing you learned was Azure. So I am sure you guys have an Azure account. If you do not have, get one, or if you have a Microsoft account, that's enough. But having an Azure account basically will help you to basically do all the hands-ons in Azure DevOps. So make sure you create an Azure account if you don't have. Also, if you have a GitHub account, most of you would have. If you don't have, create one. We'll see about that later. So first, you have an Azure account. We can use either the Azure account, the Microsoft account, or we can use the GitHub account to log in into Azure DevOps. So first of all, you can just open this page. To get this page, you can just type in Azure DevOps. For example, you can just type in Azure DevOps and you will get the first page, Azure DevOps Services. Click on it, you'll be taken over here. So over here, you can see there is an option called Start Free. Then there is an option called Start Free with GitHub. So I've already logged in. So I think I will be logged directly into Azure DevOps. So now let me do one thing. Let me sign out. Close this as well. Okay, so now I have signed out. So now let's search for Azure DevOps again. Get into the site. Okay, let me click on this. If it takes me over there again. Okay. So I think it takes the password from my account. So let me just show you over here. My account is already available and I have put in the password. So log in into your account. Okay, so now I've signed in to the Microsoft account. So now when you start off with Azure DevOps, so the thing you'll have to do is, let me show that in incognito. So first you click here, and the next thing you do is you log in into your Microsoft account. So once you log in into your Microsoft account, it'll ask whether you can start, you can basically start off with your Microsoft account or not. So for example, let me just put this over here. So stay signed in. So it'll ask something like this, but when you're newly logging in, it won't give you this because this is an organization and these are some projects. So we'll look into them right now. So first thing it'll ask you for is to create a organization. So when you log in, the first page you will get is create an organization. That is something like this. So this is the page you will get the first time, because you won't have any other organizations in your account because you have created the Azure DevOps account newly. So when you do that, it'll ask for this, then you give continue, and then you give a name for your organization which has to be unique. So you can provide the project name or your name or something like that, but it has to be unique, and then choose where you'll host your project. So as I'm from South India, I've given South India. You can provide any region which is provided over here, and then hit continue, and it'll create the organization for you. So the organization is basically like the root level of the Azure DevOps account. For example, under an organization, you can have multiple projects. So you can see over here, there is a project. And then, so you can see over here, they are asking for a project. And here you have the organization. So now under this organization, you can create any number of projects. There is no problem with that. So if I open this, you can see I've created 2 projects already, but there is obviously nothing in this. I've not added anything over here. You see that there are some 7 work items created, but this I was creating just for practice. You can see test 1, test 2. So it's just for practice. Now going back, go to Intellipaat Azure DevOps, and you can change the repository accordingly. Also, if you want to delete an organization, you can just go to organization settings, and if there is a project, you can delete the project. If not, you can just click on delete organization, give the organization name, and delete it. Okay, so now let me just close this and go back over here. Okay, so now we've logged into our Azure DevOps account. So this is one way of logging in. Another way is, so let's say you're already logged into Azure. So you're already logged into Azure, you're in the dashboard. You can search for Azure DevOps, and it'll show Azure DevOps organizations over here. And then you can just click on this, and it'll ask for, so it'll just take you to this page. Then you can come down, and over here you can click on My Azure DevOps Organizations, and it'll take you to your Azure DevOps page. So I'm already in the Azure DevOps page, so now you can see it'll take me over there. And you can see it shows all my organizations. This is one, and this is one. So currently we are in this organization. So using this information, you can just click on this and get into the project directly. So this is another way of getting into the Azure DevOps projects or organizations. Okay. So now the next thing you'll have to look into is the organization settings. So when I click on this, it'll ask for the organization name. So you can change this later, but again, it should be unique. And coming down, you can add a description to the organization. You can add a time zone. If your entire team is working locally, you can add the local time zone. For example, I'm from India, so I can add plus 5:30 UTC, I guess. Kolkata, yeah, Chennai, Kolkata, it's plus 5:30 UTC. So I can just select this. If not, I can just leave it at UTC. So let me just use this. Okay, so now I'm saving this. So all the time which is recorded in this particular project will be the Indian time for me. So you can select your region and basically set up time accordingly, or you can just leave it at UTC and let people calculate the time for them. Okay, so next is, and you can change the owner. So right now I'm the only person in this particular organization, so this is the only way you can see. You can change owner, but there are no other users. The only user is me using this particular account. So now one more thing, we already saw this about deleting the organization. Okay, next is the projects. So I have not shown you how to create a project yet, so I'll show that right now. Going back, let me go to the main page. So over here you can just click on new project and it'll ask you something like this. But first, while creating a new organization and creating a new project, the project so you will get a window in this location. So it will be over here behind this. So you will get a window over here and you can just provide the same thing like this. For example, let me give a project name as Azure Repos. No, let me just provide Azure DevOps mod hands-on, and then this is a project for practice. So here you can either select public or you can select private. You can see over here anyone on the internet can view the project, view the public project, because it will have a public repository and the URL will be available to every single person. There won't be any lock, and certain features like tfvc are not supported. Tfvc will look into that later because we'll be looking into Azure Repos. So tfvc, you'll understand why it is not supported, because tfvc is a centralized version control tool and it will not allow multiple versions of the same file in the local system. So there are some issues with that. So you will understand why it is not. And also you can just select private. So if you do private, in this case you'll have to invite your team members, and if you don't invite, they cannot see the project. And also looking into advanced, before creating the project, you can select the version control. You can select Git or team foundation version control. So this is Microsoft's. Even so there is Git also. You can select either one of them. And in public, you can see the option is available, but certain features like tfvc is not, it won't work. So even if you select this, there is no problem. So you can just click on Git, and here you'll have to choose the work item process. So let me just select agile. So you can basically select that work item process. We're going to learn about this later while we learn about Azure Boards. So right now, if your company is working in agile, using agile methodologies or Scrum or CMMI, or you can, if you don't know what exactly it is, if you want to go from a simple start, you can just choose basic. So I'm just selecting agile, and then over here you can create. So once you've created a project, you will get something like this. Let's see over here. Okay, so for example, you can invite members to this particular project. So let's try to invite success. So I added one user to one team and assigned the access level. So I've added this user and it is a success. So let me just log in to this and get back to you. I have set up mail forwarding to another email address. So I'll get my email over here. As you can see, I got the email to join. So I'll just click on join now. The resource is not shared by Microsoft because I've shared it, and I'm clicking on accept. As this is a private project, nobody else can see it. Only the people who have been authorized, that is who have been invited, can be basically using this. So over here you can see I've invited and joined. Okay, so I showed you how to invite members. So now the members can basically log in into their account and they can view this particular project in their dashboard. Let me just close this. Okay, so now this is a project, guys. So under project, you can see the first thing is overview. Under overview you have a summary, then you have dashboards and wiki. So now under dashboards, you can basically create widgets. You can select widgets from here, and then you can basically view the entire project from this location. So if I show this right now, you won't get much of it because there is no content in this particular project, because because of that there won't be any graphics, or there won't be anything to view in the dashboard. And then there is the wiki, where you can create a project wiki and you can basically enter all the details you need to know about the project. And then the summary is basically given by Azure DevOps themselves. It'll just show everything about the project. You don't need to do anything over here. And then you have Azure Boards.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We already looked into all of these services: Boards, Repos, Pipeline, Test Plans, and finally Artifacts. So these are the tools provided by them. Okay, so the next thing is project settings. So we already seen organization settings. Now let's look into project settings. Okay, so here you can see the name, the description, the process, and the project administrators. And one more thing is that you can basically select which are the tools you need in Azure DevOps. So these are the 5 services, and let's say I'm not using Azure Repos, I'm using GitHub, and in this case you can just remove Repos, and Repos will be removed from here when you refresh this page. You won't have a Repos option over here, and that will be done by Microsoft themselves, and it basically makes the look much better because we know we are not using Repos, so there need not be a Repos logo in the left side. Okay, so I'm just clicking on that again, and next is teams. So this is basically creating a team. Over here you can see there are 3 members. I've invited this person and I've invited this person, so there are 3 members currently. And here, yeah, so I've invited 3 members. Then coming to permissions, so you can create a new team as well and put in different members. And then permissions, over here you can see, okay, so these are the different types of permissions. So this is build administrators, contributors, so there is only one contributor right now. And then project administrators, so only Ashok Kumar, so this particular user can basically create or take off members from the project. And then project valid users, there are multiple users, so the project, the organization itself, the build administrators, the contributors, and project administrators. And then there are readers, so these people are given only access to look into the project, they cannot basically do anything. And finally, the Azure DevOps team. So there is only one team because we just added few members, so this is the only team available. And then coming to users, it will just show all the users available. And notifications, you can set up notifications if you need, or you can just leave it like that. So over here you can see if a build is completed, all the individual members will be notified. And you can see there are some, and so these are some of the things which are provided. You can basically unclick them so that they won't be notified when a particular build is completed, so you can do that. So we also looked into service hooks, and dashboards are over here. You can basically edit this as well by providing access for creating or editing or deleting dashboards. Then coming down, you have boards, you have pipelines, you have repos, storage, and test. So let me just click over here. So right now there is only one repo and it has not been completely created, and you can create a repository directly from here. And while creating a repository, you can choose between Git or tfvc. So these are the 2 version control tools provided to us. Just close this. Okay, so we've seen the project settings, and let me take you to the organization settings because we've not completely looked into it. Okay, so over here you can see billing. So right now I don't think I'll get any because I'm not using anything. I'm not using any hosted CI/CD pipelines. You can see here I used the Microsoft hosted CI/CD and I didn't use any parallel jobs. So parallel jobs are paid. I didn't use any parallel jobs. I just used a single CI/CD pipeline, and that basically did not cost me anything. And as I'm using the basic user plan, I get to add 5 users in the account, and if it goes more than that, we'll have to pay for that. So for you to practice, you don't need more than 5 users. You can just practice with 2 users. And also one more thing, right now at the beginning of Azure DevOps, you will not have test plans. If you need test plans, you will have to start the free trial over here. So you have a 30-day free trial, and you can basically assign it to different users. During the trial, all your basic users will have full access to test plans. After trial expiration, you will need to buy it, and so test plans is the only tool which will cost you at the basic level itself, but all the other tools give you lifetime access up to a certain point. For example, in pipelines, you get pipeline at the same time. You can use a single pipeline. You cannot run parallel jobs. In Repos, it's completely free, and boards are completely free, and even the Azure Artifacts are completely free. So let me just click on here. So this is a new account. I've never started the trial. So when I start it, I'll get access to test plans. So when you create your account, select this. Even though the trial expires, you won't get charged or anything. Only when the trial basically ends, they'll ask you to buy test plans. If you need test plans, you can buy it. Basically, your company will pay for it most probably. And then over here, you can see artifacts. You get up to 2 GB free. You can store 2 GB of packages, and for load testing you get 20,000 volumes. But the thing is, load testing has been deprecated. That basically means load testing is not available right now. You cannot create a load test in your local system and upload it, for example Apache JMeter test. You cannot do that anymore. You can rather use test plans or use Azure Pipelines for creating a automated testing. For creating automated testing, you can use Azure Pipelines. You cannot use Azure Test Plans. Okay, so we've seen the building, so this is not required. Then coming to usage, so you can see it shows all the usage, what happened. If you want to check out every single part of what exactly happened, who logged in, who did what in your tool, you can just come into usage and check by user. So you can see top users. So this is the only user because I just invited 2 different users, and you can see, and this is usage. And then for extensions, you can check over here. I have not installed any extensions. You can, if you want to install extensions, you can check out the marketplace, and you can install all the extensions you can for Azure DevOps. For example, cost insights or code quality, Azure Boards plus Slack. So if you want to connect Azure Boards and Slack, you'll have to install this. Okay, so you've seen this. And then Azure, so if your team is using the Azure Active Directory, and if your users are having Azure Active Directory credentials, then you can basically use that credential to log in into your Azure DevOps account. You can just use that. You can just use that single Active Directory account. And then security, you can create policies, permissions. This is basically to log in into third-party tool. For example, if you want to connect to GitHub, you'll have to authorize Azure DevOps to basically access GitHub, and GitHub to give permission to Azure DevOps. So to do that, you need open authorization, and to do that, you'll have to enable this. Otherwise, you won't get that. And also SSH authentication is provided, and you can allow public projects. If your team does not want to allow public projects, you can just switch it off. Yeah, that's it. Over here, then permissions, you can set up permissions. I think you know what are permissions and policies. I don't think I need to explain these. These are basically to set permissions for certain users to not do certain things. And then you have agent pools. So boards, again, we'll have to explain about this. You will understand about these when we come to Azure Boards. And then pipelines, repos, artifacts again. So we'll discuss all of this when we come to those particular modules. So I think I've explained all the basics of Azure DevOps, how to create an organization, how to create a project. This is the home page, and over here you get themes as well. You can change it into a dark theme if you want. So here is the marketplace, I guess. Here you can get into the marketplace. Here you can see what's going on. So you can look into the pull requests from the dashboard itself. If you have any favorite dashboards or favorite projects, you can check it over here as well. Okay. Also, let's say you want to get into a certain a service of one particular project. So if I want to get into the Intellipaat hands-on project and I want to check out the pipelines, I can just click on the pipelines logo and it will take me to the pipeline. So I think we've covered everything. So this is basically how you start off with Azure DevOps. I think you understood all the basics.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of DevOps by answering this question. Which of the following are the popular tools for DevOps? A. Jenkins, B. Ansible, C. Nagios, D, all of the above? Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So first of all, Azure Repos is a set of version control tools that you can use to manage your code. Whether your software project is large or small, it doesn't matter. It is basically a version control tool. And even if it is a large or a small project, if you're using a version control tool, it is much better than just having your code in your local system. Because if you have a team of 5 or 10, it doesn't matter. Everybody can collaborate from their own remote working spaces, and Azure Repos is basically built on the same architecture as GitHub, because Microsoft acquired GitHub in the year 2018, I guess. And once that is done, so they basically launched all of these tools. So before, they only had tfvc in Azure Repos, then they also gave Git. So now Azure Repos has both Git and tfvc. We'll see that later. So now Azure Repos is a tool integrated or which is already available in Azure DevOps, which you can use instead of GitHub or any other version control tool. Or you can basically import repositories from other version control tools. For example, if you want to import a repository from GitHub into Azure Repos and start using it, you can do that. And you can also basically create a repository directly in Azure Repos and even start using that. So now let's just compare Git and tfvc before moving on, because basically Azure Repos gives you the ability to shift between Git and tfvc, but once you've created the repository, you cannot do that. Before creating the repository, you can choose between Git or tfvc as your version control tool. So first, Git is a distributed version control system. Each developer has a copy of the source repository on their developer machine. So now if you already used GitHub, so obviously as I told you, you would have already learned the Git module or the Git course, which was already taught to you. So if you have done that completely and understand GitHub completely, then you would know what I'm talking about. So GitHub is basically distributed. Each and every developer have their own copy in their own local system, and there is the main remote copy in the GitHub repository or the Git repository. It doesn't have to be GitHub. And so as it is there, whenever there is a change needs to be added, it has to be committed and pushed into the repository. And when we are pushing it basically into a separate branch, and then once the branch is approved and once the code is approved, then you can basically merge it into the master branch. Now coming to tfvc, it is a centralized version control system. It is not like Git. Typically, team members have only one version of the file on their developer machines. That basically means tfvc has only one version of it, not multiple versions. For example, in Git, many developers can have separate branches and work on them individually and then put them all together into one repository. But that cannot be done in tfvc, as team members have only one version of each file on their developer machines. Now coming to the next point, you might have to resolve conflicts when you get check-in, merge or unshelf. You might have to resolve conflicts when you pull or merge. So it's a little tougher in tfvc because every time you pull or merge, you'll have to look into, most of the time you'll get certain conflicts because there's only one version of the file in each of the developer machines, and that would be a bigger problem. Now in GitHub again, there will also be conflicts in GitHub. Again, you'll have to solve all of those conflicts. And finally, the last point is you can check in large binary files. You might also want to use NuGet in combination or as an alternative. You can check in small binary files as you would regular files. Use Git LFS to store your large binary files in Azure Repos. So in repositories, you can store large binary files in Git, but you cannot do that in tfvc. So tfvc is basically a team foundation version control, and in this case you can only upload or you can only have small binary files, not large ones. Large objects are not cannot be uploaded, but using Git LFS you can do that. So you cannot do it directly. So as per my view, I would prefer Git rather than tfvc. But if you're already working in, for example, if you're using Visual Studio already, if you're a .NET developer who is familiar with the Team Foundation server, then you may go with tfvc. If else, go with GitHub or Git. So let's just do a quick brush up. So that's exactly the part of key concepts, because if you understand these concepts, you can basically understand what we're going to do in Azure Repos, because you would already know GitHub. So it will be much easier to understand Azure Repos. Actually, it will be really easy because all of the concepts are the same. First of all, branch. So branches are lightweight references that keep a history of commits and provide a way to isolate changes for a feature from your main branch and other work. So for every repository, there is a main branch where the final code is added. So the final code for the project is available in the main branch. So now let's say you want to add a new feature, let's say in a new login page. So the developers are basically creating a new login page. So they'll be creating it in a separate branch, and that separate branch will have its own commits, which will be isolated from the main branch. And once the commits are done and once the code is completed and once it is tested, and then you basically create a pull request, and then once it is merged with the main branch, and then the final commit of the feature will be added to the master branch, and this feature will be available in the master branch. So that basically is branching. It is basically to isolate changes, isolate work from the main branch. And then commit. A commit is a group of changes saved to your local repository. You can share these changes to the remote repository by pushing. So let's say you have downloaded or cloned the repository and started working on the code, and let's say you have attained a certain point where you completed some of the code, and now you want to commit it and make these changes available in the main repository. So now you commit the changes, and the changes will be saved in your local repository. So once the changes are saved in your local repository, you can push the saved files or saved content into the remote repository, for example in GitHub or in Azure Repos. So by pushing it, you will upload the newly added code into the remote repository. And then fork. A fork is a complete copy of a repository. It's basically, let's say there is already a repository somebody created, and let's say it's obviously it should be a public repository, only then you can fork it. And the person is basically created a practice project and is giving the project to anyone who want to practice that particular application. So now you can basically go over there and you can fork that particular project. So by forking the project, you are copying every single file into your own account, and now once it is available in your own account, you can basically start working on the project, make changes on the project without affecting the main repository which the person or the original author created. And then the project. So a project provides a place where a group of people can plan, track progress, and collaborate on building software solutions. So in the code, so it's not just about building code, right? You will have to collaborate with your team to understand their ideas and basically put together all the ideas to create a project. So this project is where you can collaborate with your team and also view the progress. And then a pull request. So we already know what a pull request is, so let me give you a brief idea. Pull requests let your team review code and give feedback on changes before you merge it to the main branch. So let's say you're working on a different feature on a feature branch, and now once the feature, so you have coded it and you think it's perfect, and then you basically create a pull request, and once the pull request is created, the code reviewer will review the branch's code, and once if it is perfect and once there are no errors, there are no bugs, then you can basically merge it to the main branch, or they will merge it to the main branch. And then pull request. So a pull command updates the code in your local repository with the changes from other members of your team that are in the remote repository. For example, let's say you are a newly joined developer and the code is already available in the remote repository. You already have a local version, but it's not the updated version. Okay, so now there are 3 more developers working on different features, and they have pushed their code into the repository, and now there is a repository which has the newest code. So now what you can do is you can basically use the pull command to get the newly added code into your local repository so that you can start working on it. So push is basically pushing it from your local PC, your local repository, into the remote repository. Pull is getting the newly added code from the remote repository into the local repository which you already have. And finally, branch policies. So branch policies are an important part of the Git workflow. You basically use them to protect the important branches in your development, like the main branch. So branch policies enable you to first isolate work in progress from the completed work in your main branch. So having multiple branches helps you isolate work and they won't affect the main branch. Guarantee that changes build before they get to main. So having multiple branches will basically give you the advantage or the freedom to basically check all the changes and basically test it out before you push it into the main branch. then limit who can contribute to specific branches. So let's say you have certain developers and you don't want those developers to directly push it into the master branch or the main branch before it has approval. So you just limit their so you can basically limit their access to only those feature branches, so the developers can only work on the feature branches, and then create a pull request which has to be approved and merged by a code reviewer or their team's manager. And finally, enforce who can create branches and naming policies or naming guidelines for the branches. So let's say you can have a team lead who basically does this for the team, and by having this you can basically remove unwanted branches and unwantedly created branches. You can remove that so that your repository would be more clean and much easier to understand. So these are branch policies. So these are some of the key concepts which you'll have to brush up before starting off with Azure Repos. If it's been a long gap for you before taking this particular module, since the Git module, then just go over there, refresh all the basic commands, refresh all the basic hands-ons, and come back over here. So in Azure Repos, there is an option to search your code, and let's look at what you can do with that particular option. So now use the search box in Repos to search within the repository. You can basically directly search anything via the search bar in Azure Repos. So now over here you can see there are certain filters. You can basically filter with the file extension, file name, under a particular path, inside the projects, inside the repository. So whatever it is, you can do using that. Also, you can search using a comment. So you can basically look into particular comments or particular classes or particular definitions within the code. View all code related files and the keyword will be highlighted for you. For example, let's say you have created a variable or you created a function and you want to check out where have you used that function because you made some mistake and you want to change something over there. So you can just search it and you'll get every single location where you have used the exact same word. Over here you can see there are two different files where you have used the view result variable, and over here you can see it's marked over here, you are currently here. Then the other results also are marked. So you can mention the branch in which you are going to search it for. You can mention the path. So you can mention everything. So you can also look into a particular repository. Then sort the results as you need using the drop-down list of properties. So let's say there are hundreds of files consisting the same variable. So now let's say you want to bring it down. If you want to make the number of files a little lesser and you are searching for something relevant to what you're searching or something within a particular file path, if you know that, you can basically use the filter option to filter out those results. And finally, try assembling more complex search strings using the operators and functions. For example, you can look into a particular file. For example, in readme, you want to check out a certain part of the readme file. Then you can look into readme and you can use the operator and or and basically use the keyword. So it will search for both of them or it will search for one of them. So you can basically use operators for your needs. So again, it's pretty easy to search code or pretty easy to search anything within the repository. And then use the tabs in the results page to view the history of the file and to compare versions of the file. And this is one of the most useful parts of the search feature. You're searching for a certain, let's say you're searching for a particular word or a particular keyword. Over here they are searching for fake. So now you can basically compare on what exactly changed with this particular code. So in the left side, so in this particular commit, this was the name, fake, so capital, and yeah, so this was the keyword. So this is the keyword which we were searching for in this commit. And now what was the change was that the fake turned into mock. So it shows what has been changed, and you can see every single option which was changed is shown over here. You can compare, you can check out the history, you can check out the contents. So contents, we know how to check, it's like this. And to compare, you can do this. You can basically check what has been changed. So first of all, TFVC is called Team Foundation Version Control, and it is a centralized version control system. So we've already seen this exact definition, and the team members have only one version of each file on their developer missions. It will be just one version, not multiple versions. And historical data is maintained only on the server branches are path based and created on the server, it is not available, or you cannot create that in the local repository. You can do that with Git, but you cannot do that with tfvc. So tfvc is a version control tool which is basically created by Microsoft, mostly used with Visual Studio and mostly used with the .NET framework models. So mostly .NET developers prefer TFVC because it has an easy inbuilt facility with Visual Studio where the .NET developers actually develop the code. So that's why it's quite popular in that area, but people still prefer Git than TFVC or any other version control tool, maybe Bitbucket as well. Okay, so now let's look into using Git or TFVC in Azure Repos. So let's say you want to import a certain repository into Azure Repos. You have the option of importing Git or a TFVC repository. So you can see over here, while importing, it'll ask you for the option, that is whether you'll have to look into the repository type. First, you'll be given an option as Git or TFVC, or instead of importing like this, you can directly import repository from GitHub and it will be automatically cloned into your Azure Repos, or you can just import it from any version control tool. It can be Bitbucket, Mercurial, Subversion, whatever it is, you can import it into Azure Repos, and you can basically start off by creating a repo in Azure Repos itself. You can basically set it up according to your needs. You can set it up as Git because we are going to use Git, we're not going to use TFVC. Git is more preferred, and that's what you have learned in this particular DevOps course. And yeah, so that's why we're going to use Git. So Azure Repos integration. So there are some things which you can integrate with Azure repositories, not within Azure DevOps. This is just integrations outside of Azure DevOps. The first thing is Slack. If your company is using Slack to basically for team collaboration and other things. So if you use Slack in your company, you can use Azure Repos for Slack to easily monitor your repositories. You can use Slack to directly look into what is going on in Azure Repos. If you look at the left image, you can see over here, these are some of the pushes and 3 commits were pushed. And this is an update, and they've created a pull request, which is, let's see, update device drivers. Okay, created a pull request, target branch source. Yeah, so they've created a pull request and it has not been merged yet. So you can, if you're the team lead, you can just get into it, and if it is right, you can basically merge it. So you can view every single part of your Azure Repos in Slack itself. So to create subscriptions in a Slack channel for your repository related events, you must be a member of the Azure Project Administrators group or the Team Administrators group. So to monitor this, you will have to be one of the member of your project's administrators group. So you will be given an authority or authorization to view this in the Slack app. And the next one is Azure Repos with Microsoft Teams. So if you use Microsoft Teams, you can use Azure Repository application for Teams to easily monitor your repositories. It is the same thing, it's same like Slack. You just log into your Microsoft Teams account and you can easily connect Repos and Microsoft Teams. And once you've done that, you can basically look into every single commit, every single pull request, push, everything in Microsoft Teams itself. So you can view everything in the Microsoft Teams dashboard itself. Over here, you can see code has been pushed, and here created a pull request. So these are some of the integrations with Azure repositories. There are many more integrations. If you want to look at them, you can check out them in the Azure Repos documentation. So there is no particular architecture in case of Azure DevOps because there are 5 different services which you are going to use together, or you can use them separately as per your needs. So let's say you're using all of these 5 services, that is the boards, pipelines, repos, artifacts, and test plans. If you're using all 5 of them, how can you basically create an architecture using them so that you can create a DevOps pipeline or a DevOps lifecycle? So now the first thing you'll have to notice is the left side over here, the overview or the projects. So over here you get the dashboard, which I already introduced you to. So basically dashboard is the place where you can add widgets, you can add all the project information, where all the project information is available in just a single place. And then comes the customer customer comes with requirements. So let's say this is the start of a project. So now you already have an established architecture. So now let's get into it. So now the customer comes in with all the requirements. So the first thing you do is basically call in business analysts to talk with the customers to understand what are the requirements and what has to be done, and basically translate the requirement into a backlog. A backlog is basically something which you will have to do within a particular sprint. So all of these things we'll learn about in the Azure Boards module, which would be the fourth module. So now I'll give you a basic idea. So basically they get the requirements from the customers and create all the requirements, and they basically feed it into a place where the developers can see it. So that is backlogs, and sprints are basically time periods in which they should finish particular work items or work.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the second thing is over here, business users. That is, business users starts testing in a UAD environment. Any defects observation gets logged in. So this is not right now. So once engineering team starts the sprint and capacity planning. So once all the requirements are given, then the engineering team, the development engineering team basically starts the sprint and capacity planning. So now the software engineers will come up with a plan exactly on how to do this and when to finish it. Once that is done, the developers will be given all the requirements and basically what app to create and what are the expectations. So now with that in mind, the developers basically create a plan or a plan to basically create it. So now the developer basically picks these items and all the work items from the Azure Boards, which is displayed over there. So the developer will create this particular app with all these requirements. So they will start off with it. So let's say the developer team is of 10 people. They split the work between all of them and they start working on it. So once they've completed the code, and basically the developer finishes off the code and then send the code for a pull request and collaborate with the code reviewer. So now the code is sent, the code is reviewed, the code reviewer basically reviews the code, and once that is done, the pull request will be merged and the code will be available in Azure Repos. So now the code is available, developers have completed coding. So now you can see in the very right side over there is artifacts. So artifacts are basically this. So you can see any private NuGet, NPM, Maven packages can be kept and they are restored from the artifacts while development and building. So basically why do you need artifacts is that for coding, so you basically use certain packages. So while creating an application, you need certain packages to support your code. So those packages, for example, NPM packages, when you basically create an application in the Node.js platform, or Maven when you create a Java application. So you need these packages to support and also to build the code and also to deploy the code. So for development of the code. So for that you can save or store all of the packages, into a feed in artifacts, and that could be taken and used by the developer whenever they need it. Okay, so now the code is done, everything is set. So customer gave the requirements are put into the boards where developers can see. Developer got the requirement and they started working on it and the code is ready. And once that is done, basically start creating a build. So in this case, they'll create a pipeline in which first the code is built. Once the code is built, the built files, basically the built artifacts are stored, and then those built artifacts are deployed. So using the artifacts, we are going to deploy the artifacts into a certain server, and that server will have all the files, and basically that server, so for example, let's say we are using an Azure virtual machine, and that virtual machine will already have the required web servers running inside it, so that once it is deployed, we'll be able to see the output. So in the output, basically over here you can see there is in the deployment and environments. So once build of the code is done, once the build is successful, and once we deploy the artifacts into a virtual machine or any deployment environment, so now there will be a testing environment, there will be a UAT and a production environment. So first, once it is deployed, so it will be deployed into a testing environment. So once it is deployed into a testing environment, the public or the end users cannot see, only the testers of the company can see it. Also, if you're doing UAT, which is basically user acceptance testing, in that case, you give the product to a certain bunch of users and they test it. They basically use the product and give feedback to it. And once all of this is done, once if there is any bugs, if there is any errors, that will be rectified. And once that is done, it will be deployed into the production environment, which would be the final part of the particular complete software development lifecycle. So using all of these tools, you can basically complete a total software development lifecycle from the beginning to the deployment stage. So now in between, you also have test plans. So test plans over here, you can see test engineering team starts test planning. So once the capacity and the sprints are planned, once the requirements are given, so now the test engineering team basically creates test plans. And once the code is done, application is ready, they basically test with it. Also, once the build is deployed, into the testing environment, so this is 7.1, you can see, and this is 8. So once it is put into the testing environment, so the testers basically start testing and log all the defects which are being notified. And whenever there is a defect, whenever there is a bug, they'll basically create a work item or create a bug in the Azure boards so that the developers can see it and basically recode it and then rectify the mistakes. And if testers are satisfied with the build, and then it is basically promoted to upper environments where they will do user acceptance testing. So first, if there are any bugs, it will be required within it will be rectified within the company itself. And once it is rectified and once the testers are satisfied with the finished product, they will basically push it into a user acceptance testing. Once that is done and everything is sorted out, it will be pushed into production. So you can see at the 12th point, upon user satisfaction, build gets promoted for production environment. So user acceptance testing is what this is. So business users starts testing in the UAT environment. Any defects observation gets logged in boards or work items, and once they are satisfied, it will be pushed into the production environment, and that would be the end of the software development lifecycle or the DevOps lifecycle. So using these tools, this is how you can plan your own DevOps lifecycle. But the thing is, you don't have to have all the tools provided over here. So let's say you are not using Azure Repos, you're using GitHub. Then in this case, instead of Azure Repos, you can basically use GitHub and connect it to Azure Pipelines and Azure Boards. And let's say you don't want to use pipelines, you are already using Jenkins, but you want to use the other tools in Azure DevOps, you can do that. Instead of Azure Pipelines, you can go ahead with Jenkins. So this is the sample architecture. You can create an architecture however you want it to be. So in this particular hands-on, we're going to look into Azure Repos with GitHub. So that basically means we're going to look into Azure Repos where we're going to connect it with GitHub, and I'll show you how you can import repositories which are already available in your GitHub account. So let's open. So we have opened the project which I created in the last demo where we looked into how we can start off with Azure DevOps. So first, when you click on repos, the first thing you will get the first thing you will be shown is the files page. So when you don't have a repository, you will be given the repositories code. So repositories URL over here, you can basically use this to clone it to your local PC, or if you already have a repository in your local PC, you can basically push it to this particular location, or you can import a repository from GitHub, and also you can basically create a repository directly over here. So if I click on initialize, it will initialize and create a repository directly in Azure Repos. If I click on import, it will show all the repositories which I have in my GitHub account. So if I click on this, it will ask for the clone URL, which we'll have to provide. So the clone URL is going to be in my GitHub account. Now clicking on project settings. So the first thing we'll have to do is create a GitHub connection. So when you click on project settings, you get GitHub connections. By clicking on GitHub connections, you will get an option to connect your GitHub account. So if you have already logged into your GitHub account, so let me try if I'm logged in, let me check that. Yes, I'm already logged into my GitHub account. So if I click over here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on connect with GitHub. So my GitHub account is already logged in, so it directly connects. If it is not logged in, it will basically take you to the page where you have to log in into your GitHub account. Once you've logged in, it will show all of the GitHub repositories which you have. So over here you can see add the GitHub repositories you want to use with Azure Boards. So let's say in this project you just need one repository to be added. In that case, choose the repository and add it, and basically only that repository will be used. Later you can add more repositories, there won't be any problem with that. Or if you want to add multiple repositories which you can use basically work in Azure Boards, in that case you will have to add all of it. So I'm going to add website, and I'll just simply add Angular app 1. I'll just save. So right now I've added 2 GitHub repositories which can be accessed via Azure Boards. But you can see Angular app 1 is already connected to another organization. So I have multiple organizations, right? I have 3 different organizations, I think. Azure Angular app 1, this particular repository is already connected. So let's just go with, where is that? Okay, let me just close this. And clicking on website. Okay, so this is also already used. So what I'm going to do is, let me just close this and let me delete. So let me check this. So this has a project. I click on the project and go to project, GitHub connections, and my GitHub account. So you can see the repository website has been added over here. So let me remove repositories. Yeah, so that's done. Going back, let me check this as well if it's using anything. Let me just delete this organization. Okay, so we've deleted the organization. Let me sign back into Azure DevOps. Okay, so right now we are over here. Let's do the same thing. Let's go back to project settings. Let's go to GitHub connections. Click on connect. Come down and choose website and save. Okay, let me just choose a random. Yeah. Okay, so we've added this GitHub account, and also we've added this repository. So other repositories were already being used. I think my other account, my actual account is basically connected with that particular repository. That's why I'm not able to use it. You can have this. Also, you can create multiple connections. You can connect to another GitHub account if you basically log into it. And yeah, so we've done the connection. Now going back to Azure Repos, you have this. So here you can basically import a repository. So that was just to get the connection so that we can use it in Azure Boards. So I just showed you how to create the connection between the Azure DevOps project and GitHub. So now in Repos, to import, you'll just have to click on import. And in GitHub, let's say I have this particular so I have this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, go over here, provide it, and click on import. As this is under the Git type, you can also select tfvc, but this is the Git type, so it won't work. So if you use tfvc, it's asking for the path, and I don't have any tfvc repository, so I'm just going to go with this. And if I click on import, now what happens is it'll import the repository from my GitHub account into the Azure Repos. So this repository is not that big of a repository, so it won't take much time. It's already imported. If your repository is a little bigger, then it'll basically take some time to basically shift or import. It's basically copying or moving all the files over here. It's basically like fork. So you do fork normally, right? So in this case, it's called import. So right now, once we've imported it, we can check all the commits directly from here. You can see there were multiple commits. You can see there was a separate branch, and there was a branch over here as well. Okay, so now you can look into the pushes. and you can look into the various branches which was available, and if you have added any tags, and also all the pull requests you created from here, not the pull requests which was created over here. If you look at this, you can see there was one pull request and that one is closed. So right now there are no pull requests, so it won't show. So let's see completed, abandoned, active. So you can create a pull request from here. So now you can basically clone this repository. It's pretty much the same as how you use GitHub. So I think you understand how to import a file from GitHub and you can start working with it. So it's that simple. In this particular demo, we're going to look into further in Azure Repos. We'll basically look into the clone command and we'll be cloning it into our local PC, so a local repository, and then make some changes and try to push it back into the Azure repository. Okay, so now let's go to the, so we are over here. So now let's try to clone it. So clicking on clone, it'll ask for, if you have Visual Studio Code, you can directly clone it. If you don't have, you can basically copy this and open your git bash and type in git clone. Oh, sorry. I cloned the website I copied over there. Let me just copy it again. Okay, so now enter. So now it will ask me to sign into the Microsoft account. It's asking for permission to clone this particular repository. So clicking on this and entering your password will allow you to clone the repo. And it's cloned. And over here you can see website, and going up, Azure DevOps hands-on is over here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just increase the size so that it's more visible. Okay. So now I'll enter Azure DevOps hands-on. Now you can see all the files are available over here. So let me open readme. Okay, so this is the readme file. So I'm just going to add some this is a new line, and I'm saving this. And now I have made a change in the local repository. So now let me commit this, changes in readme. Sorry, I made a mistake. Oh, sorry, I didn't do. That's done. And I've did git add and I've used commit. So now there is a new commit and there are two insertions. One file has been changed. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to push it back. So git push. Okay, so now git push has been successfully done. Now let's open and let us check the readme, and you can see this is a new line. That basically means we have successfully cloned it to the local repository and used and basically changed it and pushed it. So you basically know what's happening here, and I'm pretty sure you guys know. So now let's try to pull this. Now again, this was edited in Azure Repos, and let me commit this directly to the, so there are no work items. Okay, let's just try to commit it back. Okay, instead let's just remove this line, cancel it, go back to index and edit and commit. Okay, so we've committed a change over here. So if I look at the local repo right now and open index.html, you can see it's the old file. So now let's do, mistake, doing a git pull, and it has been pulled. So now let's open the index.html file, and you can see the change has been.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models in Azure? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Basically downloaded or cloned. So this is the basic of how you can start off with Azure Repos. I think if you know this, it's more than enough, because everything else is same as GitHub. You'll just have to know how to work around with Azure Repos. Everything else is same as GitHub. You can check out the branches over here. You can preview the file over here. So this is how it'll look in the website, because it's a HTML file. You can check out the preview of your README, and you can check out the history, what has been changed in this particular file, and you can also do a comparison from the previous commit to the current commit. So you can also go back to So for example, see, I've even went back, and this is the only change available. I'm going further back, and you can see these are the two changes, and this is plus 4 lines added. And so this is a really old commit, and this is the newest commit. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show. You can basically compare them and check it out. So it has been committed. You can also create a pull request, select a source branch. So it is already in master, so there are no changes because we basically pushed it into the master branch. So you can't create a pull request right now. And if you think it's fine, if you think everything is done, you can basically start setting up a build. But we are not yet at Azure Pipeline, so we'll come back to this later. And then you can basically create a file directly from here. You can create a folder from here. You can upload more files from your local PC, or you can download the entire repository as a zip file. Also, you can fork this. Over here you can see the repository name, and you can basically provide this, and you can basically fork all branches. And by clicking on fork, you can create basically a fake or a copy of this repository. And yeah, so this is all about Azure Repos. It's same as GitHub, so there is no other change. So over here you can see there are some more options. You can see that was hide tree. It basically hides all the files shown over here, and here it shows the contents. And over here again it's the history, and here you can basically filter what exactly you need. So let's say you want to check out I think it's showing everything. So let's check out the first parent, and you can see this is the first parent. It only shows the master branch, and you can check via author, but there is only one author, so you can't do that. Okay, so we've seen that, and you can also view via different branches. So you can see it will show this particular branch, and you can basically move back to the master branch. Okay, now coming to tags, we can create a new tag over here. So let's say I'm creating a tag first. So it should be for the master branch, and this is a sample tag. Create. So we have created a tag over here, and you can basically assign this tag to that particular branch. So now going back over here, so you can see it's showing as first. It's basically given the tag first. So I have created a tag for the current commit. So like this, you can create a tag for your other commits as well. So it's basically to note one particular commit. So for example, if you want to note a particular commit as the commit which you want to revert back later, so you can note it down using the tags. So I'll just delete this tag. Here, as I said, you can view all the branches. You can create a new branch if you want directly from here. You can just provide the name. Let's say feature 2, and based on master, if you have any work items you can provide, but we are not yet there. So let's create it. So you can see there is another branch, but it doesn't have any commits. Okay, so now so I showed you how to create a branch as well. And if there are any changes in the branch which you created, if you are doing some work with this branch, in that case you can basically create a pull request. So let's say edit this is from the feature 2 branch. So commit. Okay, so now we've committed, but this is in the feature 2 branch. This won't be available in the master branch. So now let's create a pull request. Updated resume from feature 2. You can basically add the reviewers if they are available. You can add the tags over here and then just create the pull request. So you can see there are no merge conflicts. So once that is provided, once it is provided, you can see you will have to assign basically approve it. Once approved, you can complete the pull request. And if there are any merge conflicts, if there are any mistake with the code, so you can basically check it out over here. You can add some comments. Other code reviewers can add over here, and you can check out all the comments over here itself and understand what's the problem with it. So you can see you can add more reviewers, you can add the tags, the work items, you can assign it to certain people, and the files which are in change in this particular pull request will be shown over here. The updates, the commits, everything will be shown over here, and it will also show from which branch into basically the master branch. So now the first thing you'll have to do is approve. Once you've approved it, you can complete it. So you can approve with suggestions, wait for author, reject, reset, feedback. So right now, let's say you have provided reject, but you made a mistake. So you can just reset feedback and click back approve. So it has been approved by me. So then you can just click on complete, merge, no fast forward, or you can use the other options and then delete feature 2 after merging. If you want, you can do that, or you can keep feature. If you want to keep the feature 2 branch, you can just unclick this, complete associated work items after merging. So if you have any work items connected to this, basically it will be moved automatically to the done or the completed place. But again, that we'll understand when we come to the Azure Boards part, and then complete merge. And the pull request has been done. Over here, you can see you can revert back, or you can just leave it as such. So now going back to files. See, there is no feature 2 branch because it has been deleted. Now if you look at the readme file, you can see the branch has been added. The new content has been added into the master branch because we created a pull request and we merged it with the master branch. So I think you understood all about Azure Repos. I think you know how to work with Azure Repos right now. It's pretty simple, and you can just use the same commands, just the same functionality as Git. And if you have any doubts, you can go back to the GitHub module and check and come back here and test it out. So let's start off with it. So first of all, Azure Artifacts. Using Azure Artifacts, you can create and share multiple package feeds. So it can be Maven, NPM, NuGet, doesn't matter. You can basically create and share multiple package feeds from public and private sources with teams of any size. So it can be a public source or a private source, doesn't matter. You can create a feed and you can share these packages across the team so that you can collaborate. So you can add a fully integrated package management to your continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines with a single click. So what exactly does that mean? You can have one particular folder. So I'm just giving you an example, one particular folder where all the packages, all the dependencies for your code, for your project is available. So in this particular folder, everything is available. So now when everything is available, if you integrate it with the Azure pipeline, so when building the application, the build does not need to gather packages from various sources. All the packages are already available in Azure Artifacts and it will be taken by Azure Pipelines and be used for building.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So for example, to build Java, we might need Maven. For Node.js, we might need NPM, and we can save and we can store them in the Azure Artifact feeds. So the new update has introduced a new top level area that is the home of package management in Azure DevOps services. And this is basically called Azure Artifacts. So previously, I think like 2 years back, there was no particular separate field for artifacts. So recently, after that, they've introduced a separate area for package management in Azure DevOps services, and that is called Azure Artifacts. And basically, Azure Artifacts offers you a plan of 2 GB of free storage for any kind of package. So over here you can see, so this is total billable stored. So in this particular example, 0.1 GB has been stored, and you can see what kind of storage. So drops, there are no drops, but packages, it's 0.09 GB. And pipeline artifacts in the sense, for example, you're building a file and that built file will have to be stored somewhere, and you can store it in artifacts. And then storage by projects, over here you can see you can also check out storage by projects in Azure Artifacts. So now the total storage of the entirety should be below 2 GB or should be exactly 2 GB to be under the free tier plan. If it exceeds that, you will have to pay for the storage which you store those packages for. So when you reach your maximum storage limit, you can either upgrade to a paid subscription or delete your old packages which you are not using right now. So those are the things you can do with Azure Artifacts. So I think you got the idea of what Azure Artifacts is and how much you can store, and how you can integrate it with pipelines. So now, what are the best practices for using Azure Artifacts? If you already know about package management tools, for example, there is Artifactory, there is Artifacts in AWS as well. So if you know these tools, you will have to also know best practices if you're working in a company to make the usage of them even better. So first, each repository should only reference one feed. That basically means if you have a GitHub repository or Azure Repos repository in your project, that repository should only reference one feed. The complete repository should only reference one feed in the sense only one artifact feed. So all the packages required for that particular repository can be taken from one particular source. On package creation, automatically publish packages back to the feed. So when you create packages, when you do it, so you can basically set up that it automatically publishes those packages back into the feed. And then enable retention policies to automatically clean up old package versions. For example, let's say you have a package which is right now going to be 20 days old, and let's say you're creating packages on a daily basis and you need more like new versions of the packages. So now let's say you don't want the package after the 25-day mark. You think it'll be obsolete by then. So you can create a retention policy which will automatically clean up or delete the package versions which are more than 25 days old. You can set up like that as well. Then a feed is basically a container for packages. The only package source should be that single unique feed for each and every repository which you have for a particular project. So as I told you again, a feed is a container for packages, and that container should be connected to only one repository so that it's much easier to work with. So a package is basically a container file which contains scripts, files, and a manifest which can be used as a external dependency to a project. So in a particular software project, if you want to do something, sometimes you would need an external dependency to support your project. So that external dependency is called a package, which contains all the scripts and files which require to do a specific task. For example, there is Python pip, npm, NuGet, and Maven. There are so many other packages as well. So these are some of the examples which I'm giving to you. So in Azure Artifacts, you're going to completely work with these packages. Now, using Azure Artifacts, you can share your packages anywhere. You can share an image with badges. So you can basically create a badge, and then you can put the badge directly into your project's homepage in Azure DevOps services or in any README file, so the readers can easily discover and consume the package. For example, when you read certain GitHub READMEs, you can see these kinds of badges available over there. So why are these badges available? Because it tells the reader or the user to get this package for this particular project. So they can just click on the badge and you will be taken to the place where you can download that particular package for your project needs. So let's say you have a package and you want to create a badge so that you can share it in the dashboard, that is your main page, so that your developers can take it from there, or you can put it in the README file as well. So to do that, you can create a badge from here, and this is an example badge, and you can put it anywhere it can be shared. And yeah, so this makes it much easier for you to share your packages among your team members. Also, if it's a public project, it will be much easier to share among all the people you're going to share it with. And then Azure Artifacts, as I told you, is a highly scalable artifact service. But even though it is highly scalable, the service has certain architectural limits. And these limits are basically not imposed by Azure Artifacts themselves, but it is imposed by the client tools. For example, NuGet. And basically the client tools which are integrated with the Azure Artifacts tool. So now coming to size limits, NuGet packages are limited to 500 MB, npm packages are limited to 500 MB completely. But coming to Maven packages and Python packages, they are limited to 500 MB per file. So one file cannot exceed more than 500 MB. And then finally, universal packages have been tested up to 1 TB and are recommended for managing large binary content. If you want to upload a larger file which is bigger in size, you'll have to go with universal packages. So these are some of the size limits you'll have to look into before moving on with Azure Artifacts. Okay, so we've seen working with packages, and before moving on to the next topic in the next session, let me take you to the documentation so that I can show you how many different types of packages they have, which you can basically work with. If you click on work with packages, you can see NuGet, npm, Maven, Python, and universal packages. So here you can see everything about the package. So now if you want to work with a particular package, you can go to NuGet quick start. If you already have a feed, I'll obviously teach you how to create a feed. So once we create a feed, we can basically get these packages, we can connect to a feed, and we can get the sources. So let's say you want to work with a particular package, you can look into each of those. So for example, if you're on npm, go to npm quick start, and anyway, I'm going to teach you how to create a feed and how to start off with Azure Artifacts. So these things are feeds, views, and upstream sources. So first, let's understand what is a feed. So Artifacts feeds are organizational constructs that allow you to store, manage, and group your packages and control who to share it with. Feeds are not package type dependent. That basically means in a particular feed, you can have multiple types of packages. It's not dependent on a package type. So now to make it, or to put it even simply, so feeds are basically a folder or a repository which you can basically use to store, manage, and group your packages. So for example, normally you use a version control repository to store your code. Like that, using Artifacts, you can use it to store your packages and control who you share those packages with. So there are two types of feeds which you can create. One is a project scoped feed and one is an organization scoped feed. So coming to project scoped, so a project scoped feed will always use the visibility of the project. If the project is public, the feed is also public, and if a project is private, the feed will also be private. So if your project is private, only the team members, only the members of the project can view the feed. If the project is public and anybody could see it, even the feed will be public so that others can download the packages. And organization scoped feeds are within the organization and thus they are private. And project scoped, so creating a new feed through the create feed web UI will create a project scoped feed. If you use the web UI, that will basically create the project scoped feed. All organization scoped feeds will show up in the feed list of the Artifacts feed UI. So basically, when you open the Artifacts tool, you will get a list. If you have multiple feeds, it will show all the lists in that field. And a project scoped feeds URL will look something like this. So feeds.dev.azure, and then you will get the project ID over here, and it'll look like this. So you can see the project name will be over here. And an organization scoped field would have APIs because only the people within the organization can view it, and thus it'll be like this. So this is the difference between the project scoped and the organization scoped feeds. So I think you understand what exactly are feeds. They are basically a type of a folder or an organization in which you can store, manage, and group these packages. Now coming to feed views. So feed views enable you to share subsets of package versions with your consumers. A common use of feed views is to share package versions that have been tested and validated but hold back on packages that are still under development. So feed views are basically, you can let's say a package has multiple versions. You can share those multiple versions with your consumers, and the common use is to share the tested versions and the validated versions to the consumers, but you can hold back on the packages which are still under development. You can basically share the packages which are already been tested and validated, that will be shown to the customers, but the packages which are under development won't be showed, and those are basically feed views. And it basically comes with 3 views mainly: local, pre-release, and release. So if you understand what exactly feed views are, that basically means you can view the release packages, but you cannot view the pre-release or the local ones. So the latter two are suggested views that you can rename or delete as desired. At local is the default view that's commonly used in upstream sources. So basically, if you have a package in pre-release or release, you can change the name of the package or delete it whenever you need. But if it is the local view, which is a default view, in that case, you cannot do that, and it's commonly used in upstream sources. So now, how you can use feed views to release packages? So that's what we are looking at here, right? Because we can release the validated packages to consumers, and we can keep the packages which are still under development with ourselves. So now, while creating these packages in continuous integration and delivery scenarios, it's important to convey 3 pieces of information. So the nature of change, the risk of the change, and the quality of the change. So nature of the change will show you the version, and quality of the change will show you whether it is under a testing stage or under the releasing stage. So the risk of this change is basically in between them. The main thing you'll have to look into is the version and whether it can be released to the consumer or it is still under development. So using this, you can figure out when to release a package. So if it is under beta, that means it's still under testing phase and you can't release it. So now you can basically determine and communicate the quality of change. So let's say you have a package which is being built, and that build package, so package version must be specified. You're building a package and the package has been created and the package version must be specified. Okay, so now once the package is created, you cannot release it to the customer or the consumer, so you'll have to validate it, and under validation you will find the quality of change. So quality of change will be figured over here, whether it still should be tested or it can be released. And once it is validated and is successful, it will be released. And once it is released, it will be out for the consumer. So now that particular version of the package will be available, and now you can start making changes if there are any more issues. And again, while making changes, once you made those changes, you will understand the nature of change and what version it is. And once that is done, again you will build the change, and this process goes on. This is basically how we determine and communicate quality of the change for a particular package, and this is a never-ending process in a project. and how to promote a package to pre-release or a release view. So to do that, you will just have to click on the promote button. So let's say you already know which particular, so let's say over here there is a package called accepts 1.3.4 and you want to promote it to either pre-release or release. You want to release, let's say we want to release this package because it has been validated and it's working successfully. You have to choose it and click on promote, and you can basically promote it by choosing this particular options over here. So you'll get two options, one is pre-release and release. If you want to put it up for release, then you can click on release, or else click on pre-release, and that's it. You promoted a package which has been created for release or pre-release. Okay, so now we've seen what are feeds and feed views. So now let's look at upstream sources. So now upstream sources enable you to use a single feed to store both packages you produce and packages you consume from remote feeds, both public managers and artifact feeds. So what does this mean? First of all, the packages you create can be stored, as well as the packages which are already available in a public platform. For example, you're getting it from npmjs.com or NuGet.org, Maven Central, or PYPI, whichever website it is. Let's say you're getting the npm packages from npmjs.com. So now you can store the public packages from them, which has been taken from them, into artifacts as well. So you can basically store the packages you create and also the packages from a public source, so that they are in the single place. So you can basically, to understand it better, so from public package managers as well as your own artifact feeds. Over here you can see upstream sources. So once you've enabled an upstream source, any user connected to your feed can install a package from the remote feed and your feed will save a copy. For example, once you've added upstream sources, so let's say one of your user is basically trying to access a particular package from Maven Central. So now once it is used, that particular package will be added to the artifact feed. And once it is added, it will basically save a copy in the feed, and you can see when was it used in at the last time, and if you need the package anymore, you can keep it or you can delete it later. So it basically means you can store your own packages, as well as whenever you take a package from a public source, it will be automatically stored if you have enabled upstream sources. So I think we have understood upstream sources as well. Okay, so we'll learn more about this when we basically look into how to create a feed and look around all the options available. So I think right now you understood what exactly is feed release, feed views, and upstream sources. So first of all, what are the artifact types which are supported in Azure Pipelines? First, build artifacts. So build artifacts are the files that your build produce. So using pipelines, you can build the code from the repository. So when you do that, there are some files produced. So those files can be stored in artifacts. So it can be an exe file, it can be a DLL file, it can be a var file, jar file, whatever it is. So these are build artifacts and pipelines supported. Next is a pipeline artifact. So this helps stores the build outputs and move intermediate files between jobs in your pipeline. For example, while you are building something, there will be some temporary files created and there will be some outputs of the builds, and those will be stored as a pipeline artifact. And then Maven, so these are basically packages again. So you can publish Maven artifacts to Azure Artifacts feeds. Then NPM, you can publish NPM packages, you can publish NuGet packages, and universal packages store one or more files together in a single unit that has a name and a version. So basically you can have multiple packages grouped together as a universal package as well, and these packages are supported by Azure Pipelines. So the basic thing, so mostly you will look into build artifacts while using pipelines, because you need the build artifact to deploy it into a virtual machine or whichever service you are going to deploy it into. So now, what exactly is a release? A release is a collection of artifacts in your DevOps CI/CD processes. So collection of artifacts in the sense, for example, once the build is complete, that particular file is ready to be deployed into a virtual machine or an app service or a container. So whatever it is, you're going to deploy it anyway, because it has to be available for testing or in the production server. So to do that, you should have the build artifact, and the process of basically deploying it is called a release. And to release it, you will need the artifacts. So a release is a collection of artifacts in your DevOps CI/CD process. An artifact is a deployable component of your application. So your application is built and the actual application itself is an artifact. So your application itself is an artifact, and that artifact is being released into a server, and once it is released into a server, it will be available for testing or public use. So whatever it is. Over here you can see when authoring a release pipeline, you link the appropriate artifact sources to the release pipeline. So when you're trying to release or deploy something into a virtual machine, you basically provide the appropriate artifact sources, and it'll download the artifact source and release it into the virtual machine. And when you're creating release, you specify the exact version of the source of the artifact file. A single release pipeline can be linked to multiple artifact sources, of which one is the primary source. So to release and create a pipeline, you would need artifacts, and over here you can see there are two different build pipelines and one release pipeline. So now it can be whichever build pipeline, it doesn't matter, but it is going to be released to the same server, and the latest build will be released to the server. Over here you can see artifact sources, build 100 for this particular build, and over here there is another artifact build 200. So there is a new release. So the latest build artifact will be released. You can use multiple artifacts to deploy into the same to release into the same deployment mission. So this is how you can connect Azure Artifacts, and this is how Azure Artifacts is connected to Azure Pipelines. What are Azure Test Plans? So from the name itself, you can understand the test plans tool is basically to create tests. Azure Test Plans provides a browser-based test management solution for exploratory, planned, manual, and user acceptance testing. For automated testing as part of your CI/CD workflow, consider leveraging Azure Pipelines. So you cannot directly do automated testing using Azure Test Plans, but you can create a complete test plan which can be used for manual testing and also user acceptance testing. So what are the benefits? First, capture rich data. So basically you can capture rich scenario data as you execute tests to make discovered defects actionable. Then get end-to-end traceability. Take advantage of end-to-end traceability and quality of your stories and features. So you can look at the entire website, you can trace every single part and create issues and bugs. Test across web and desktop applications. Using test plans, you can test across web as well as desktop applications. So these are some of the benefits of test plans. So I think you understood what exactly are test plans. So it is a browser-based test management solution. It's not an application which you will have to download. It is already available in the Azure DevOps console. You'll just have to click on it. You'll have to create a new test plan and start working with it. Load testing is provided, but it is not available right now. It is completely deprecated, so we can do this. Also, there are some more features in test plans we'll be seeing later in this particular session. As I already told you, so we understood what are test plans, and using test plans you can do manual testing and as well as exploratory testing. So now let's understand what is exploratory and manual testing. So now first of all, when you create a software project, the first aspect is quality. You'll have to provide quality to the customer who's asking for the project. So quality is a vital aspect of software systems, and manual testing and exploratory testing continue to be an important technique for maximizing this. So first of all, under planned testing, there are multiple types of testing. So planned manual testing, user acceptance testing, exploratory testing, and stakeholder feedback. So now coming to planned manual testing, you have test leads and testing engineers who will basically look into the test plan and do everything provided in the test plan and give back the feedback. And then if there are any bugs or errors with the project, it will be redone or reviewed and created back. And then user acceptance testing. So in this case, you will pick up, or you will basically get certain users to use your beta version of the application, and by them using your application, you will get certain feedback automatically, and also the users will give you feedback so that you can basically change whatever is a problem. And then exploratory testing. Product owners, developers, and UX teams. So exploratory testing in the sense, if you have created the project manager can look into the project and look into each and every feature, explore around and test it. Developers can do the same, as well as user experience teams can be used to do this. So there is a Chrome extension for test plans. You can use that to immediately create a bug or an error which you see in a website, and it will be automatically added as a work item in the Azure boards. So that we'll see in the demos, so don't worry about that. And finally, stakeholder feedback. So stakeholder feedback is basically feedback from anybody who has stakes on this particular project. It can be the marketing team, it can be the sales team, the leadership team, the customer who has been who gave this requirement. So whatever it is, stakeholders giving feedback is also manual testing. So the main types of testing we'll look into in test plans are planned manual testing and exploratory testing. Now coming to planned manual testing, in any browser you can navigate to the home page and log in, navigate to a project and add to a cart. For example, these are the test cases. This is a test plan, another is test plan. So this is the test case. First test case is in any browser, navigate to home page and log in. So it should work with any browser. Then navigate to a particular project in the application and add it to a cart. Check if cart is populated with item. So in this case, they have put an X over here. That basically means when we added it to the cart, the product was not added to the cart, and that is the bug over here. So this results in a 404 once you try to navigate to the shopping cart. So there is an error with the cart functionality, and that will be created as a work item and the developers can look into it. This is planned manual testing. And coming to exploratory testing, it's not planned. It is basically looking around the website to finding bugs or if there is any mistakes. So you can see over here, captured annotated shot. You can take a screenshot directly and add it as a bug or an issue. Then over here you can look into the page load data. You can capture a video and you can basically use this information to create a bug so that the developer can review the screenshot, the video and the data to understand what exactly is the problem and resolve it. So this is basically planned and exploratory testing, and this is the feature which you get for using test plans. So now there are some things you should have to understand. So first of all, you can do so many things with the test plans. First thing is creating a test plan. So over here you can see you can access it from the web, so we know that. So you can create a test plan over here. So test plan or a test suite. So now once you created a test plan and have basically added multiple test cases, in that case you can basically give it to a person who has to test, and while doing that, while all the test cases are proper, they'll pass all of them. If they're not proper, they'll basically fail it or they'll block it if there is a problem with it. So this is basically test planning and testing applications. So let's say you have a website. So Azure test plans provide test runners to run tests for your web and desktop applications. So a test runner will be provided like this, which is basically a separate web page. Over here you can see. So the first thing is, once you get this, you'll be on the website. So the first thing you can do is, so over here you can see save items to cart. So if you click on if you go to a product and click on add to cart, it has to be added to the cart. If it does not, you can basically fail it. If it does, you can pass it. So once you passed the test case, you can basically click on the tick mark, and that is more than enough. And then if there are any errors, if you think there are some issues with it, you can just click on the screenshot and notify the developer what exactly is the issue, or you can also take a video of what exactly is happening when you click a certain button and if it is not working properly. You can also use the voice recorder as well to note certain issues, so it will basically help the developer. Then edit steps in line. That basically means if there are any issues with the steps, you can edit here itself. And then, so basically to start off this particular test runner, you'll have to click on run test and it will automatically start running. And then there is test tracking. So quickly configure lightweight charts to track your manual test results using the chart types of your choice, and pin to the charts to your dashboard to easily analyze these results. So basically when you run certain tests, you can create certain charts like this to basically understand what exactly is happening with your test cases. So over here you can see for failed, for passed, and not yet created or done. So you can basically have this and you can create charts. You can configure the charts. You can create charts across test suites or for a particular test plan. So you can do all of it, and there are multiple chart types as well. And then there is also user acceptance testing. So UAT is a key factor in software development that ensures the value requested by customers is being delivered by the engineering team. So basically, to understand that, you'll have to add certain testers. So now let's say you have figured out who are going to be the users who are going to test your application. So now in UAT test, you will have to assign testers to run all the tests, add the testers over here, and send an email to all the testers so that they get the invite, they click on the application and they test it and send the feedback to the test engineering team so that they can give the feedback to the developers who will basically correct it. So this is another feature of test plans. So these are the things which exploratory and manual testing gives you, and these are the things test plans gives you. I'm just going to give you a brief about tests from Kanban boards because we're going to look into the demo where we'll understand everything about this, and I just wanted to show you what it is before moving on with the demos. So now, using the test plans, you can create test plans directly using the test plan service, or you can create tests from the Kanban board itself where you'll get an option to add a test. Over here, you can basically add, view and interact with test cases directly from the cards on the Kanban board, and then progressively monitor status directly from the card. So basically you don't even have to go to test plans. You can create a new work item and give it a name and add tests over here. So you can see change colors on initial view, login with email. So these are the tests. So now this test has been created. So now there is another test which is customer login. In this case, all the 3 test cases have been closed. So that is, they have failed. You can view the results directly from the board itself. Over here you can see mandatory address check and edit customer address both worked. So here both the test cases have been passed by the test engineers, and thus you can basically push it into the result page. So this is still active. This is in new, which has been created just now. So using Kanban boards, you can create test plans automatically. So that's it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So we've already looked into a lot of Azure Artifacts concepts. We looked into what exactly is an Azure Artifact, then we looked about packages, and then we looked into feeds and views. So in this particular hands-on, we'll be starting off with Azure Artifacts. I'll be showing you how you can create a feed and how you can connect a feed with Visual Studio. So basically once that is done, we'll be moving on to the next hands-on after that, or the next topic which we'll be looking into. So now let's start off with it. And also some of the hands-ons cannot be done just with Azure Artifacts. So one particular demo will be done with Azure Pipelines, because Azure Pipelines and Azure Artifacts work together. And right now, as we are looking into only Azure Artifacts, we'll be just looking at artifacts. Okay, so here is the project which we created already, which was already available, the one which we looked into Azure Repos for. Okay, so now what we're going to look into is basically Azure Artifacts. So you can directly click here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of DevOps by answering this question. Which of the following are the popular tools for DevOps? A. Jenkins. B. Ansible. C. Nagios. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now let's continue with the session.
And you can see there is already a feed created. So this is an organization scoped feed. So when you create a project, it will automatically create a feed for you. Okay, so in this case, what you can do is you can also create another feed or just connect to this exact feed. So let's create another feed and then connect. So first thing we'll be doing is creating a new Azure Artifacts feed. So here you can either enable it or disable it. So if you enable it, basically it means it also can take packages from public sources, and also it can take from private sources like your Visual Studio project. And if you untick this, it can only take from your private sources. So let it be this. And then here you can basically select the visibility of your feed. It can be for all the members inside your Azure Active Directory, or it can be members of this particular project only. or this particular organization only, or you can basically provide grants to specific people by entering their email IDs. So here I'm just going to use members of Intellipaat Azure DevOps. All the members of this particular organization should be able to see my feed. So I'm going to name my feed as Artifacts Hands-on, and then create. So we've created a feed, guys. You can see it over here. So this is a project scoped feed, as I've given access to all the members of the organization as well as the project, and also it can take packages from public feeds. So we are inside of this. So the next thing you can see the settings, and here we can select or deselect certain things like hide deleted packages, and you can enable package badges. For example, when you're sharing a package, that package will get an automatic badge which will be shown in your version control tool. And then you can provide certain permissions. So let's save this and go to permissions, and here you can select who gets the permission to do or see this particular artifacts. And then you can select the views. So there are, as we already told you, there are 3 main views: local, pre-release, and release. And then you can see feed users, all feeds and people in Azure in this particular organization, that is Intellipaat Azure DevOps, and this is the default field, and these two are the other 2 fields. And then upstream sources over here, these are the 4 upstream sources added here. You can add more upstream sources if you want. For example, you can click on public source, you can select which directory you want and enter the URL, and once you enter it, you can basically select and you can add it, it will be added. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. It's pretty simple. And public sources is your artifacts feed in another organization. Let's say there is a feed in another organization and you want to add those packages into your own feed. In that case, you can use this. And then one more option is your artifacts feed in this particular organization. So there can be multiple feeds, and if you want to take some of the packages or connect the packages from the other feed into this particular feed, you can use this as well. Okay, so these are some of the feed details. Now let's go back. Okay, so now let's start with the connection part. So once you click on connect to feed, you will be given the options of multiple packages. So you have the .NET framework package type, you got NuGet, and this is completely, all 3 is for NuGet only. And then you have the NPM package, then Maven, Gradle, and pip. Okay, so what we're going to do is, as I've already opened Visual Studio project over here, so it's basically a standard class library project. You can just click on new and create a project using this. Okay, so once you've done that, you can just leave it as such. There is no code required because we're just trying to connect and practice artifacts. Okay, so once you do this, click on Visual Studio, and over here, so if you don't have Visual Studio on the mission, click on get the tools and download Visual Studio. And then, so if you want to know, just click on it and you get the option to download Visual Studio. And if you don't want to download it, it's fine, you can just go ahead with it. And then you can just copy the source. Okay, so this is for the package sources which you're going to include. So now what you'll have to do is copy this particular source. So this source is the one which is going to connect this particular feed and your Visual Studio. So now right click onto the solution. And over here you get an option called manage NuGet packages, and click on it. And over here you can see there is a NuGet org, there is a practice feed package, and there are some more, there is one more offline packages. So now we'll have to add our own package. So let's first delete this and update. So now, okay, so now we'll have to add the feed for the feed which we created right now. What's the name of the feed? Artifacts hands-on. So now click on plus and provide the source and provide the name. Once you give it, click on update and click on OK. And now you can see the packages available. Artifacts hands-on. So now when you click here, and let's first build this project. The project is built, it's already updated. So now we can pack in the sense, when you click on pack, it will create a NuGet package automatically. But before doing this, we'll have to again set it up accordingly so that it creates a package. And to do that, you will have to click on properties, go to package, click on generate NuGet package on build, provide a unique ID for the package, and then you can provide the author's name, you can provide your name, and for the company again you can provide your name, and you can just leave it like that. Once that is done, you can just click on save. Okay, so this is done. Then close it. Over here you can build it or you can pack it. So I'm just going to click on pack. And once you do that, you can see successfully created a package, and you can see a package has been created over here. So now let's refresh. And let's check over here. Okay, it's not showing. Let's try this again. Let's build it this time. And first let's close this. And then again pack it. And then let's check. Currently there are no packages available, and this is nuget.org. So let's click over here. Okay, so it was not showing because I previously created a solution. So this was the one which I tried before doing this demo. So over here you can see I did the same thing, and when I click on manage NuGet packages, and over here under our artifacts hands-on, you can see the library being available. So this is a package which we created when we ran this particular when we ran the previous solution, and that's how this got created. And one more thing is that with certain commands you can also publish this. So now to do that, you would need to work with pipelines that we'll be looking into in the next module. So I just wanted to show how you can start off with Azure Artifacts in this particular demo session. So I think you understood the basics of it. You can do this with any package. You can connect it to any feed. Over here, this is for npm. Just follow the steps provided over here and you can connect it to npm. If you want to do the same with python pip, just do the same exact steps you need. You will have to create a pip.ini file, and in Linux it's pip.config file, and you'll have to add this so that whenever you're trying to create a package or push a package, this will be available. So again, for this you will have to download Python and install pip, and also install keyring artifacts, so that once you install this, it'll basically let you connect your Python pip command line with Azure Artifacts. So you can do this with all of these, and this is how you can connect a feed. So now for the feeds to appear here, again, as I told you, you will have to create a pipeline, you will have to create a build, and once it is built, those packages will be sent to Azure Artifacts, and we can see them over here. As well as when we can see them over here, we can also see them in the browse part of your package which you connected with Visual Studio. So let's start off with manual testing. Okay, so over here I'm going to open test plans, and you can see there is an option called a new test plan. This is what you have to first create. You'll have to create a test plan, and inside the test plan you can create test cases. So by clicking on the new test plan, the first thing you'll have to do is enter a test plan name. So let me provide test plan and so on. And then you can choose the area path, and then you can choose the iteration in the sense the sprint in which this particular test should happen. So I'm just going to go with the first one, or you can just leave it like this. It will automatically choose one for you. You can also check the area path. So I have only the project, so I'm just going to go ahead with it. So I'm clicking on create. It will create a new test plan. So once the test plan got created, you can see over here you have the define chart, the execute chart, and this basically will show everything which happened over here. Okay, so the first thing, let's first look into all of the things available over here. So this is export test cases, import test cases from CSV, grid view, column options, full screen, and filter. Over here you can see there's copy test plan, edit test plan, and test plan settings. And here you can connect this particular test plan with the build pipeline you have created. So once you connect it, before you basically release the project, you will have to finish these test cases. Only then it will build, or only then it will be released. You'll have to select the build or the release pipeline, and then you can basically create new suites over here. Okay, so we've seen that. So now let's add a suite, and you can basically import it as suite if you already have, or you can just take one directly from here. So let me name it as suite 1 and hit enter. So under this you can basically add more suites, or you can assign testers to all run all tests. And before doing this, you will obviously have to create certain test cases. So over here, you can basically see it is test plan 8. The iteration, I'm going to provide it as iteration 1, save and close. Okay, so I've provided the iteration. Now let's go to boards, and over here you can see a test plan has been created. So now you can open this. I think you can open it in sprints. And it's an iteration 1. So yeah, currently no test cases have been added, but a test suite has been created, a test plan has been created. So that's what we created over here, and you can see the timelines are provided here. Every information is provided over here. Let's go back. Okay, so now in this case we'll have to add certain test cases directly from here. So now clicking over here, you can see add existing test cases or add test cases using grid. So we can just click on new test case, and let's say change the size of the title from H2 to H1. So we want someone to change the title of a certain page in code from H2 to H1. So what we're going to do is we're going to provide the test case name. It's in the design stage, and over here reason is new test case, and here we can add more steps as well. And over here, so you can add a link to the particular branch or to the particular commit, so that the developer will know where exactly they'll have to make the change. So once that is added, you can over here you can change the priority as well. So let's keep it at 2 only. And then here you can start adding steps. Open home.html, go to let's say class hello, and then change H2 to H1. So these are just for practices. You can also provide the expected results over here. I'm just going to provide size changes and then save and close. So now a test case has been created over here. So this is one test case with multiple steps. So now if you go to execute, you will get so you'll have all the test cases over here. Currently it is in currently it is in active stage. Let's go to Azure Boards, and you can see I've created a test plan and it is under the design stage, but the test case is in active stage. If I click on Boards, I think it may be provided over here. No, it's not. Okay, so this is an active stage and that is in design stage. So now to execute this, you'll just have to select this and then click on run for web application. And this is basically to once you've run it, you can pass the test or fail the test, block, or even enter not applicable. So over here you can run for desktop application or run for web application or run with options. So you can select manual tests using web-based browser, automated tests using release stage. So in that case you will need pipelines, or you can run manual tests using test runner client. Okay, I'm just going to go with manual tests using the web-based runner. If you want, you can add a build, but I don't think you need right now, because I'll just click on cancel because it's just a simple test case. We don't have a pipeline as well. So when you hit run, it will open a web-based so you can see a web-based runner will be open. So now let's say the tester has the web page over here, and then the tester basically checks once they open the HTML file, and they go to class. So I opened it tick, and then I've gone to class hello. So I'm going to pass this, and then finally I've changed the size of the header from h2 to h1 and click. So this one, I think I didn't create it, but we can change it over here as well, or we can close it. So I've provided this. So now let's say if there's a bug over here, you don't need to go back and do this. You can directly create a bug from here in this web-based tester itself. Let me discard changes. So now you can save this and close, or you can take screenshots. You can take you can basically have the image log. You can record the screen and show what exactly is the error. You can add comments, you can add some attachment files, and you can also record your screen with audio so that you can explain what exactly is going on over here. So once this is done, let's say it's a success, you can just save and close it. Now going back, you can see the test has been passed, and over here, so now the test has been completed, right? Now let's say you can go over here. It was in design, now it's closed. That is, we've completed it. So you can do this as well. And over here, the test is completed. You can add more test cases. You can create more suites. And then going to chart. So here you can add a new test case chart as well, a test result chart as well. So let's add a test results chart, and let it be a bar chart, and group by suite. So I have only one suite, so let's group by, let's say something like priority. Right now I have only one. You can change the colors as well. So here, so obviously we ran only one. So now let's do one more thing. Let's add another suite, and let's create a new test case. Step 1, save and close. So now let's run this. Let's pass it, save and close. So now there are two suites. Now let's go here. Let's go change it by suite. Just delete it. New test case chart, test result chart, group by suites. So it's just taking the suite number 1, or you can group by priority, resolution, run type. You can change the color of your chart as well. Okay, so this is for suite 1. So now we can create a chart for the entire test plan hands-on. So now clicking over here, you can select it by, what can we go with? We can go with the state. So right now there are 2. One is in design stage, one is in closed stage, because the previous one we closed it and the current one so the current one is in design stage, which is suite 2, and suite 1 is basically in closed stage. So you can basically create, let's say there are hundreds of test cases and you want to see which have failed, which have passed. You can basically create a really good chart over here and view directly from here. So this is all about manual testing. You can add it to your projects and you can just use it. It's not as effective as automated testing, but this basically will help you gather more information about your project which you're doing. Now let's see how we can start off with it. So the first thing you'll have to do is, there is a Chrome extension for test plans. So you can just type in test plans Chrome extension, Azure Test Plans Chrome extension. So test and feedback is a Chrome extension, and also there is a Visual Studio Marketplace extension as well. Over here you can see it. You can install it on any browser you want, or you can just go to the Chrome web browser and add it to Chrome. Okay, so we've added it. So now let me show you what exactly happens over here. Let me just close this so there will be lesser extensions. Yeah, so now clicking on this, you can see this is how the exploratory testing page looks. So over here you will have to start the test, only then it will work. So over here, the first thing you'll have to do is you'll have to connect it with your Azure DevOps organization. So to connect with your Azure DevOps organization, you'll have to provide the Azure services. So let's say, let me go over here, organization settings, and we can provide this. And we have added the Azure DevOps team over here. So right now you can see it shows a run tab, and let's say we are in, so let's say this is our web page and we want to basically do an exploratory test on this. It has been created right now. So to do that, you can just click on this. Once that is done, the exploratory test is running right now. So to start off with it, you can click here and see there are multiple options. One is for application, one is screenshot, one is for capture browser tab. So when I click on it, you can capture the browser tab. So let's say I'm capturing this part, and you can draw a rectangle over here, and you can add text. Check this, and then you can click this, and once you do that, it will be added in the session tab. Over here you can see this has been added in the session tab, and so there is this image, and then you can capture the entire screen. And also if there is any application running, you can capture any one of the application in your PC. And then over here you can create a bug directly from here. You can create a test case. For example, let me click on create test case, and we've added some screenshots, right? So over here, let's say change some text. So this is just a sample one, and then click on save. So here we have created a test case as well. But so now by clicking here, it will take you to the project's test case where it has been added. So you can see over here, it has been added over here. Yeah. So this is one more feature of this particular extension. And then over here, you can create a task or a bug. And then this is to explore work items directly from here. So you can type in like something like this and search. If there is any, it'll search directly from here. And then you can connect it to a device. You can basically put in your accounts perfecto if you have a perfect account, but I do not use this, so I'm just leaving it. And then you have the configuration setting which we already created, and this is about. And if you want to learn how exactly this works, you can just click on this quick demo and start looking at it. But it's pretty simple, as I already told you. So now to start recording as well, let's say you want to do a screen record, you can just click on this. Let's say application window and only this, and share. And so do some things, just clicking on it and then stop sharing. Then going over here, you can see the screen has been recorded as well. Okay. So now we've done some exploratory testing over here. Now let's click on this. So that's it. We've completed one session, and that session progress will be available. So you can see 3 minutes to 16 seconds. So this is the previous ones which we ran, and as this is so you can see recent exploratory sessions. So this was the one which we ran right now. Can run one more, and you can do whatever you want and then end it. So you can see there has been 2 sessions run right now, and the total duration of these exploratory sessions are also provided over here. So this is basically exploratory testing. Inside your project, you can check every single aspect and directly create bugs and test cases from the Chrome extension of Azure Test Plans itself. You don't need to go over here each and every single time to basically add another work item. You can add all the work items directly in a single session, in a single go. That will save a lot of time, and that's really effective. And you can see all the informations under runs in test plans.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So Azure Pipelines automatically builds and tests code projects to make them available to others. It works with just about any language or project type. So to be very simple, Azure Pipelines is a CI/CD tool. If you would already know a certain CI/CD tool like Jenkins or Xdeploy, then in that case you can easily understand what Azure Pipelines is. If you do not know, Azure Pipelines is a tool which you can use to build the code directly, which is available in the repository, GitHub repository or Azure Repos. You take it and you build it, and once you build it, you can basically push or deploy that particular application into the server so that it can be available for the public usage. So it can be any kind of language, it can be any project type, doesn't matter. You can use Azure Pipelines. So Azure Pipelines basically combines continuous integration and continuous delivery to constantly and consistently test and build your code and ship it to or deploy it to any target. So now, what is continuous integration? So continuous integration is the practice used by development teams to automate merging and testing of code. For example, let's say you are a developer and you upload your code to the repository. So once you upload your code to the repository, that is basically you're pushing your newly added code to the repository, and it's from a different branch. So now once you push it and you create a pull request, so when you're creating a pull request, in that case, the owner or the project manager should basically approve the pull request. Once it is approved, basically once the code review is done, it will be approved. Once it is approved, the feature or the branches merged into the master branch by manually accepting it. Once that is done, you can basically deploy it into testing server and test it. So continuous integration, in this case, you push your code and then it will be automatically merged and tested. So you don't have to do anything else. You will just have to push your code into the branch which you specify, so that it will automatically take the code and merge it and build it for you. So this basically is pretty simple. So for example, you have a GitHub account, you upload your code to GitHub, then the code from the GitHub account is basically monitored by Azure Pipelines. So once there is a change, it will be automatically pulled and built. And then there is continuous delivery. So it is basically the process of which the code is built, tested and deployed to one or more test and production environments. So in the first case, the change in the repository will be noticed and then the action is taken place. So the next step, whenever there is a change in the code in GitHub, then it will be pulled and built, right? So to building it, you need continuous delivery. So now continuous integration is integrating GitHub or integrating the version control tool. Continuous delivery is integrating the version control tool with Azure Pipelines with the deployment target, for example, into a virtual machine. So the code is taken, it is built, tested, and then once that is done, it will be deployed into a test environment in which the test engineers will look into, basically run certain tests, and once the tests are complete, it will be pushed into the production server where it will be available for the end users. So combining these two, you can create a completely automated pipeline, and that's what Azure Pipelines is going to give to you. So you can use basically any languages. For example, the most popular languages used in Azure Pipelines are Python, Java, JavaScript, Ruby on Rails, PHP, C#, Golang, and C++. And why should you use Azure Pipelines? First of all, as already told, you can work with any language or any platform. Second, you can deploy to multiple targets at the same time. For example, you want to deploy it to a virtual machine, you want to deploy it to a container, you want to deploy it to a Azure App Service. At the same time, you can do that. Integrates Azure deployments. That basically means the Azure deployments or the tasks are already available. You will just have to choose them and choose the appropriate deployment target, and it will automatically deploy it for you. Next, you can build your code on Windows or Linux or Mac machines, whichever is compatible for you. You can basically select the machine your code has to be built on. And then you can integrate GitHub. That is, if your code has some changes, Azure Pipelines will automatically understand and it will take the code and build it and deploy it. You don't have to do anything else. And finally, works with open source projects. That is, you can basically connect your Azure pipeline to an open source repository, and whenever there's a change made to that open source repository, it will automatically fetch the code, build it, test it, and deploy it for you. So these are some of the reasons why you should use Azure Pipelines. So now, the build and release services provide streamlined experiences to deploy your applications to one of Azure's many services. That basically means the build and release services, which is basically Azure Pipelines. So Azure Pipelines gives you the ability to deploy your applications to many types of Azure services, from for example, from the Azure virtual machine, Azure web apps, Azure containers. So whichever it is, you can deploy it to them. So some of the major Azure services which you can deploy are, first of all, the Azure DevOps project. So the DevOps project sets up everything you need for developing, deploying, and monitoring your application. So the DevOps project is basically the console which I showed you already. So you can basically use Artifacts, you can use Azure Boards, you can use all the services provided by the Azure DevOps project for which is showed here. You can basically use Azure Repos to develop your code. You can use Azure Artifacts to store your packages. You can use Azure Boards to track your work. You can use Azure Test Plans to test your code which is available. And then you can use Azure Pipelines to build that code and deploy it to an Azure tool. So Azure DevOps project is used for that. And then web applications. So let's say your project is ready right now and it is ready to be deployed. So it can be deployed to multiple sources. So one of those sources are web applications. So Azure Web Apps enable you to build and host web applications in the programming language of your choice without managing infrastructure. So as I think and I'm pretty sure you would have already learned Azure before coming to Azure DevOps. So in this case, as web apps, basically you don't need to manage the architecture, or you don't need to manage the infrastructure behind it. You'll just have to create the Azure app with the selected environment. For example, you want to upload a Node.js application, you'll just have to select the environment as Node.js, and you can upload your project and it'll work. So they also offer auto scaling and high scalability, high availability as well, and they support Windows and Linux both. And then virtual machines. So I'm pretty sure you know virtual machine, what is virtual machine already. So you can basically deploy to virtual machines as well. It can be Windows, Red Hat, Ubuntu, or any type of Linux distribution. And then web apps for containers. So now there is also a feature or a service called web apps for containers, which will offer you the fastest and simplest way for you to run a container instance in Azure. If you don't want to directly deploy your code into a complete server, in this case you can use web apps for containers, which will make it much easier for you to use containers, and Azure Pipelines will offer the simplest way for you to set up and track the continuous delivery of your application. Key concepts in pipelines. So first of all, this is the diagram which I wanted to show you. So first of all, there is something called a trigger. So a trigger is what sets up the complete pipeline itself. So the trigger will basically trigger the complete build and the release cycles. So inside the trigger, you have once the trigger has been triggered, then it will get into a pipeline which has multiple stages. So now within the multiple stage, each stage will have an agent which has multiple jobs. So each job can depend on another job and another agent. So now each agent and each job will have multiple steps.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models in Azure? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
To complete. So under each job there will be multiple steps to be done. So each and every task will be done, and once one particular task is done, that job will be done, then it moves on to the next job and it will complete all the tasks within that job. And once that is done, so once all the jobs are complete, and only then we can deploy the application. So now let's understand what are these terms. First of all, a trigger tells a pipeline to run. For example, let's say I push new code into the master branch. So now there will be a trigger which tells the pipeline to get the code and build it. And once it is built, there will be another trigger which tells the release pipeline so that the code has been built, get the artifact, and let's deploy it. And once it gets that, the pipeline starts its work. So a pipeline is made up of one or more stages. So each stage, for example, there can be multiple stages. So one stage can be a testing stage. The next stage can be let's say a user acceptance testing stage. And the final stage, once all the testing is done, is the production stage. So once it completes the first two stages, only then the application can be pushed into the production server. So now these are different stages. So now each stage basically has its own jobs. So a stage is way of organizing jobs in a pipeline, and each stage can have one or more jobs. So within a particular stage, you can have multiple jobs. And let's say in the testing stage, you have 3 different jobs, and then in the production stage, you have 4 different jobs. So now under each job, so each job will run on one agent. Some jobs can be agentless as well. For example, building an artifact, or pushing the or publishing the built artifact. So those things don't need an agent at all, because they are just files available, and it's just taking the files. And then each agent runs a job that contains one or more steps. Obviously any job will contain multiple steps, and once all the steps are completed, only then the job will be complete as a whole. And a step is basically a task or a script, and is the smallest building block of the pipeline. A task can be a single command. So let's say there are 10 different commands, so there will be 10 different tasks, and those tasks will be completed or will be done individually, and so put together it makes a job. So each step, as I told you, there can be one task or a script with multiple tasks. So now a task is basically a pre-packaged script that performs an action, such as invoking a REST API or publishing a build artifact. And finally, a collection of all of these files is basically an artifact. So the artifact contains all of the files and the applications files which has to be deployed into the servers. So now the first thing you'll have to have is the artifact. So the artifact is basically what triggers the pipeline. Once the artifact is built, it will trigger the pipeline, and then the pipeline will basically go through each and every stage. Under each and every stage there are multiple jobs, and under multiple jobs there are multiple steps and tasks which has to be completed. And once all of them are successfully completed, and even the production stage, then your application is successfully deployed into the server. So these are some of the key concepts in pipelines, and this is how a pipeline basically works. And you can see here there are two different tasks. The first task is to publish the build artifact. Once we publish the build artifact, we are deploying it to an Azure App Service. So this artifact files are deployed into the Azure App Service so that the website will be visible. The YAML basics for pipelines. So in pipelines, we know that we can directly use the GUI, that is the graphical user interface, to create a build or a release pipeline. Also, you could code it as a YAML file. If you don't want to do it manually and want to add some more steps which are not provided, you could do that using YAML. And for that, obviously, you should know YAML. So YAML is basically a human readable data serialization language. It is commonly used for configuration files and in applications where data is stored or transmitted. So YAML is basically a file which you're going to use to create a configuration file for the pipeline you're going to create. Now, in Azure Pipelines, you're going to use it to write certain templates. For example, let's say you have an application and you want to build it. So to build that application, you will write all the steps to build it in the configuration file itself. So for example, if there is a command to build it, let's say build application 1. So this is the command. So you'll basically have to include it in the YAML file, one after the other, step after step, so that each step happens after the next step, so that the entire application is built. And then for release as well, you can include it if you need it. If not, you can just use the direct GUI. Okay. So now we already know what is a stage, what is a job. So let me just go through this. A stage is one or more jobs which are units of work assignable to the same mission. You can arrange both stages and jobs into dependency graphs. So example include that, for example, if you run the stage before that one, this job depends on the output of that job. For example, certain jobs require the output of the before job. For example, if you want to deploy your application into a production server, you would need the build artifact. That is the application which got built and that files. So if you don't have the files, you cannot deploy it. So to complete this job, you need that previous job's output. So there are a few things like that. So over here, you can see the hierarchy of the YAML file. So first, the pipeline is the start, where you will provide the name for it. And then basically you will have stage A. In stage A, you will have multiple jobs. Within multiple jobs, you will have multiple steps to complete. And then again, stage B, and for example, let's say there are 3 stages. So at the end of the 3rd stage, your entire pipeline would be complete if all the stages and jobs and steps are successfully done. We're going to just look into the ecosystems and integrations available in Azure Pipelines. So we'll just look at all the things available. So first one are the ecosystems. There's ecosystems in which you can build your application, the environments you get to build your application. So over here, you can see there are multiple ways and multiple programming languages and different environments you can use. For example, there is .NET, there is Android, ASP.NET, C, C++, then there is Java, Ruby, there is Xamarin, Python and PHP, Go. So there are programming languages, as well as there are other things like Anaconda, Android. What else is there? Yeah, there is Xcode, not Xcode. So Anaconda and containers are basically, so containers, you know, it is provided by Docker. You can deploy a small application or a part of your application into the container. And Anaconda is again a tool. So these are some of the apps which you can use to build the application in Azure Pipelines. And if you want to deploy the application, in that case, you can use Kubernetes, Azure SQL Database, web apps, virtual machine, VMware, web app for containers, Windows VM, Linux VM, NPM. So whatever it is, you can deploy to all of these services. So we already looked at what are the various ways you can deploy, or various things where you can deploy your application into. So these are the two different things which you'll have to look into: the ecosystems and what are the deployment tools which you can integrate Azure pipelines with. So I think you got a idea about what exactly is going on here. Okay, so we'll be looking into these topics. So how we are going to do this in Azure pipelines. So first of all, building the application is the first part of the Azure pipeline. So let's say you have the application saved perfectly in your Azure Repos or your GitHub. So now what you'll have to do is, to start the process, you will have to go into Azure pipelines and start to create your pipeline. So once you click on it, you will get the option to select the version control tool. Select the version control tool, search your you basically select your repository, and that is the first step because your project's code is in that particular repository. And once you do this, next you'll have to select the repository as I told you and edit the YAML file which will be provided to you. You can either edit the YAML file which is provided to you, or you can go by the GUI which is provided to you. You can basically add jobs and stages directly from the GUI instead of editing your YAML file, if that is more comfortable for you. And the next thing is, there are several ways to test your application using the pipelines itself. So using test plans, we can do really great exploratory and manual tests, but we cannot do certain automated tests. So now in this case, using pipelines, we can do that. So we can set up parallel testing using VS Test or Test Runner, and also we can enable test impact analysis, and also we can run UI tests with Selenium. So let's say you have a project and you have created unit tests and UI tests in the application solution itself. In that case, you can run and you can test it while building the application itself, and there is no other problem with it. So these are some of the ways you can test your application using a pipeline. So first thing, once you've done this, your application, when you click on build, first it will build your application. Then the artifacts which got built will be used to basically test your application. Once it is tested, the final step would be to deploy your application. So now you can deploy the application into various locations. So deploy applications to environments. So these are environments which you can choose. For example, a container or virtual machine. Doesn't matter. This is basically all kinds of environments. So now specifically, if you want to put it into virtual machines, you can do it. So you should already create virtual machine or a virtual machine scale set in Azure, and while deploying, you can select the option deploy to virtual machine and select the particular virtual machine in which you want to deploy your application. So now coming to deploy apps to Azure. So in this case, we can deploy it to, again, various things. Even virtual machine comes under Azure, but deploying it into Azure in the sense, there are other services like there is Azure Container Service, there is Azure Kubernetes Service. Also, there is one more service which is App Service, Web Apps for Azure. And in this case, you don't have to create a server or you don't have to manage it. You'll just have to create a web app. And once you've created the web app, you can deploy it from Azure Pipeline. You don't need to set up anything. You'll just have to choose the right runtime. For example, if it is a Java application, you'll have to choose the Java runtime. If it is a Node.js application, you'll have to choose the Node.js runtime. Also, you can deploy mobile applications using Azure Pipelines and all the Azure DevOps services. So basically, this is what we'll be doing in our demo as well. I'll be showing you how you can build the application, how you can test your application while you are basically running the application itself. And also finally, we'll be looking into how we can deploy the application, and that will be the last part of this particular demo. So first of all, there are mainly two types of agents. One is Microsoft hosted agents and one is self-hosted agents. So now you might be guessing what are agents. So now let me give that explanation to you. So with Microsoft hosted agents, maintenance and upgrades are taken care for you. And each time you run a pipeline, you get a fresh virtual machine. The virtual machine is discarded after one use. So Microsoft hosted agents are basically, you don't need to create or you don't need to own an agent. You don't have to own a server or run a server previously. You can just use the one which will Microsoft automatically host and create for you. So you don't have to do it before. Microsoft will automatically do it for you. Okay. So now Azure Pipelines provides a predefined agent pool named Azure Pipelines with Microsoft hosted agents. It basically means Azure Pipelines already has an agent pool which provides Microsoft hosted agents. Hosted agents in the sense, so let's say you want to build and deploy your application. So while doing that, the hosted agents would be, let's say you want to deploy your application or build your application in a Linux machine or a Windows machine or on Visual Studio Code. So you can select that agent according to your need. Let's say you want to build your machine in a Linux environment. In that case, you can choose a Microsoft hosted Linux agent and it will build your application in Linux for you. Also, if you want to build your application in Windows, you can choose the Windows instance. That's it. So this is what Microsoft hosted agents are about. So now for many teams, this is the simplest way to run your jobs. You can try it first and see if it works for your build and deployment. If it does not, you can choose a self-hosted agent. So self-hosted agents are really useful when obviously when Azure Pipelines does not provide the agent which you require. So now an agent that you set up and manage on your own to run jobs is a self-hosted agent. You can self-host agents in Azure Pipelines or Team Foundation server. So you can self-host agents. So whatever kinds of agents, you can basically have more flexibility over here on your agents. You can create your agent according to your need, even to you can set it up even to your last detail. And also the main thing is more control to install dependent software needed for your builds and deployments. Also machine level caches and configuration persist from run to run, which can boost speed. So in Microsoft hosted agents, it creates a new virtual machine every time you run it. That basically will take a little bit of time. Virtual machines don't take a lot of time to create. It will take at least 20 seconds to 30 seconds to create it. So now it is adding some more time to the build and release process. And one more thing is that in that case, whenever it deletes a virtual machine and creates a new virtual machine for every build, in that case, there won't be any cache and there won't be any information available in your virtual machine, and that will also reduce the speed. But when it comes to self-hosted agents, anyway, you will be paying extra for it in Azure virtual machines because you're going to host agent on Azure Pipelines, not use their own, which is for free. But in this case, you get to install all the software you need to install. And also in this case, you will just have one virtual machine or multiple virtual machines according to what you have. But these virtual machines won't be deleted. These agents won't be deleted because they are your hosted agents. And in this case, they won't be deleted. And that means there will be machine level caches and the configurations will persist every single time. And that basically means there will be an increase in the speed because according to the caches, there will be certain softwares already installed from the previous build and that won't be repeated again, which could reduce the time for you. Basically, it will be a little drastic from Microsoft hosted and self-hosted agents, and self-hosted agents can save you a lot of time, but it will be a little bit more expensive. Now let's look at the various tasks provided by Azure Pipelines. So let's say you want to use the GUI and you want to basically build and push your Docker images into the container registry in Azure. So to do that, you can use the task called Docker task. Or you want to build and test a Go application, you can use the Go task and basically enter the command which you need to run or build or test your Go application in the job itself. You will be given an option in the GUI. So these are build tasks. Now coming to utility tasks, these are obviously utilities. They are important from while moving from one task to another task. For example, there is an archive files task. Use an archive file task to then create a source folder. That basically means, let's say there are files which are getting created or artifacts which are getting created. Now to group these artifacts before deploying it, you can use an archive files task to basically group them together and also archive those files together. Same thing goes with a bash run. So let's say you want to run a certain Linux command, you can use the bash run, put in the command and it will do the work for you. And also batch script run. So these are build and utility tasks. And then there are test and package tasks. So test tasks obviously will let you test your application. So first is an App Center test task. You can test packages in the Visual Studio App Center And then there is a JMeter load test, but right now load tests are deprecated. That means you cannot use load tests. And then coming to Visual Studio test task, you can include this. You can use it for Selenium, Appium, coded UI test, whatever it is. You can run unit tests and functional tests which are embedded to your application, and you can just enter the tests and it will automatically run them for you. And then finally, Xamarin Test Cloud task. Again, this task is deprecated. You can use the App Center test task directly to do it for you. And then there are package tasks. In this case, these are tasks which are basically includes the packages you need to use. For example, for a Java application, you might need Maven. So to authenticate it, you can use Maven authenticate task and then npm authenticate task. And there is an npm task basically to build your Node.js code or your JavaScript code in Azure Pipelines. So for that, you can use your npm task, and there is a Python pip authenticate, and you can basically use it to install software which you need pip for. And there are deploy and tool tasks. So deploy, I think you know what exactly is a deploy task. You can deploy it to the application. So in the first case, it is Azure App Service deploy task. In that case, you are going to deploy your application into Azure App Service. Then there is Azure CLI. You're going to use Azure CLI to basically run certain commands for you. And there is Azure Database for MySQL development, MySQL deployment. You want to deploy a MySQL database, you can use this particular task. And Azure File Copy task. So this task will let you copy files to Microsoft Azure storage blobs or virtual machines. So you can basically use this task to copy files from storage blob or virtual machines. You can copy files and move it into another place. And there is tool tasks. So we've already looked into a task called build task. In that case, we looked into Docker and Go, but in this case, this is not for that. Here, Docker installer task is to install Docker on the agent machine. So let's say you're using a Microsoft hosted agent. In that case, you will have to install all the software every single time, because you will get a new virtual machine every time the agent runs. But if it is self-hosted agent, in that case, you don't need to install the software every single time. You will just have to install it one time and keep it as such. But in this case, for example, if you want to push your Docker image into Docker from the agent itself, then you will need the Docker installer task to install Docker before you do those tasks. And if you want Go, again, you'll have to install Go. Then for Java, you need Java installer. And for kubectl, you would need kubectl installer. So in this case, what you're going to do is we're going to achieve continuous integration in Azure Pipelines. So to do that, we are going to use an existing repository. And what we're going to establish is that whenever there is a change in the repository, it should be automatically detected by Azure Pipelines, and then it should automatically take an action and build the repository for us without any human intervention. So that's what we are going to make sure happens over here. So before starting off with this, make sure you have this particular repository, or if you don't want to use this repository, go ahead and search for a repository which is basically created for the practice or usage in Azure DevOps, or any project which you create would be fine. So once you do this, you will have to, so once you get to this particular location, right now I have not forked it. So the first thing you'll have to do is fork it into your own account. So once you fork it into your own account, then you would be able to make changes to the repository. So click on fork, and once the repository gets forked, right now it's under your GitHub account. So now you can start off with the practice itself.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the first thing you'll have to do is go to repositories, and you'll have to go to Azure Pipelines, and inside Pipelines, the first option you will get is create a pipeline. So here you will have to click on create pipeline, which is going to be the starting point in this particular hands-on. And one more thing before moving on, over here, you can go to marketplace and search for Azure Pipelines. And over here, you can see there is Azure Pipelines action and Azure Pipelines. So let me open this, So first Azure Pipelines. Over here, you can see I don't have the install option. because I've already installed it to my account. So make sure you also set it up. That is, just come to Azure Pipelines and click on install it for free. So it will be installed for free. You can basically build your GitHub repositories in Azure Pipelines without any delays. And then if you want, you can install this as well, but I'm not using this. I'm just using Azure Pipelines. So if you want to directly trigger any GitHub action to trigger Azure Pipelines, you'll have to use this. So you can set up the YAML file so that whenever there is a particular action, for example, a pull request, if you want the build to happen whenever there is a pull request, or if you want a build to happen whenever there is a push from a local remote repository. So whenever that happens, you want to build it. In that case, you can use Azure Pipelines action. So now make sure you install this. So that's done. So we have the repository, we have pipeline. So once you click on create pipeline, you will have to choose the version control tool which you're going to use. If you imported this repository into Azure Repos, you can click on Azure Repos to start off with it. If not, you can go ahead with GitHub. So select the repository. Once you select the repository, it will ask you for once you select the version control tool, it will ask you to select the repository. So here you'll have to choose the repository you want to build. So this is the repository which I want to build, so I click on it. Once you click on it, it searches the code within your repository and it basically tries to give a summarized pipeline. That is, you can basically choose one of this, and the top one is the most recommended code. So for example, they were providing you Node.js, then Node.js Express Web App to Linux on Azure, Node.js with Vue, Node.js with Webpack, Node.js with React. And here Node.js is the framework which you can go ahead with because this is the recommended one. That's why it's the top. So once you click on this, it will basically show you a YAML file which is getting created. So over here you can see the trigger is basically the master branch. Whenever there is a change happening to the master branch, the build will automatically start. And then the pool is VM image, that is Ubuntu latest. So basically we'll be looking into agents. So in this case, this particular build will run on a Ubuntu system. So obviously every build has to run. So in this case, the build will run on a Ubuntu system. And then there are some steps. And over here, the first step is install Node.js. And the display name is going to be install Node.js. And over here, the scripts, that is the commands to run, or npm install and npm run build, and the display name would be npm install and build. So this is the YAML file which has been created automatically. So it basically just creates it basically just installs npm and runs the build for the code. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. Okay, so I think you understood what exactly is this YAML file for. You can change it to Windows if you want to run this particular code on so if you want to run it on a Windows machine, then you can select Windows. If not, you can go ahead with Ubuntu itself. And over here you can change the script. That is, if you want to run another command over here, then you can put in that command as well and it'll run it for you. And over here, that's it. So this is the code. So this is where you can change everything in the YAML file. If not, you can just go ahead with it and click on save and run, or save alone. So I'm going to click on save and run to start off this. So I'm selecting this and you can set up a commit message. So I'm going to set up CI with Azure Pipelines, and over here you can see whenever it is committed directly to the master branch, the CI, that is the continuous integration, will automatically start to work. So now I'm clicking on save branch. So once you click on the button to create the pipeline or to run the particular build, it will take some time, but if you look over here, it would have already created a Azure Pipelines YAML file. Over here you can see this. So this is the file which makes sure it runs, and over here you can see the job is running. So if you want, we can click on it and take a look at what exactly is happening over here. So there is one job which is running right now. Okay, over here you can see. So under this job, there are multiple tasks. Okay, multiple steps. So first one is the initialize job. Basically, it just initializes the build, and then it basically checks out the master branch from the pipeline which we have connected to this particular build, and then it installed Node.js with the title npm install, and then over here it used the command npm install and npm run build. Once that is done, it just checked it out, and you can see it checked out the master branch again and finished checkout, and then finally finalized job. So the test was successfully run and everything is fine. So now going back, clicking on pipelines again, and over here you can see there is only one run happened right now, and it took 30 seconds, and there was only one stage which was run. So now we can run a new pipeline by directly commanding it. For example, you can just go over here and get inside and just build it again. You can see you can run the pipeline again manually. If you don't want to do that, you'll have to make a change over here. So let's make some changes to the readme file. So I'll just click over here and I'm going to type in something like updated but in a feature branch. So let's do something. We're going to commit it into a new branch and create a pull request. So when we did this, so right now we have created a new branch with a change in the code. As I told you, whenever there's a change in the code, the pipeline will automatically start to build. But in this case, the change did not happen in the master branch. It happened in another branch, so that it will not recognize and it will not start a build over here. But when we merge this pull request and so let's merge this pull request. So first let's create a pull request and then merge it. And when we merge it into the master branch, there would be a change in the master branch, and that will basically trigger. So we merged it, merge is successful and closed. So now there would be so it will be running right now. And if you look at runs, there would be a second run created. So over here you can see this is update readme. This is the merge pull request number 1 from Cody. So you can see it over here. You can check out the commit and you can check out this commit as well. So here it was merged and here it was a different commit. And right now this is the one which is running and this is another one. If you want, you can retain it or stop it. I'm just going to delete it or not. Okay, so something happened over here. Let's see. Okay, it failed to fetch. So this is still running. Let's see what happens. Going to job. And over here it's running fine. So I think there was just a mistake in that particular build. It was not able to download all the content because it was changed or we merged it immediately. So over here over here this build is running successfully. There is no issues with this. And yes, so this build has been created successfully, and you can see this build has been created successfully over here. And by clicking here you can check which particular change made this happen. So over here you can see the change for this particular merge pull request made this happen when we committed into the master branch. Okay, so this is basically how you can start off creating your own CI. That is, whenever there is a change in the repository, it automatically starts a build for you. So over here, once you create the build, and then you can start off with releases. And before looking into releases in the next session, let's take a quick look at what is an environment. So now, environment is basically something which is already defined, which you can directly use in your pipelines. For example, let's create an environment like a practice, and then let's say, so this environment consists of virtual machines. So let's go with virtual machines and next. So you can select like what kind of a virtual machine it is and what operating system do you need. So I'm just going to go with Windows and generic provider. And over here, personal access token of the logged user is pre-inserted in the script. Okay. And over here we've created one. So now we can start adding resources. So basically right now we've created an environment where we can add virtual machines. So over here we can start adding virtual machines or Kubernetes, for example, by clicking on next. So right now it's not showing over here, but we should have a virtual machine registered in the Azure account. For example, if you go to portal.azure.com, so I'm not logged in yet, let me log in. Okay, so now let's create a virtual machine. So I'm just going to fast track this because you guys already know how to create a virtual machine. I've created a new resource group. I'm providing the name as Azure DevOps 1. I'm going to keep the region as Central US itself, and then I'm not going to choose anything else. I'm going to go with an Ubuntu server, or I could go with a Windows server, that doesn't matter. Okay, let's choose a Windows Server data center, and here I'm going to go with the most basics of instances. Let's see all sizes. I'm just going to go with B1S. And so let it be none, no issues. Next. So I've created this, I'm creating this instance. So once we create this, we'll be able to see it over here. So let this create. So the virtual machine has been created. So right now, let's check it out over here. So now add resource, virtual machine, I want a Linux machine. Okay, so run this registration script in console. Okay, let's see that. Okay, you'll have to provide the host name. So you'll just have to copy this. You can go to something like Sublime Text and paste it here, and then change the names. For the host name, you'll have to change with the name of the you will have to change it with the name of the virtual machine which you're going to create. So providing all that, it will basically run and it will be showing you over here. So once that is done, you can start adding one by one. So you can also add Kubernetes resource if it's available. So over here, it just searches for the subscriptions, which basically is the subscription which your Azure account has. And inside your subscription, that is inside your account, if you have any Azure Kubernetes service created, then it will just choose and validate and create. So I don't have any clusters right now, so it won't take it as a value. So, but in this case, you will have to run the script, otherwise it won't provide. So even for Linux, it won't. So once it is registered, it will start showing up here, so that you can register your resources over here and then you can use it whenever you want. So this is basically environments. Now coming to libraries again, over here, let's say in a particular pipeline, if you want to use a certain variable again and again, so instead of providing it in each and every pipeline which you're creating, you could create a library in which you add all the variables over here. You can provide the variable name and the value for the variable. And once you have done this, you can basically link the variable group or the library to the pipeline, and it'll take all the values for the pipeline directly from the library. So that's the use of library. And the task groups, you can basically create multiple tasks, and over here you can basically upload a file directly, that is a YAML file. So basically it's a group of tasks which are already put together over here, and you can reuse it whenever you want instead of creating those tasks again and again when you need it. And then there are also deployment groups. So deployment groups are again, let me show you this. So let me just show deploy one. Over here, let me choose Linux. So again, you will have to use this and register it. So once you register it, your virtual machines will be available over here, and you can start using those virtual machines whenever you want. But there's a much easier way to do this as well in pipelines, so that I'll show you how to do in releases.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of DevOps by answering this question. Which of the following are the popular tools for DevOps? A. Jenkins, B. Ansible, C. Nagios, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Azure Boards is a web service where teams can manage their software projects. It provides a rich set of capabilities, including native support for Scrum and Kanban, customizable dashboards, and also integrated reporting. So it is basically a software management tool or a work tracking tool where you can handle an entire project with just one single board. So that's why Azure Boards brings in a lot of input or a lot of advantages to your complete project, because you have one board where you can see every single work item available. Let's say there is a bug, you can see it in Azure Boards. If you want to assign a new work to your team member, you can do it in Azure Boards. Let's say you want to create test cases, you can do it in Azure Boards. Let's say if there are hundreds of bugs, you want to only check out what are the bugs which got already fixed, and then you can use the query feature to do that. You can customize the dashboard according to your need, and also you can report. Basically, it has integrated report where you can create query and then email it to whoever you want to send the report. So now let's look at some features of Azure Boards. First one, connected from idea to release. So you can track all ideas to every development stage and keep your team aligned with all code changes linked directly to work items. So let's say whenever there is a new commit, that commit will be directed towards a work item. So let's say you have the work item, you can basically check out the commit itself and you can check out what changes happened and when it happened, because the work item would be created on a specific date and time, and that would be provided to you, and all the linked commits will be available there. Whatever is linked, it will be available there, and you can basically go back and check it out, and you can be easily connected to your code changes. And it's Scrum ready, that is you can use in Scrum boards and planning tools to help your teams run sprints, stand-ups, and planned meetings. So this basically means if you know what Scrum is, you're trying to make sure you create a plan every single day, so that you, before starting off the work every single day, you have stand-ups or you have planned meetings according to it. And you can use Azure Boards to do that. And also you can use Azure Boards to run sprints across 10 days or 15 days, whatever you need. And then finally, built for insights. Gain new insights into the health and status of your project with powerful analytics tools and dashboard widgets. So there are so many dashboards and widgets, you can add them and it'll give you a lot of insights basically. Why we should use Azure Boards? First of all, start simply, scale as you grow. Azure Boards provides you with a set of predefined work item types to support tracking features, user stories, bugs, and tasks. So you don't need to do anything by yourself. So let's say you are starting off a new project and you don't know how exactly to start it off. So Azure Boards already has predefined work items and predefined processes which you can directly incorporate to your project and see if it works. If it works, you are good to go. And then visual and interactive tools. So visual tools help teams quickly see and share progress. For example, with Kanban boards, you can add work, update the status of work, and monitor the work in progress. So let's say you're the team leader and you're basically assigning work to your subordinates or you're assigning work to your team members. So here you can create a new item in the backlog, and once it is added in the backlog, your team member will get to know they have been assigned this particular work item. So over here, Jamal has been given the Hello World website project. So you'll basically log in, or if he's already logged in, he'll just come into Azure DevOps, he'll get into Azure Boards and click on the work item and check what exactly is the work he got. And once he got it, so basically when he starts working, he will move this particular work item into the active place. So once it is moved to the active place, the leader or basically you can know that Jamal has started his work on this particular project. So you can have track and you will know when Jamal has started this particular project. And once Jamal has completed it, you can move it to, or he'll move it to resolved. And once it is resolved, you as a team leader, you can review the code or you can do whatever you do as your QA process. And once it is done, you can close the work item. So like this, you can set up your own process for your own project, but this is just an example. And this basically helps because it is a visual tool, which is basically you can easily see and understand what work is going on, what work has been resolved, and what is still pending. Built-in social tools and communication. So inside a work item, you can see over here, this was the Hello World website. Over here, you can see the Hello World website. Here it is assigned to another person, and state it's committed. That basically is one of the state which you can mention. Here it is active and resolved. So like that, they mentioned a state called committed. You can change the state names according to your need. So now work item forms provide built-in discussion that you can use to capture questions, notes, and communication as they occur. With this feature, you can maintain a history of what team decides on any particular work item. So let's say you have created a task and assigned it to a person, and that person has a team of 3 members. So now they can have a conversation or they can discuss in the discussion area of that work item, and that will be forever recorded so that whenever the team wants to know what was discussed and what was put in, they can get back to the work item and easily check out what was the discussion and what had to happen. And also you can set up priority, you can set up effort, and over here, as I already told you, the links to GitHub, any link from GitHub which is basically connected to this particular work item or from Azure Repos, it will be added over here. And to do that, you basically need to set it up, and we'll see that in the hands-ons. And then monitor status and progress. You gain access to a number of tools to generate reports to start and support tracking status and trends. By using configurable dashboards, you can add one or more widgets. So there is a dashboard option, right? You can basically add multiple widgets and you can check out for everything. You can check out about bugs, you can check out about builds, pipelines, releases, work completed, work assigned to you, build status, how many test cases have been passed, how many has been failed. So you can basically add any type of widget and you can monitor it from the dashboard itself. And these widgets are available in the marketplace and you can get them very easily. And then finally, it's extensions and extensibility. You can gain even further functionality by adding marketplace extensions, many of which are free. Over here, you can see there are so many different marketplace extensions which you can attach to Azure Boards or any tool which you want to, for example, Azure Repos or Pipelines. Over here you can see there is attachment groups, feature timeline, PSTS rollup, time and effort, work item from one. So, and then query based boards, board group, related work items. There are so many different extensions you can look into and basically use which you would need. For example, if you want to plan and track time and costs on work items easily, then you don't need to do anything by yourself. You can basically use this particular extension to make that possible. And feature timeline of your in progress features. So if there are any in progress features, you can use this to track it. Preview image attachments from the work item form. So basically when you're creating a work item and you're trying to attach certain images using attachment groups, you can preview it directly from the work item form. You don't need to click on the image or go to the location and view it. So like this, there are so many different extensions so that you can extend the possibility of what Azure Boards can do. Best practices for agile management. So many companies started moving to DevOps, but DevOps also uses certain agile methodologies. And in that case, we're going to just look at certain best practices which you can incorporate when you're trying to basically create a complete DevOps lifecycle using Azure DevOps. So now let's look at the best 5 points which I took from the documentation itself, that is the Azure documentation. So now configure teams along the value streams your organization wants to deliver. So basically you'll have to create teams according to the value streams, which is basically you will have to create your teams according to the category on what they are working for. And one more is define a team for each development group of 6 to 12 developers. That is, let's say you're creating certain sprint cycles for certain features, and in that case you should have multiple developers working on each feature, and you'll have to basically define a different team, different development group, and that should be consisting of 6 to 12 developers. Define at least 6 or more iterations that will support planning for the next 6 to 12 months. That basically is you can create multiple iterations now, plan for 1 week or plan for 3-4 days, which will basically last you for the next 6 months. That is better than planning while doing work. So let's say you're planning while doing work. So every single month or every single week you'll have to plan, and that will take a lot of time. Instead, you can plan it before you're going to do. You can create multiple iterations and you can go ahead for the next 6 months. Determine which work item types your team will use to capture customer requirements and development work. If your project is based on agile process, we recommend using user stories, bugs and features. So basically in this case, what you're trying to achieve is whenever there is an issue which is happening within the software, which is basically a bug, in that case, the work item which will be generated would be a bug. The work item which will be created would be a bug. If it is a feedback from a user, if it is a feedback from a user acceptance test, in that case, it would be a user story. And if it is a feature which the development team is going ahead and developing, in that case, it would be a feature. Now consider using tags to identify cross-team or cross-project dependencies. So whenever there is a cross-project dependency or cross-team dependency, using neutral tags which both the teams will understand is much needed, because that's the easy way instead of explaining them what exactly it is. So you can use the tags and just give an explanation to the tag, and whenever they look at the tag on a particular work item or on a particular task, they understand what exactly it is for. So these are some of the best practices. There are so many best practices available. You can check out the Azure DevOps documentation, and you can check out basically Azure DevOps, Azure Boards documentation, and over there you get all of the best practices available. You can go through the entire document and move ahead with it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let's start off with it. The first thing you'll have to look into is choosing between a process. So there are 4 different types of process when choosing an Azure DevOps project. So there is basic, there is agile, there is Scrum, and CMMI. So choosing each process defines the building blocks of the work item tracking system and supports the inheritance process model for Azure Boards. So basically, whenever you choose a certain process, it will directly affect the Azure Boards work item types. For example, if you choose Agile, in that case, your work items will have user stories, bugs, as well as features. So if you choose Basic, you will have different types of work items. So now let's look at these processes one by one. First, Basic. So choose Basic when your team wants the simplest model that uses issues, tasks, and epics to track work. So epic is basically portfolio backlog. Issue is a product backlog, and the task is the sub part of an issue. So first you can start off with epic, and then you can go ahead with an issue for whenever there's a bug or something. And whenever it's a normal neutral task which you'll have to assign to a team member, you can go ahead with a task. So in this case, it's agile. So now choose agile when your team uses agile planning methods, including Scrum, and tracks development and tests activities separately. So now in this case, you do test activities separately and track development and using agile planning methods separately. So here, the top work item is epic, and there is feature under it. So coming to backlogs, there is user story and tasks. So now you can use user stories for users, basically feedback from users, tasks for subtasks or any types of tasks. Feature is basically what the team is working on. And coming to the right side, you see configurable. You can change the user story to a bug as well, or you can basically have user story and a bug. User story is feedback from users, bug is basically something wrong with your code. And then finally, issue and bug tracking. For that, there is a separate work item called issue itself. And then coming to Scrum. So this process works great if you want to track product backlog items and bugs on Kanban boards, or break PBIs and bugs down into tasks on the task board. So basically in this case, it basically concentrates on bugs and trying to sort out backlog items. So in this case, if you're looking into the product backlog, and here again you have feature, then you have a product backlog item, which is basically a work item, and then there is bug again, and you can basically separate or break down the bugs and break down the product backlog items into multiple tasks. And here issue tracking is called an impediment. And then finally there is CMMI. So choose CMMI when your team follows more formal project methods that require a framework for process improvement and an auditable record of decisions. So in this case, it's a more formal project, but most of the teams will use a Scrum or an Agile method. So you don't need to worry about CMMI. And in this case, again, there is feature, and backlog is basically a requirement from the users, and then it will be divided further into tasks. So first there is an epic. So epic is the complete work item. Under that, you have a feature. That feature will have multiple requirements which are split into separate parts, and requirements will have multiple tasks which can be split into separate work items. And then there is again bug and tasks. And in this case, issue, change, and risk management is really required, because again, every decision has to be recorded in this case. So there is a change request, there is issue, there is review, and there is risk. So basically every work item, when you completed, it could be tagged, it could be reviewed, and when there is an issue with a particular work item, it could be given a issue work item and basically looked upon. So these are the 4 different processes which you can choose from when you start off with Azure DevOps. This you already know, but when you choose this, it directly affects the Azure Boards work items you get. Again, as I already told you, work items, to track different types of work items and different types of works, there are different types of work items types available. So that's what are these types: epic, feature, user story, requirement, and all that. So that basically depends on what type of a process you choose: basic, agile, Scrum, or CMMI. How to connect Azure Boards with GitHub? So the first thing is, by connecting Azure Boards with GitHub repositories, you enable linking between GitHub commits, pull requests, and issues to work items. So you can directly check out the commits and pull requests and issues linked to, basically connected with your work item. When you check out the work item, you'll get all the links, and you can check out the GitHub commit or pull request directly from there. So you can use GitHub for software development while using Azure Boards to plan and track your work. So instead of Azure Repos, you're going to use GitHub. If you're using GitHub, in this case, you can do this. So first thing you'll have to do is you'll have to go to your project settings and then go to GitHub connections and connect your GitHub account. Once you connect your GitHub account, it'll ask you to add the GitHub repositories. You can add multiple or a single GitHub repository. So now once you add it, it'll be connected to Azure Boards, and you can basically link these to the Azure Boards dashboard. That is the Kanban board. And in GitHub, you'll have to install Azure Boards to make this happen. And there is a free software called Azure Boards, and you can just go set up the plan, which you can take up the basic plan, which is free, and you can set it up with your Azure DevOps account. So once you set it up, and that's it, you are set to go. I'll be showing you how exactly to do this step by step in the hands-on, which we'll be doing next. work items. So I'm just going to explain what we can do with work items, what are the options available. So that's what we're going to look into. So first, you can start viewing and add work items once you connect to your projects. So you can go to Azure Boards and click on work items, and then you get the option to create new work items, and you can start creating work items, provide them the name, assign it to someone, and let it be. They'll basically change the state whenever they start to work. So this is the first thing you can do, and this is the most important thing. Second thing is that adding a work item is just one click away. So it's not a really tough task. Anybody could learn within just 1 day or 1 hour of practice with Azure Boards. It's a pretty simple tool and there is no workaround. It's just straightforward and pretty simple. You can just go ahead with it. So now in this case, you select, you click on new work item. You can check out. There are multiple cases. Here you can see there is a bug, there is an epic, feature, issue, task, test case, and user story. So if it's a complete task, then you can go ahead with epic. If it is a feature which the development team has to work on, then you can select feature. If it is a subtask, then you can go with a task. And if it is a bug, you can go with a bug. So accordingly, you'll have to select the appropriate work item. And then you can basically filter each work item pivot view by typing a keyword or using one or more of the fields provided, such as work item types, state, area path, and tags. So let's say there are thousands of work items right now. You have been working using this Azure board for around 4-5 months, and there are thousands of work items. Now you want to check all the bugs you have resolved or created or it's closed or whatever it is. So now you can just do that by filtering, by clicking on the work item which you want to look at. So here they've clicked on bug and it shows only the work items which use the work item type bug. So like this, you can filter it out. You can filter it out using states, you can filter it out using area or even tags. So let's say there are so many work items. Let's say there are 2 different projects, and for both the projects, for both the teams, let's say like this, there are 2 different teams, and the first team, let's call them first, and second team as second. So whenever you assign a task to the first team, you tag it as first, and second team it is tagged as second. So now if you want to check out all the bugs for the first team, in that case you can select bug and then go to tags and select the tag first, and it will filter out all the work items which are basically assigned to the first team, and you can check it out. These are the things which you can do. There are so many other things we can do with work items which I'll be explaining to you in the hands-on demo. So let's start off with what exactly it is. So collaborate with others by adding, updating, and reviewing your work items as cards on a Kanban board. Your Kanban board provides you with a visual interactive space for you and your team to plan and show the progress. So in this particular image, you can check out, it's a Kanban board. Over here, the new work items are here, and the active work items which are being currently worked on. Then the staging, which basically means it's under review, and once that is done, you can basically push it to deployed whenever the code you've created has been done and deployed. That's it. So a Kanban board is basically a visual tool which helps you to add, update, review, whatever you want to do with work items and your team. Everything could be done in this single dashboard. Everything could be done in this single dashboard. There is no problem with it. And next, so let's look at the features of Azure Boards. First of all, you can browse all teams boards. You can check out all the teams boards and choose which board you need. And once you select that, you can go ahead and start adding work items from the board itself. And then to update status of a particular item, you can drag it and drop it. You don't need to basically mention it. You can drag it and drop it. It's much easier. It's much fun to work with it. And also filter using keywords and tags. So we've already seen this. Now to invite users to contribute to your particular project, to your particular Kanban board, you can email it to people you want to invite to your project, but everyone should be a member of the project. If they are not the member of the project, in that case, you will have to add them or invite them using their email ID so that they get the invite and they get access to the DevOps project. So most of you would know what exactly a sprint is if you're working for a company who develops products. So in this case, a sprint is a short time box period when a Scrum team works to complete a set of amount of work. So basically, the Scrum team decides to complete a set of work within a provided and a short time period. So they know when to complete it and the period to complete it. That basically is a sprint. So now you can create iterations by providing the dates. For example, you can create sprint number 1 and sprint number 2, and you can go on. So let's say you can create an iteration for 15 days. So let's say you want to plan for 6 months and you want to complete work, you want to basically assign work for 6 months or create sprints for 6 months. In that case, you will have to divide it accordingly. So each month will have 2 sprints. So there will be 12 different sprints across the 6th month period. So according to that, you'll have to set the sprint dates on whatever you need. So once you set the sprint dates, you can create work items and assign it to any sprint you want. You can assign it to a sprint which is 2 months from now, so that you will know you'll have to work on it after 2 months, or you can basically assign it to the current sprint or the next sprint and whatever you wish. So you can basically add or create iterations by setting sprint dates. Now you can use the forecast tool to get an idea of how many items you can complete within a sprint. By plugging in a velocity, you can see which items are within scope for the set sprints that team has activated. So basically, using a velocity, you can check out how many work items you can complete within a particular sprint. Over here you can see the velocity has been provided as 20, and you can understand that from the past data it will basically look into and how many work items have been done per sprint, and according to that it will give you an average value, and it has provided 20. So by looking at this, you can basically understand or forecast how many work items could be completed within a particular sprint, and you can plan according to that so that your team will work to its maximum potential. Even if the team is overworked, you won't get maximum productivity. So let's look at all the integrations which are available. So the first one is integrated with GitHub. We've already seen this. We've connected to GitHub repositories, and we can enable linking, commits, pull requests, and issues. So we've already seen this. We've already seen the demo. There are also other third-party tools which you can integrate with Azure Boards. You can integrate Jenkins and Trello. For example, you're not using pipelines right now, then in that case you can integrate Jenkins with Azure DevOps so that you can track work using Azure Boards, and you can basically use Jenkins as your CI/CD tool. So you can create a service hook for Azure DevOps with Jenkins and Trello. Using service hooks, you can generate action based on Azure DevOps events. So there is an option called service hooks. We've already seen about that, and basically using service hooks, you can create a service hook for Trello or Jenkins, and then you can start working with it. Also, you get Microsoft Teams if your team is completely available on Microsoft Teams, and in that case you can go ahead with this particular tool called Azure Boards for Microsoft Teams, and you can actually connect Microsoft Teams with Boards, and you can set up work items accordingly. And whenever there is a work item and you're assigning it to a person, the person doesn't have to check it out in Azure Boards. They can check out the created work item for them in Microsoft Teams itself, and they can navigate into Azure Boards directly from Microsoft Teams. So with the Azure Boards app for Microsoft Teams, you can easily monitor your work item activity in your Azure Boards projects directly from your Teams channel. For example, from your phone, you can monitor what is the work item you have and what you're working on. So you don't even have to check out your laptop. You can just use your Microsoft Teams application on your phone and check out all the work items and all the works which has been assigned to you. So this would be the integrations, and later we're going to look into certain hands-ons on Azure Boards.
Managing a DevOps project using Azure DevOps. So first thing you can see here, creating an Azure DevOps organization, Azure DevOps project, integrating GitHub with Azure DevOps project and Azure Boards, and then creating a CI/CD pipeline for an Angular application. So build, staging, and production. I'll be having 3 stages. One will be build, and after build, it will be stored in an artifact. I'll be using that artifact to create 2 stages. One will be QA. First, I'll deploy it on a QA server. So I'll be able to view the website, how it looks before I change anything else. So once it is successful in the QA server, then it moves on to production server. But in the production server, only after approving it will start the deployment in the production server. So you can set it up like that. And also you can use Azure Test and Feedback tool to identify, create workbook, and also we'll be doing manual testing using Azure Test Plans. Okay. After that, so I'll be creating a dashboard using multiple widgets to monitor our DevOps project. So let us begin with the demo. And before beginning with the demo, I'll show how the architecture will look. So this is that. So I'll have my Angular application in my local machine. I'll be editing my code in Visual Studio Code. So whenever I push it, to the GitHub repo, and my build should start and it should deploy in the QA server. After that, I'll check I'll check my QA server. I'll do some testing on the QA server. I'll be doing some exploratory tests and do some manual tests. And after doing that, if everything is all right, I'll be approving the deployment and the production deployment starts. And also I'll be connecting GitHub with my Azure Boards. So whenever I do some changes and I create a pull request, the active work item will go to closed. So that happens automatically. So when you resolve something, it'll automatically move to closed without doing anything. Coming back to this slide, what we are going to do is we'll be starting with logging into the Azure DevOps account. After logging into the Azure DevOps account, we'll be creating an organization and then we'll create a project inside that. So first let us do that and come back to the next step. So first I'll go to my browser. So normally if I'm logged in, when I type this, I'll be taken directly to my Azure DevOps console. But right now, as I'm not logged in, so I'm logged into my Microsoft account. So I'm signing out. Now if I type the same again, I'm not logged in right now. So let me show you the process of how to log in to Azure DevOps. So you can start free or you can go with GitHub. You can give your GitHub credentials and move on. Or if you already have an account, you can just sign in over here. So let me start free. So as I started free, I was already in my account. So I came inside. So if you're not signed into your Azure DevOps account, if you want to create a new Azure DevOps account, you don't need to do anything. It will ask for your Microsoft credentials. You just have to enter the email address and the password. Then you will be taken to your Azure DevOps account. So inside Azure DevOps account, then you can create an organization and you can start off with your work. So that is simple sign-in process. So I think you'll be able to take care of that. So right now, let us start off with the basic. So the first thing is creating an organization. So what is an organization? For example, you work in a company who has mobile applications and web applications. So what do you want in your organization? You want to manage all the applications in a single place. You don't want multiple places. You just want one single console on which you can see all the projects which our company is doing or done, or it is under execution. Whatever it is, it has to be in the same place, and you should be able to click on them, view their statistics, view the work items, view what are the pipelines available, everything. So for that, we can create an organization. So I'll be creating my organization. When I clicked on new organization, I got this page. So it's pretty simple. Just click on it, check it out, and then continue. So after that, you will have to provide your DevOps organization a name. So this DevOps organization name should be unique. So if it's not unique, it will show an error. So it should be unique. So I'll give it as Intellipaat Organi. So this is going to be my name now. So dev.azure.com/Intellipaat organization. If I type this, I'll be able to redirect to my Azure DevOps console and I'll be in this URL. So also you can host your projects in multiple regions. As I'm in South India, I'm choosing South India. So continue. Now it takes me to my Azure DevOps console. So after the organization creates, it'll automatically prompt you a project creation dashboard. It's not a dashboard, it's embedded with the website. But once I'm in, you can see create a project to get started, because after creating an organization, you need a project to work on. So you can create a project. So there are two options, either private or public. I know what that means. For example, a GitHub public repository or a private repository. Private will be only available for people who you give access to. Public is available for anyone, for example, open source projects. So I'm going to give a name here. First, I'll make it private. I want it to be private and I want to give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name as Intellipaat Angular project. So as I told you, I'm going to just launch my Angular application over here. My Angular application is nothing. When we create a new Angular app, so it will give you a default web page. So that is going to be my application for now. But I wanted to show how to use that and create a DevOps lifecycle for that. So yeah, so I'm creating this project. So that is that simple. So I'll just give a brief about this console. overview. This is the summary. When a few activities have been happened, you can check them over here. And then you can create dashboards. There are so many widgets available. This is used for monitoring. For example, you have hundreds of tasks. You can see how many has been completed, how many is going on, how many has been done. So you can add accordingly. You can add widgets accordingly. And then comes boards. Boards is nothing but a place to schedule your work, and you can track your work. You can see what work is being done, which is under execution, which is completed. Also, I'll show this. So you can come over here in columns and you can add columns. For example, to do, doing, and done. So instead, new, active, resolved, closed. So you can give anything you want. And then these are some other stuff which I explained to you: backlog, sprints, and queries. I'm not going to explain them again. And repos is the same. We all know that Microsoft bought GitHub, so they built Azure Repos using the same infrastructure as GitHub. So it is this same, but you can use it in a single console. That is the benefit. And then pipelines, it's a CI/CD pipeline. And then test plans and artifacts. Test plans, you can see right now you will not be able to use it. You can install actually a test and feedback tool, which is in Chrome extension, which I have installed already, and I have done some work with it. So that is okay. That I'll explain later. That is an exploratory test tool. And then when we create test cases in boards, it will be available over here, and we can do manual testing using that. And then artifacts is mainly like a package manager. You can store your private packages from your local system over here and use these packages instead of going to the public source. But right now I'm going to use the public source. I'm not going to use artifacts. So you can create a new feed and you can use this. For example, I'm just giving my new feed, and only for the people in my organization, and it takes from public sources. Only use public packages published to this feed. But if you use this artifact, it will only use packages which are applied to this feed. So if I upload only few packages to this, and in my pipeline I want to use another package, but I'm using this feed, then it will not work. You will have to add all the packages to this particular artifact in order for it to work in your pipeline. So I'll just use packages from public sources through this feed, and I'm creating it, and that's it. You don't need to do anything. So this connect to feed, you can check over here. You can use these stuff. You can use this and push your local packages into this particular feed, and you can do it for NuGet, npm, Maven, Gradle, Python, and also they have universal also. So you can publish all the packages related to your project. You can upload it over here, and that's it. So right now what I'm going to do is, the second thing was integrate GitHub to Azure DevOps. So first we'll integrate GitHub to Azure DevOps, and then I'll show how to import a repository from GitHub to Azure Repos, because we are going to use Azure Repos. So the first, it's actually simple. You have project settings over here, click on that. You will be seeing so many options over here. And one more thing I wanted to show you is, so you can change private and public over here, and also you can cancel out services which you don't use. For example, you don't use Azure Repos, you're using GitHub, so you can just remove it. That's it. If I reload it, you won't see it. You'll just be using 4 services, and if you want it back, you can just switch it on back. It's that simple. So now how to integrate GitHub? So I guess integrating GitHub with DevOps project and Azure Boards. So you can see over here, yes. So in Boards, GitHub connections, click on it. My Azure organization or my project is not connected to any GitHub account, so I'm going to connect it to my GitHub account. So it's asking for my password and username, so I'm providing it. So now I'm signed in, and it's showing all of the GitHub repositories which are in my account over here. It's that simple. And right now I want this repository. I don't want, actually you can add all of this and use one of the repositories in your pipeline, but I just want this, so I'm just going to save it. Yeah, so it got connected right now. You can use this GitHub repository in your pipeline, but I'm not going to use GitHub directly. I'm going to use Azure Repos. So you can import it over here. But before doing that, I want to show the connection between Azure Boards and GitHub. So let me open GitHub, and this is the one. This is the repository. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a work item. A work item is nothing but a task which you want any of your team members to do. So I'm going to say update readme. So this is going to be my task. So I'll just hit enter. So a new task has been created and it is in state to do. That is, I'm not going to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it over here and I will assign it to someone. So right now I'm the only member of this, so I'm assigning it to myself. For example, if there are hundreds of people, you can assign it to one of them. If you're a manager, you can assign it to one of your teammates. So it has been assigned over here and the task number is 1. So how to connect this with GitHub? So this is not connected with this, but we can connect them using this particular number. So how to do that, I'll show you. Before that, how does these two connect? Because there is a tool which you have to first install in GitHub. So if I hit Azure, you can see over here Azure Pipelines and Azure Boards. So if you want to use Azure Pipelines directly from GitHub or Azure Boards directly from GitHub, then you will have to install both of these. I've installed it already, so it's not showing for me, and if you want to use, then you'll have to install it. Once you install, you can do. So they asked me to update readme. For example, I'm another teammate, I'm checking this. Okay, I have to update the readme. So I'm going over there, I'm clicking on readme, I'm going to edit it, I'm giving so just updated it for fun. And so now to commit changes, I'm not going to commit it to the master branch. Now I'm going to create another branch to commit. So if I do this, it won't affect the master branch. There won't be a change in the master branch. Only when we merge it, then the changes will be applied. So for now, there won't be any change. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to propose this file change. Once they accept it, it will work. And now you have to open a pull request. So while you open a pull request, what you're going to do is you'll have to leave a comment like this: fixes or fixed or fix. So this is, I'm going to give fixes. AB is for Azure Boards and hashtag number 1. So number one indicates the task number. So 1 is the task number, so it indicates it. So if I create a pull request right now, it will automatically consider this one. So for example, I click on pull request. Yeah, so it is checking for ability to merge. If there are no conflicts, it is right now ready for a merge.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So right now I can click on this and just merge them. So, but right now you see here, there has been a change. You can see a GitHub commit or a GitHub pull request. Actually, it's a GitHub pull request has been registered over here, and it is in this update readme. So if I click on this, it takes me to the pull request page. So same goes with this. If I click on this, it takes me to the Azure Boards where this particular work task is. So you can see it took me over here and it is connected with this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back and I'm going to merge this and I'll show you what happens.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models in Azure? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'm going to hit and yeah, I just confirm merge. And now if the merge is confirmed, it'll automatically go to done. So you don't need to come over here and check whether it is done or not and push it over there. It automatically happens, and this saves a lot of time. So this is what I wanted to show you guys about GitHub and Azure Boards. So the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be importing this particular GitHub repository to my Azure Repos. So I'm going to go to Azure Repos. If you have a local repository, you can just exactly do the same things you do for GitHub. You can initialize it. You can create a remote origin using this your URL, and then you can just push all the contents to this Azure repo. Or instead, you can import an existing GitHub repository. So I'm going to do that. So git, and this is going to be my URL. I'm going to paste it over here, and I'll have to provide authorization. So I'll have to provide my username and password. So I click on import. Sorry, my password, I think the password I gave was wrong. So yeah, so it is importing, it's on its way, processing the request. So it's showing we'll send you a notification when it's ready. Why is that showing? Because my repository is very small. An organization's repository will be so huge. It will be like, for example, if it is 1 gigabyte, it will take a lot of time to import. So that's what. So it notifies you, and you can just see here it is the exact same as this. You have everything over here. So you can use, right now you can use Azure Repos instead of your GitHub. So that's why they developed Azure Repos. So now if I go to branches, I can see the branches which were created. You can see there were 2 branches created, and you can see the pushes. So this was the only push which happened, and then commits. You can see the number of commits happened. These were my old ones. These were the old commits, and these are the new ones. So here also there was an update readme happened, and here also there is an update readme. So this one was with another Azure organization before, and right now you can actually see all the history here. You can see all the merge history. You can see the number of times you created a pull request. Every detail is over here. You can add tags. Yeah, you can see everything basically. You can see the number of commits and the files, and also you can upload files over here. You can just click here and you're done. You can just give a comment, browse, choose a file and upload. It's that simple. Or what you can do is you can actually push files over here. So you'll have to initialize this first. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clone this now. We can also clone this to our local repo. We can clone it to Visual Studio Code, or we can just clone it normally using Git Bash. After cloning it, what we can do is we can push our changes made in the local system, and we can just push it over here. That's it. It's pretty simple. So I'm cloning it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to clone right now. I'll open Git Bash, and right now it is in. Okay, so no problem for me. I'm going to clone my directory over here. So it's git clone paste. So right now it'll ask for my password. So this is not my account. I'll have to log into my exact account. Let me log in first. Yeah guys, I gave my ID and password. So right now you can see remote Azure Repos, found 71 objects to send, unpacking objects done. So right now it has been cloned, and if I go, so let me just check. So there's a lot of stuff here. So I think the name would be Angular app 1. Yeah, it is Angular app 1. So I'm in master right now. So that's good. So, or just a second. So that was not the file, guys. Actually, it was Intellipaat Angular project. Yeah. So right now, yes. So this was the cloned Azure repository. So we are going to use this. For example, I'll propose a change over here. So I'll open my readme. You can see updated it for fun. So I'm going to update it. That's it. I'm just going to save this. Okay. So now I'll page it and I'm committing it. Updated readme. So it has been changed. So now I just have to push it. Just git push and my work is done. It has been uploaded. And right now, if I open readme, it won't be there. Sorry, it will be there. Yeah. So the change has been made. So it is that simple to use Azure Repos and to connect the local system to your Azure Repos. It's the same as GitHub. So guys, now what we're going to do next, let me switch back to the slides and check what we'll have to do next. So now we are going to create a CI/CD pipeline for the Angular application and with Azure Pipelines in Repos. So we've created Repos. We're going to use this repository to create an Azure pipeline. So I've already built my application. So there would be a dist folder. So you can see over here, I already built it locally and just pushed it. So there is a dist folder. So right now, if I run my application, the Angular page should be shown. And before doing this, guys, make sure you have 2 app services created in your Azure account. So in your Azure account, make sure that you have 2 app services. So the app services will have their own URL. You can use that where you will launch your website. Okay, so right now let us start off with pipelines. So new pipeline, you can either go directly over here or you can use the classic editor. I prefer the classic editor, so I'll just show this once. I'm choosing Azure Repo, yeah, that repo. So now it shows me Node.js because it will read what is under my code. So it read my code, so it knows that it is Node.js. So it is showing me to use Node.js with npm. So I can just use this. So I can install npm and I can run build. I can just add it over here. So I can do this over here or I can do this manually. So that process shows everything which happens. So let me go over there. I don't want this. So I'll just go back and I'll use the classic editor. It's the same, but it shows more information. So I'm going to use Azure Repos. Yeah, this repo, master branch. No, I'm going to use master branch only. Continue. So now it shows you can just you can do configuration as code. You can type your entire YAML file as a code, or you can choose one of these templates. So these, for example, your application is a .NET desktop application. You can just click on this. You'll have multiple jobs. You can execute them, or Android. But mine is a Angular application which requires npm. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure this pipeline. I want it to run on Windows. Yeah, so I'll tell what I need. I need to install npm, then I need to build my project and then store it to a zip file. After storing it, it should be ready for publishing into a release. That is, I want to push it to a QA server or a production server. It should be ready. So we'll have to do for 4 jobs. 4 tasks. So our first task would be installing npm. If I type in npm, I can see over here. So the default process would be install npm. Yeah. So you can choose a registry directly from .npmrc. That is, it takes from the public source, or you can choose an Azure Artifact one. So I'm just going to choose which I created right now. It takes from the public resources, but I'm going to choose it. Yeah. So next, I'm going to build my project. To build my project, I cannot use install, I cannot use publish, or I cannot use this also. I have to use custom and provide my command over here. My command is run build prod, because build prod is what I mentioned in my package.json file, and so that's what I have to run. And again, I'm going to choose, so let it be this. I'm not going to choose public over here. Let's see what happens. Then I'll have to archive my files into a zip file. So I'm going to choose archive. So I'm going to change this name as archive files, and also you'll have to change this. So what you'll have to change this to is you'll have to change this to the dist path. So that is going to be dist and Angular app. Okay. So this will be my path because it will take the HTML file or the contents from this. So this is the folder which has to be archived. So it has to be zip. Yeah. So you can see over here build.artifact staging directory and build.buildid. So this will take the build ID. So that's what we are creating. We are creating a build. So that it will take. So right now I'll show. we'll have to create another job. I told you we'll have to publish it. So to publish, I'm going to use publish build artifacts. So the artifact which we build has to be published. So you can see here build.artifact staging directory. So the directory which was taken here will be taken here also. This is like a variable. So you can go to variables and also add variables over here. You can just hit here and add your own variables, or you can also you'll have to enable this trigger. Let me tell you. So why do we do this? Because we want a CI/CD pipeline. We want continuous integration and continuous deployment. So the build is for continuous integration. So I'm just going to choose, and whenever there is a change in master branch, it should the continuous integration process should occur. So this will be useful when there is a release pipeline. So right now there is not going to be any continuous integration because this will just build and keep the artifact as it is. And then there are a few other options, retention period, then the history which you did with this build. So right now there is no build. I did not do anything, so there is no history. Okay, so that's it for the build. We don't need to configure anything else. So let us save this first and then run it. You can save and queue it directly, or you can save and queue it over here. So now you can see number one, this is my first build on this Azure repository, and the commit was updated readme, which I did, and then it will start with the first job. So these are the jobs which will be done before starting with to install and then to build, and then it will archive, publish artifact, and then it will be completed, and then we can create a release using this. So let us wait until this completes. So guys, the execution has been completed. You can see over here everything has been succeeded. npm install succeeded. You can check over here. You can just click on them and see what happened in them. So you can see my build has been completed, it has been archived, and it is right now ready for a release. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to release this, and I'm going to create a CD. That is, this build will create a CI and this will be CD. So I'll be creating a CI/CD pipeline. So I'll release. I'm going to use this build. It will automatically take the build. Or if you want to create a release separately, for example, you will be having 10-15 builds, you can choose any one of that build, and you can click on this and you can choose any one of that build, or you can add multiple builds. So as I told you, I'll have to launch it to my app service. I already have 2 app services in my account, but they are not running. First let me create this, then I'll just switch them on, and after that I'll show whether my CI/CD pipeline works or not. So I am clicking here, clicking on apply. My first stage would be QA. Yeah, so this is for quality assurance. For example, in an organization, obviously they'll have a lot of stages. I'm just going to show 2 stages. That's it. I'm going to show a QA stage, and I'm going to show a production stage. So QA stage, you'll have to configure something. You'll have to provide your Azure subscription, and so right now I usually use this subscription and it's not showing. It will show once I choose that subscription, then it will show the app services running in my account. So once it loads, before that I'll just go to my portal and let me switch it on. So this is my account, sign in. So I'll just go to my app services. I'll check whether they are running or not. I think, oh, they are still running, so no problem. Okay, let them be running. So right now let me refresh it once. I don't need to refresh. I'll check over here. So it's still not showing. For example, because this is not authorizing for me. If you have an account and you have multiple subscriptions, the first time you do, you will have to authorize it over here. When you click on authorize, it will load. If it gets authorized, it will show nothing. There won't be any error. If it is not authorized, it will show an error. It will throw you an error. So I think this will throw me an error because I know this won't get authorized. But when I use this, it won't get. So you can see over here, if I use this, it's not authorizing because I don't know why. but this subscription has it is authorizing for me. So cool. So now you can see there are two running over here. So this is the subscription for my Azure account, and if I see now, I can see Cody 1 and Cody Prod over here. So let us take Cody 1 as my QA server. So let it be there, and you can see over here deploy app service. You can see it has been auto-filled for me, my app service name and my subscriptions. So we don't need to do any other change over here. This is going to run cool. So now there are nothing else you'll have to change. One more thing you have to do here, that is you can do it manually. That is, you can just run it. There won't be any connection between the build and the stages, that is the artifact which has been stored and the stages. Or after the build has been completed, this, when the build completes, the release automatically triggers. So that triggers this. Okay, so that's it I want for my QA. And another thing, in QA you can okay, I'll add one test over here. I'll add this test, but right now I think I'll have to. So if you don't find anything over here, you can just click on them. You can get it for free. You can actually install them. I'll show that too, so that I cover all of the concepts here. So if you want any task which is not available, you can just search for them. They will be available in the marketplace, and then you can just install them. Once you install them, then you can search them over here, and you will find use them add. So you can then add it. So okay, proceed to my organization. I'll go over here. I'll go to my releases. So here nothing is there. So I'll just refresh it, and then I'll search for software test. So right now you can see there is add. So what I'm going to do is I'll have to add the URL of my Azure app service. So this is that service, and it will be cody1.azurewebsites.net. So that would be the URL. I'm going to copy it and paste there. It does nothing. It just checks whether it sends back a 200. That is whether the website is running properly or not. It is okay or not. So that's it I want for QA. And now, for example, you have 200 tasks running. If you want to create a production server, and you will have to emulate the same thing for the end users, you don't need to create the task again one by one. You can just click here, clone. That's it. All the tasks will be copied over here. And then I'm going to name this as prod. This is going to be my production server. And then I don't need this because I would have already tested. It's okay. So right now I just want this, but you cannot host your QA and prod in the same URL. You'll have to change the URL because this is for public use. So this is going to be my URL for public use. This is going to be my app service. So I'm choosing that, and done. So now I'm saving it. And also one more thing I wanted to show you. So this is after the release. If I click on this, it will come here. This is after stage, it will come here. Manual, it will be separate. So I'm just keeping it after stage. So after QA, prod will be automatically triggered. But what if QA succeeded, but there is some error or some typo there, but you wanted to change it, but it went to production and it starts executing? You cannot stop it, right? So you can do this. You can create a pre-deployment approval that makes sure that, for example, I'm adding myself. So after the QA is completed and it's ready for production, so you can check whether everything is right once, and after that you can approve, so that only then the production starts. So then only the stage starts running. And for example, you can give any number of approvals. You can give 10 approvals, and only if all those approvals click approve, then it starts. Otherwise it doesn't start. So it's done. So I'll just save this. So I'm creating a release, and if you build, so it'll automatically release. Right now I'll have to create the release manually, and then I'm just creating release 1 has been created. So now we've created a CI/CD pipeline, guys. It's that simple in Azure DevOps. So we've created a CI/CD pipeline. Let me show this once it is running, and once the QA server is completed, I'll show you how to use Azure Test and Feedback tool, and also how to do manual testing on that particular URL. So let me go back. You can see over here, you can just click on them. You can see all the tasks running over here. There are no tests. You can see come over here again. So now you can see initialize job. Yeah, done. It has been deployed successfully. So right now if I go over here, my website should be running. If it is not running, then there is a fault in my website. But yeah, so my website is running and it's successful. So this is my app. It is running successfully. So my task has been succeeded, and this is cody1.azure websites.net, and it has been succeeded. So if I click this, it went to my website and it showed that it's running. Yeah. So now if I go to the pipeline, now you will be seeing an approve button over here. So this saves you. When there is a QA server running, for example, 10 people checked it, tested it, and thought it is okay, but they left out a minute mistake, which will affect for end users. So then when you check it, you find it out, then you can tell them to change it and rebuild it once again. So then you can approve it and start. So right now only this will be running. There won't be anything here. And right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some exploratory tests on this, and I want to change my title over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the exploratory test first, then I'll do a manual test. So first exploratory test, I'll have to connect my test and feedback tool over here. So but how to download this, if you ask, you can just go to test plans. When you are a new user, you'll be shown this. You can click on this. It will take you to this marketplace. You can just click on this and you'll be taken to the Chrome Web Store, and you can just install it like a normal extension. It's pretty simple. So that's how. So right now I'm going to do an exploratory test over here. To do that, I'll need to connect to my URL. So this is the project which I connected earlier. So right now this would be my organization. I'll have to connect it. So I'm thinking next. So it is asking, yeah, so this would be my Intellipaat Angular project team, saving it. So now I can run tests on any website which I have, but right now I only have this. So I'm going to start the session, and now you can see multiple options over here. Capture browser tab, you can add notes, you can record the screen. This will be to create a bug which will be shown in Azure Boards, and then this will show the entire process you've done in your session. And this is to explore work items which are linked, and this is to connect to a device, and this is the setting. So right now I want, for example, I've checked my website, I don't like my title and I want to change it. So I'll click on browser and you'll be seeing this tool. So you can just click on this, save. And now if I go here, you can see it has been added. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a bug. I don't like it, so I'm creating a bug. So now you can see the observation has been added here. If you don't want it, you can remove it, but I want it. My bug is going to be change Angular app 1 to hello. So I want to show it as hello app is running. So this will be the source. This is what I wanted to add. So just do it now. Priority. So I'll just give it simply, and if I save this, you can see the entire process in the session. So what I did, the session started, I took a screenshot and I created an issue. So you can just click on this and it will take you to the issue page. So this is my issue, and you can see the observations. Do it now, priority. Okay, so now what I do, you can do that here also. You can change it to doing. So you can basically change it. You can click on this and change it to doing, or you can just go to boards and let it change. So now it will be in doing. So now what I'm going to do is, so I did a spelling mistake there, so let's ignore that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this in my local system and I'm going to upload it. So now when I upload it, automatically my build should run, then my release should run.
So if it happens, then I'm going to approve it once again, because there will be a release 2 happening. And I found an error over there. And before doing that, what I wanted to do is I wanted to add some tests over here. So to add tests, what you can do, so for example, for to check it, I'm going to add a test. So open the website, check the name, if hello, then pass all tests. So this is my manual test. So now if I go to test plans, these tests will be available there, but these manual tests, you'll have to do them one by one manually and just pass them one by one. So this was still loading, so I just opened it in the same window. Okay, so now it's showing it over here. If I clicked on this test, you can see open the website, check the name, if hello, then pass all tests. So how to run this? You can just select all of them and run them for a web application, and you will be shown a prompt over here. So you'll have to do this manually, and then you'll have to just pass them one by one. So you can see runner test plans, and it's showing open the website, and if I go to next, it'll show check the name. If I go to next, if hello, then pass all tests. So I'm not going to do it right now. So what I'm going to do right now is I'll update my name, then I'll push it, and then I'll do this test, and then everything will run. So a release 2 will be created, and then I'll approve it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cancel this. I'm not going to approve this. I don't want this to run. I want it to change, and then only. So I'm going to just cancel this. Didn't like it. Bye. So I cancelled it. So right now you can see it is not deployed. So this release did not deploy. Okay. So now I'm going to my local system. I'm going to open my readme. Sorry, not my readme. I'll have to open my index.html file. So I'll just see here. I'll have to go into src. I'll have to go into app. I'll have to go into app.component.ts. Sorry, I cannot go into it. It's a file. I'll have to open it. Yeah, so I'm going to change my name. So I think I changed it. Yes. So now I'm going to stage it and then commit it. I'm going to commit it as changed the website title, and then I'm going to push it. But I think before pushing, let's just pull it once if we did it. So there is no changes. Okay, so I pushed it. Now the change would have happened. Now there should a build should have started. So you can see here, changed the website title. So a build is running. So this, I did not do anything. It automatically did itself. A continuous integration was on. If continuous integration is on, whenever there is a code change on the master branch, then this will automatically happen. So now it's installing npm. So once that is done, then this will happen, because we have enabled after release. Sorry, after this. So this will be enabled. We enabled continuous deployment trigger. Once we enable this, so it will automatically happen. So now let me go to releases. Let us wait until that completes. So I'll open build over here, releases over there. So it is still installing. Let us wait. So guys, the build has been completed. So once the build completes, as I told you, the release has to start. So let me open release. Yeah. So there is a release 2 running. It is on the build 2. If I click on this, right now it has been queued. It is waiting. So it'll start running now. Yeah, so the deployment is in progress. So after this gets deployed, this name should be changed to hello. If it did not change to hello, then I did something wrong, or there is some error in my pipeline, but it should happen. If not, I don't know what will happen, but it will happen. So let us wait until this deployment is completed. Yeah, the deployment has been is completed. So I'll try to refresh it. So the change has been made. My website didn't go down. I didn't do anything to my website. I didn't
it did not go down even for a second. It changed. So this is how you do a CI/CD pipeline. But right now we are still one step missing, that I didn't do the tests. So my build is running. My test has been completed. So if I go to my pipeline, you can see, yeah, the prod is pending approval. So yeah, I liked it, but I want to do a test. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this test on my website. So I'll just run them.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And yeah, so this is my runner. So I'm checking, open the website. Yeah, I opened the website. It's running. Check the name. I don't know what name, but yeah, it was mentioned as hello. Yeah, checked. If hello didn't pass all tests, yeah. So done. Then I save it and close. So now what happens if I go to my Azure Boards? If I go here, every test would have been passed. Yeah, so you can see the tests have been passed. So the test is done, so it's good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to approve this. You can add a comment over there if you want. So I approved it. So right now my production server will run. Once my production server, it's not exactly a server, I'm just deploying it. It is a job, it is a task. I'm just saying it for the understanding purpose. So after this runs, my website will be launched in this particular URL also. So let us wait until this completes. So in progress, pre-deployment approvals has been done, and now it's running on agent. Yeah, it succeeded. So now if I go over here, this had my old website. I already hosted a website over there. So right now it has to host this website over here. So it has to have hello in it. See guys, it's a different URL. So you can see it is running. So my production server worked. So I've created a complete CI/CD pipeline which enabled me to do a QA server. I ran it there, I tested it, and then I approved for my prod server also. So now what I'm going to do is, so this was good, this happened good. I'll go over here and I'll go to my boards. So there is nothing here, I don't know why. Okay, so I think if everything is completed, they won't be showing. So this is over here. Yeah, so it is showing now. So what you can do is, it's completed, so I'll just push it over there. Done. That's it. So this is how you use Azure Boards, and this is how you create a CI/CD pipeline. And the next thing I wanted to show you was, so this artifacts. So I use the public feed, guys. You remember that, right? So I use the public feed for my build. So when I use the public feed, what happens is all of the packages which I used, all of the packages which got installed will be stored over here. So you can see there was one download and one user used it, and the few things had many downloads also. So right now if I use this feed, it won't go to the public source. It will directly take from my feed, and that will reduce time. It won't go to the public source because there will be a lot of people accessing that site. There would be traffic, or sometimes there would be a DDoS account and the service would have been denied. But if I move all of the packages to my feed, when I run the build right now, it will directly take it from here. It won't go to the public source. Now it will be available here, so everything will be done properly. So this is artifacts. You can also upload your own feed. You don't need to upload anything, any public feed. So this happened when I run the build, so it automatically pushed. So you can see, guys, you can see 28 minutes ago. So that is when we ran the build. So that is about artifacts. It's pretty simple. It holds all the packages. You can use it whenever you. So you can see there are so many packages which got installed, and all of the packages you can see it over here. And if your company only uses 4 packages, you can just use those, put those 4 packages, upload them over here, and keep on using them instead of going to public or your local system anymore. So that's it, guys. And I find, after I've shown all of these topics, I've shown boards, I showed repos, I showed pipelines, test plans, and artifacts. And I think artifacts, if you're not sure where did we do that, I'll show where did we do it once more. I'll click on edit. So here you can see in custom registries, I used a registry I select here, and I choose Intellipaat organization which we created. And here I just used the the public source. I did not use my registry. If I choose this again, so it will take the packages from here. So that's it. That is about artifacts. So I just wanted to make sure that where I used it, I wanted to show that to you guys. That's it. And finally, how to monitor all of this. For example, there will be a lot of processes running, a lot of builds running, a lot of deployments going on. So how to manage all of this is you can add multiple widgets. So this shows the number of work items which has been assigned to you. So if I add this, so right now there won't be anything, but let me add one work item. So let me add a work item. So this is a task and it is okay. It is assigned to me and save. So this is my task. My task is okay. So if I go over here, so right now nothing will be seen. I'll have to complete it. So right now you can see one task has been added. It is in to-do state and it has been assigned to this user, which is me. And then I can add my build history. I can add chart for test plans. I can add chart for work items. I can add an embedded web page. You can add all of this. If anything is not over here, you can go to the extension gallery and find them. So let's consider, so you can just drag and drop them. Actually, you can just move them wherever you want. So I want it here. So let it be like this. So done editing. Chart for test plans. You can choose which test plan. So this was my test plan. Test suite. This was my test suite. Group by, let's say, area ID, or let's say you can choose anything actually. So work item type or whatever. So right now, according to test cases, there were three tests running on a particular test case, and then I can configure my build history. This was my build. So it was successful here once, here twice, and then I can add a URL over here. So my URL, for example, if I add this over here, before launching the website, I can see my embedded web page over here itself, for example. Okay, so if this is not working, I'll just enter Google's, so copy. I'll just configure this and enter Google's. So it is not showing, or I can use anything. So for example, I'll use Intellipaat.com and save it. So you can now see the Intellipaat's website over here. This would be a static website. You cannot do anything over here. So you can just see all of these stuff and all. And now for chart for work items, you can choose the query which has been created. Right now there is no query, so you cannot do that. So this is how you monitor your Azure DevOps application. So guys, I've explained all of the concepts over here, and I've explained boards, how to connect it to GitHub, how to create work items, how to link between GitHub and work items. Same thing goes with Azure Repos. We saw how to import it, how to pull it, how to push it. It's the exact same thing as GitHub. You don't need to learn anything else apart from that. And then pipelines, we learned builds. We created a CI/CD pipeline, and then we created test plans, and also we did exploratory testing using this tool. So I'll just stop this. Yeah, I stopped it. Then we learned artifacts by uploading all of the public source content over here, that is the packages. So if you see the summary page, you can see everything. So 9 work items got created, 2 work items got completed, 0 pull requests were made, and 11 commits by 2 authors. So if you think 2 authors, one was my GitHub account and one was this the local systems author. So the local systems author is different over here, and the author over here is different. So you can see build succeeded 100%, deployment succeeded 100%. So this is the basic Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline and Azure Repos, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models in Azure? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Active Directory is used to store and organize information about various elements of an organization's network, such as computers, users, resources like printers, shared files, or folders. To understand this better, let's consider a scenario. Let's say that you work for an organization of about 100 people, right? So there are like total 100 employees in your organization, and there are 150 computer systems. So, and let's say that there are 5 printers. So the organization needs to keep Obviously, the organization would have to keep the track of all the computer systems that are currently in use and all the computer systems that are just sitting idle and the systems that are spare, and they will have to keep a track of which employee is using which computer system or which computer system is connected to the 5 printers, right? And they will also need to keep a track of what kind of user credential to log into their computers and all of the information related to this. So that means organizations need a database where they can actually store and organize this information, right? So that database is actually called Active Directory. So usually on-premise organizations, when they store and organize this kind of information, they call it the Active Directory. So this is what Active Directory is. Since Active Directory contains all kinds of information about the organization, it contains information about users, computers, and resources that are part of the organization. It can actually be used to authenticate and authorize the users, right? Because it contains the credentials of the users, it contains the names and all other kinds of information about the user. So you can actually use the Active Directory to authenticate and authorize the user. So this is what Active Directory is all about. Now let's understand what is an Azure Active Directory. Like I've already said that Azure Active Directory is basically inspired from this on-premise Active Directory service. But it's so much more than that. Azure Active Directory is the identity management solution for Azure. It's a live directory or a database that stores user accounts and their passwords, computers, file shares, security groups, permissions, and so much more. Let's again take an example to understand this a little better. Now let's say that you again work for an organization, but this organization uses Azure Cloud for all of its workloads, right? So let's say there are multiple departments in your organization, and each and every department needs access to some different kinds of services from Azure Cloud. So again, your organization doesn't want employees to be using their own personal Azure accounts in order to be able to access Azure services. They have gone and created one parent account, Azure account, so that all of their employees can use that one single account to access and use Azure services. Now, like I've already said, that different departments may need access to different kinds of services. That means, let's say that the production environment doesn't need access to any machine learning services, let's say. So if you give out the credential for the whole parent account, then they will actually have the access to those services as well, right? Along with the services that they actually need. So this is not very a smart decision when it comes to the security terms, right? Because if everyone has access to every service that comes in your Azure subscription, then how would you know that who is using what service, right? So to keep a track of that, what you can do, you can easily create users and you can give them their own passwords and own user accounts, and then you can go ahead and give them a role so that they can only access the services that they actually need. That way you will know that production department is only accessing virtual machines and databases and cloud function and these kind of services, and other departments are only accessing the services that they actually need. This way, your Azure subscription or your Azure organization's Azure account will stay safe, right? Because there won't be any unauthorized access, and you can also keep a track of all of the billing, right? So till here, everything seems fine. But now if you think about the number of employees, how would that work? I mean, there are going to be so many employees. There are going to be more than 100 employees with their own user accounts and their own passwords to access some specific service. And then if they want access to some other service, then they will have to, be given another user account and another pair of passwords so that they can access that other service as well. So there are going to be multiple usernames and multiple passwords for all of the employees. Now, to keep a track of all of those things, of course, your organization's IT admin would need Active Directory. Now, instead of just using an on-premise Active Directory, he can directly go ahead and use Azure Active Directory because Azure offers this service, right? So IT admin will go ahead and store all kinds of information about user accounts, their passwords, the computers, file shares, security groups, permissions that they have given to every user account, and so much more in that Azure Active Directory. Now again, like I said, that Azure Active Directory is an identity management solution, right? That means now since it contains so much information about users, we can actually go ahead and use Azure Active Directory for identity management purpose. Now that we understand what is an Azure Active Directory in layman terms, let's see how Azure defines Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant identity solution for Azure. Azure AD is one-stop solution for core directory services for cloud, application access management, and identity authentication solutions. That means, like I said, that it is inspired from the on-premise directory services. That means that for cloud, it is one-stop solution for core directory services, right? And for application access management, well, of course, like I said, that it's an identity management solution. That means you can actually use Azure Active Directory to configure who can access your application and not. And then, of course, identity authentication solutions, like I've already told you, Azure Active Directory is the solution offered by Azure for identity authentications, right? Now, moving on, why exactly Azure Active Directory came into the picture? Like, what was the need that Azure felt so that it provided this service, right? Let's first consider the scenario before Azure Active Directory. That means the case scenario where Azure Active Directory does not exist. So for any service that you might want to use, you are given a set of username and password, using which you can access that particular service for which the username and password is created. Now let's say that you as an employee of your organization wanted to use database services offered by Azure. So IT admin goes and creates a username and password for you, and now you can use your organization's parent or tenant account, Azure account, to access database service. But you can only access database service using this username and password. Now let's say if you wanted a cloud function service, right? You wanted to access the cloud function service. So for that, again, IT admin had to create one more username and password for you, and now you can use this particular username and password to access cloud function. You cannot use the previous set of username password to access cloud function because that username and password is specifically created for database service, right? Now let's say that you want one more service, you want to access Azure virtual machines. Now for that also, IT admin had to go and create one more username and password, and then now you can access Azure virtual machine using this particular username and password. That means if you want to access 3 different services from Azure, then you will be given 3 different sets of username and password. Now, of course, it's a hassle for you to remember all these different username and passwords, but it's not just you. It's also a very big problem for the IT admin of your organization, because of course he has to manage all of the passwords, all of the usernames, because he needs to keep a track of what username he has already created or what password he has already given to what username, and what set of username and password goes to which employee, and what are the permissions connected or related to that set of username and password. So he has to keep track of all of this. So of course, if one employee needs access to 3 services and there are 3 different sets of username and passwords, of course, there are going to be so many other employees as well, and they are also going to have multiple username and passwords because of course they are going to need to access multiple services, right? So All of this becomes hassle for employees as well as the IT admin who has to keep track of or who has to manage all of these username and passwords. So this is where Azure Active Directory comes in. Now that we have seen what was the case scenario before Azure Active Directory, now let's move ahead and see how when Azure offered its service, identity management service, Azure Active Directory, all of these problems got solved, right? So after Azure Active Directory was introduced in your organization, Azure Active Directory, your organization can actually use Azure Active Directory to just create a single set of username and password using which an employee of your organization or you can access any service that you want as long as the admin has given you the permission, which means that now instead of creating multiple sets of username and password for all of your different services, now IT admin just has to create one username and password that belongs to you, and the IT admin can actually go ahead and add permissions in that same username and password for different services. That means, let's say that first of all you want a database service and your password and username was created, right? Now when you wanted cloud function service, then instead of creating a new username and password, your IT admin just has to add the permission for cloud function service in your existing username and password. That is all he has to do. So that means there will only be a single username and password for every single employee, right? He just has to keep track of all the username and password for every single employee, and now he can use Active Directory to track or store or organize the permissions that he has given to all of the username and passwords. So now your task has become simple because you only have to remember one set of username and password, as well as your IT admin's task has become simple because he doesn't have to track all of the different username and password that belong to only one employee, right? Because now there is only one username and password for one employee. So this feature is actually called a single sign-on. That means a single set of username and password to sign in and access any service that you want as long as you're given the permission, right? So Azure Active Directory provides this feature, which is called single sign-on. So as we all know that Microsoft isn't just providing or offering web-based services through its cloud platform, that is Azure, but it has been actually also providing on-premise services as well. So before Microsoft provided Azure Active Directory, it had already provided an on-premise Active Directory service, which was known as Windows Active Directory. So Windows Active Directory was not actually designed to handle web-based services or information related to web-based services, right? So that was one major drawback which led Microsoft to come up with this another Active Directory service, which is called Azure Active Directory now, for all the users that were now using cloud platform, right? So even though Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory come from the same root, that is Microsoft, they still have many significant differences. One of the very obvious difference is that obviously Windows Active Directory, like I've already told you, was designed for on-premise purpose, while Azure Active Directory was designed for cloud, right? So it is basically cloud located. So apart from this major difference, there are many other differences which we will see in this Windows AD versus Azure AD topic. But before that, let us just see what is Windows AD in official definition terms, right? So Windows Active Directory is a Windows operating system directory service that offers a single interface for organizing and maintaining information about the organization's network. Now, I've already told you one major drawback because of which Microsoft had to come up with this another Active Directory service, but there is so much more than that. To learn how Windows Active Directory works differently or how Azure Active Directory works differently from Windows Active Directory, we will first have to see how Windows Active Directory works, right? So basically, Windows Active Directory works on different layers, each layer to perform different tasks. So as you can see on your screen, I have listed 5 layers. So the first layer is called ADDS, which is acronym for Windows Active Directory Domain Service. And then next we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Services. And then third layer is ADFC, which is Active Directory Federation Services. And then fourth layer is ADCS, which is Active Directory and certification services. And then finally, we have the fifth layer, which is ADRMS, which stands for Active Directory Rights Management Services. So like I said, all of these different layers perform different kinds of tasks, right? So let's discuss all of these different tasks one by one, starting with ADDS. So ADDS, like I've already told you, stands for Windows Active Directory Domain Services, right? So this layer actually allows admin to manage information related to user logins and other information such as when the user signed up or logged in, or when did he log out, and how much of services are they using, and stuff like that. And the next layer we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Service. This layer lets admin store any amount of data and data of any type and any size, right? And the next layer ADFC provides the single sign-on feature, which lets user access systems and applications with a single password and username. Now, like I've already told you about little bit about single sign-on feature, right? So since this is the Windows Active Directory, which means that it's working on the on-premise work locations, that means that this layer provides single sign-on feature using which users will be able to access systems or application, not the web-based services, right, with a single password or credential. So this is what ADFC is for. And then the next layer that we have, that is ADCS. This layer allows admin to customize services and manage or issue public certificates. And then the last layer that we have is ADRMS, which is basically used for data protection. So when we use Windows Active Directory, the admin will have to take care of 5 different layers that perform different tasks. Now that is also very big of a hassle. So this was one of the other drawbacks which led Microsoft to come up with this Azure Active Directory, another Active Directory solution, which is Azure Active Directory, right? So when Azure Active Directory came into the picture, what happened was Azure Active Directory actually merged all these layers into just 2 layers, and these 2 layers performed all of the tasks that were all previous 5 layers were doing. So these 2 layers were WAAD, that is Windows Azure Active Directory, and then the second layer was WAAC, that is Windows Azure Access Control Service. So WAAD layer combines all the 5 layers of Windows Active Directory. That means that it does all the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers in Windows Active Directory. So, and it is the ultimate identification management layer. And the second layer, that is WAAC, enables federation for all of the services of an organization. Now, since it's Azure Active Directory, that means we are using single sign-on to access different Azure services, right? So for that, WAAC layer was introduced in Active Directory, in Azure Active Directory. So these are the 2 layers. So this is how Azure Active Directory is much evolved and better version of Windows Active Directory, as it has combined all of the 5 layers into just 2 layers, and it has performed all of the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers. And it also lets users access web-based services using single sign-on, right? So this is how Azure Active Directory is different from Windows Active Directory. Now let's see what is service audience. That means who is using this service offered by Azure. So there's basically 3 kinds of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. First is IT administrator, second is application developer, and then we have online customers. So IT admins basically ensure that every employee has relevant credential to access Azure services with relevant permissions. So they basically take care of all the sign-in procedure, and they also resolve issues related to authentication. Now coming to application developers, well, they are the ones who want to use the services for which they have been given the permission, right? So with Azure Active Directory in the picture, application developer only have to remember one set of username and password to access any service that they want to use for their application development purpose, right? And also with Azure Active Directory, the services are made easily available, so their development becomes significantly hassle-free. Now the next service audience that we have here is online customers. So online customers can access services such as Office 365 and other CRM services offered by Azure with their Azure Active Directory credentials. So these are the 3 major service audience of Azure Active Directory service, right? Now moving on, we will learn about the terminologies in Azure Active Directory. Well, of course, in order to be able to understand Azure Active Directory in depth, you must first get familiar with the major terminology that you will most likely come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory, right? So that is why we are going to cover the terminology section first. Okay, so in terminologies, we have tenants, domains, user, and groups. So first of all, let's discuss tenants. Now you must have come across this term a lot. You must have heard tenant term in context of tenant accounts, or that Microsoft is a multi-tenant cloud platform or something like that, right? So what does it actually mean? Well, as for tenant, you can think of it as an organization. Now there are a lot of organizations that are using Microsoft Azure cloud platform, right? They're using their services, and so all of these organizations can be referred to as separate tenants to which Microsoft Azure has been providing or offering their cloud services. So what Microsoft Azure does, it makes sure that all of these tenants stay isolated and separated so that they can maintain the services that they are separately providing to all of these organizations. So basically, when people use the term tenant account, they are usually referring to the parent Azure account that an organization has created, using which they are making use of Azure resources and Azure services, right? So that is what tenant is in Active Directory. Now moving on, next.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Terminology that we have here is domains. So what is a domain? A domain is a DNS zone for which the tenant has proven ownership, which means that it's the public domain of the organization, or maybe a subdomain of the organization, or even an alternative domain that the organization isn't using publicly but has ownership for it, which means that no one else can use this particular domain but the organization itself, because it is the lone owner of that domain, right? So in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites or applications, so that the user base of those organizations can access their websites or applications using these domains. When you create an Azure Active Directory, you get a default domain with your Azure Active Directory. It's usually in the format as shown on your screen, that is onmicrosoft.com. The prefix of this domain depends on the name of the Azure Active Directory. That means the organization gets to decide what would be the prefix of this domain. And this domain, that including that prefix, this domain becomes their unique domain for which the tenant or the organization has the lone ownership, right? Now, you might be thinking, like I said, that in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites and applications, right? Now, if they used this default domain that they're getting with their Azure Active Directory, which has the suffix of onmicrosoft.com, then their user base might think that this URL might take them to some Microsoft page, right? Because it has Microsoft.com in the end. But that doesn't happen, because in most cases what happens is that the organizations or the tenant usually add their custom domains in Azure Active Directory, and then they verify that custom domain. That means they prove their ownership for that custom domain, and then they use that custom domain for any of their personal purposes, right? But how do they add their custom domain in the Azure Active Directory? So let's understand that. Let's add a custom domain in our Azure Active Directory using our Azure portal, right? So for that, I'll go to my Azure portal. So this is my Azure portal, and basically this is the homepage of my Azure portal. So before we begin adding a custom domain name in our Azure Active Directory, let me first tell you how you can get a custom domain name. It has to be a valid domain name. That is the only way it will work. Now, for a valid domain name, since it's just a demo, you don't have to go and buy or purchase a valid domain name. You can use one of the online websites that provide you free domain names for a certain period of time, right? So I'm going to be using one such website for this demo, which is called freenom.com, right? So this is what I'm going to use. I will pick domain name from here, a free domain name, and then I will add that custom domain name in my Azure Active Directory here. So first of all, let's go ahead and select a custom domain name. Alright, so this is how freenom.com looks. I have already created an account and logged in. All you have to do is create an account and then sign in, and then this page will open up for you. Now what you have to do is you have to go to service and you have to register a new domain, right? Now what you have to do is you have to search for a domain name of your choice. So I'll search for any domain name that will start with hello cloud. Alright, so here's the result of my search. As you can see, hello.tk is here, hellocloud.ml is here, hellocloud.ga is here, and all of them are free. We also have some other domain names, hellocloud.com, which is not actually free. So we are going to be using a free domain name for today's demo, right? So I will select this hellocloud.ga domain name, right? So to get this domain name, I just have to click on this button here that says get it now. Alright, once I do it, I'll go to my checkout. Don't worry, you won't be charged if you go to checkout because this is a free domain name, so you won't be charged anything, right? And I'm getting this free domain name for 3 months. Alright, so I'll click on continue. Alright, and then final step, I just have to check mark this and then click on this complete order button, and then this domain will be given to me and I can use it however I wish for the next 3 months, right? So I will go to my client area. Alright, so now that I have a domain, let me show you guys where it is. The domains that you have purchased or the domains that you have got for free from this freenom.com, you can find them here in my domains section. Alright, so the domain that I just bought from them for free was hellocloud.ga. Now let's go ahead and add this domain name in my Azure directory, Azure Active Directory, right? So in my Azure portal, what I will have to do is I have to search for Azure Active Directory, right? Alright, so this is my Azure Active Directory, and like I told you that you will get a custom domain name with every time you create an Azure Active Directory. So with every account you get one Azure Active Directory already created for you, right? And this is my Azure Active Directory, the default directory, which is a default directory, right? And for this default directory, I already have a default domain name as well. Let me show you how you can find that. In this search bar here, you just have to type custom domain, and custom domain names is the option that you have to select. Alright, so now as you can see that there is already a domain name here with the suffix of on Microsoft.com. So this is the default domain name that I got with my default Azure Active Directory, right? But now we want to add a custom domain name, and we have already bought a free domain name, and now we can start adding that custom domain name. Now to add a custom domain name, we just have to click on this button right here. So I'll click on it, and here we have to provide the custom domain name, which is in our case is hellocloud.ga, right? Alright, GA. So this is the custom domain name that we want to use. Let's again make sure it's right. hellocloud.ga, hellocloud.ga, right? So now I'll go ahead and click on this add button here. Alright, so now it says that to use hellocloud.ga with your Azure AD, create a new txt record with your domain name registrar using the info below. So we have to create a txt record in our domain registrar, which is for us is Freenom. Alright, so now what you have to do is you have to navigate to your Freenom, and you have to click on this manage domain button in front of the domain that you want to use. So for us it's hellocloud.ga, so I'll click here. Alright, from here you have to click on manage Freenom DNS. Alright, so now here we will create a record using the information given to us by Microsoft Azure, right? So what you have to do is, first of all, you have to change the type to txt because that is the kind of record that we are trying to create here. So I'll select txt here. Alright, so next thing we have to do is we have to copy this destination field, and then we have to paste the value here in the target field. Alright, and for TTL it's already same, so we don't have to do anything, and we have to keep the name field here blank, right? Now I'll just click on save changes. Alright, so it says my record added successfully. So I'll go back to my Azure portal. Now I can go ahead and click on this verify button. But before that, let me tell you that verifying a domain name could take up to 72 hours. That means once you have bought or purchased custom domain name, and that once you have added that custom domain name here in Azure Active Directory, and even when you have created a record successfully, if you go ahead and try to verify it right at that second, it might not happen for you at that moment because it usually takes up to 72 hours. So if an error comes up, then you don't have to worry about that because it will eventually get verified. You can just come up again and you can try it in another 10 or 15 minutes. It'll happen for you eventually. But for the first time when you try to verify it, it might give you an error saying that it can take up to 72 hours for registering or verifying the domain name that you're trying to create, right? So let me show you what this error is actually that I'm talking about, right? So if I click on verify right now, it's going to give me an error like I've already said. So let's see. Alright, so it says that it could not find DNS record for this domain because DNS changes may take up to 72 hours to propagate. That means that the changes that I've made, that the record that I've successfully added here may take up to 72 hours to actually get acknowledged, right? So we are going to wait for a few more minutes and then we're going to try again to verify it. It's going to get verified after some time. Let me tell you, once you have added this custom domain name, even if it's not verified, it's going to show in your custom domain names page. It's going to be shown like this. The status is going to be specified as unverified. So it's only going to get verified after some time. So when you are adding a custom domain name, once you have added your custom domain name, you can just leave it like that. You can just leave it for an hour or two. And then you can come back to it and then just click on it and then click on verify. So we will do it after some time. Alright guys, so now let's try to verify this added custom domain name, right? So I'm going to, like I've already told you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on verify. So since I have already created a txt record and I have already saved it, it shouldn't give me any problem now because I have waited for a few hours. And before, when I tried to verify it, as soon as I created this record, it gave me an error saying that it could take up to 72 hours for a created record to propagate, right? So now that I have waited for some time, it shouldn't give me that error anymore and it should get verified easily. So for that, I'm going to click on this button and let's see what happens. Alright, so like I told you, it should get verified easily and it has. It says that verification has succeeded. And now if I go back to my custom domain names page, you can see that now the status here is not saying unverified, it says verified. That means custom domain that I wanted to add here in my Active Directory, my default Active Directory, has been added and it has been verified as well. Now I can go ahead and start using this custom domain name that I have added. Alright guys, so this is how you can create and add a custom domain name in your directory, in your Azure Active Directory. Now let's go on and move ahead with our further topics in this module. Alright guys, so the next terminology that you're most likely to come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory is a user. So by now I know you already understand the meaning of a user, right? And we have also used this terminology before in this module only when we were understanding what is an Azure Active Directory. But let's just once go through the definition. So users are the individuals that are given permission and set of username and a password to access and use certain services, right? So you definitely understand what is a user, but what you don't know is how to create a user in Azure Active Directory, how to create or how to add a user. So moving on, let's understand that. Let's add or delete users using Azure Active Directory. Now for that, I'll have to move to my portal, right? So let me do that. Alright guys, so now I'm in my portal and I have to add a user in my Azure Active Directory. To do that, I will first have to navigate to my Azure Active Directory, right? So I'll do that using this search bar over here. I'll just search for Azure Active Directory and here it is. So this is my default Active Directory. Now I have to add a user in my Active Directory, right? So for that, I'll select this users option right here. Alright, so as you can see that there are already some users that I've added in my Azure Active Directory. You can see their names over here. So that means that whenever you create a user, they will all be listed down here for you to navigate or explore from, right? So let's go ahead now and create our own user. Now, as you can see that there are two options right here. First is new user and the second option is new guest user. So let me tell you a brief difference between these two options. The functionality is basically same. You're basically adding a user in your Azure Active Directory and you will be eventually giving them some roles so that they can access your Azure services, but within some specified permissions or access controls, right? But eventually you'll be doing that for both of these. So let's say that you work for an organization and you have been asked to add some users within your organization so that you can provide them access to their relevant service, right? So for that you will use this new user option. So basically this option is used whenever you want to create a user that is considered as the internal part of your organization, right? And as for this guest user option, you use this option, let's say, when your organization wants to collaborate with some external partners so that they can give them access to some of their resources, right? That is when you use this new guest user option. So apart from the fact that this new user option is only has to be used when the user is your internal member of the organization, and this new guest user option has to be used when your organization wants to give access to some external party that is not a part of the organization, but that external party needs access to the organization services. There's not much difference between these two, because eventually they will be given a username and a password and they will be signing in, and then they will be given some roles according to which they will be accessing your services. So all of these procedure remains same. The only fact that differs is that the new user will have a user type that says member here, and for new guest user, the user type will be guest. It's just a very neat way of organizing all the users that you have created so that you instantly know which user is the part of the internal organization and which user is the external party as soon as you have a look at this list of users, right? It's just a neat way. It's just a way of keeping everything neat as Azure likes it, right? So also there is one more difference, which is since the new user, when you use this new user option, the user is expected to be a part of your organization, right? That means that when you create this new user, the username that you will use should have a domain name that is verified with the directory in which you're trying to create the user, right? As for guest user, because they are guests, I mean they are external partners, they are not a part of your organization. That means they can have their own domain, and that domain does not have to be verified in the directory where you are trying to create a user, right? Because all the domains that you will verify in your directory will belong to that organization only, and the external partners, they might not have that domain because that domain is not of their ownership, right? So that is why the domain name that you can use in the username of guest user does not have to be verified in the default directory where you're trying to add this guest user. So let's start by creating a guest user first. So for that, I'll obviously click on this new guest user button. Alright, so now this create user will give me an option to create a user which is a part of my organization, but right now I don't want to create a user. I want to invite a user. That means I want to invite a guest from some external party so that I can provide him access to my services, right? So I will use this option only. Alright, now I have to provide a name to my guest user. So let's say the name of my guest user is Shikha Thakur, right? And the email address. Now this is what I was talking about. Let's say that the email address is...
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models in Azure? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, this email address is not verified in my default directory. So, but still I am able to use this email address because right now I'm not actually creating a user, I'm just inviting a user, right? So I have provided the name, I have provided the email address. The rest of the things are not mandatory, so I'll leave that out. And yes, so that's all I have to do right now. For now, the role will be user, and there are also options for me to decide whether I want to block sign in for them and other things. I don't want to do that. Now I'm just going to click on invite, and as you can see, inviting user, and here you go, my user has been invited. That means the invitation has gone through, and now that user can decide whether they want to accept the invitation or not. As you can see, the user type of the user that I just invited says guest. That means it's a guest user and not an internal member of my organization, which would have the user type of member. So now that you know how to create a guest user, let's go ahead and actually create a user using this new user option. All right. So for this also, I'm again going to click on this add button, and now out of these two options, I'm going to choose this option here that says create user. All right. So now I have to provide, first of all, I have to provide a username. Like I said, the username should have the domain name that is verified in my default directory. So the first domain name option that I get here is obviously the default domain name that I get with my Active Directory, right? Because since this is the default domain name, that means that it has already been verified by my directory. So it's there, and I will also get option for any other domain name that I might have gone ahead and added myself. That means the custom domain name. If I have verified any custom domain name in my directory, then I can choose that domain here as well, right? So let me show you the domain name that we had, the custom domain name that we have previously added in my directory should show here if I click on this drop down option here. All right, so here it is. As you can see, hellocloud.ga, the custom domain name that I had added is also here. Since it has been verified in my Azure account, I get the option of using this domain name as well. So let's do one thing. Let's first give a name in the username, right? So that name would be, let's say, Jordan. All right. Now as for the domain that I want to use, I will use the custom domain name that I had just verified and added in my directory, right? So this is the domain name. Now I can provide the name. So for name, again, I'll go ahead with Jordan. Right. So the rest of the things again are not mandatory. So I'm just going to leave. I can block the person, or I can give job info. I can provide the title here. I can give the department if I want to, so that everything stays organized for me, so that I know this user belongs to this department, right? So for this demo, I'm just going to go ahead and skip that part, and now we can just go ahead and click on create. Right, so as you can see that the user that we have just created is added. The name of the user is Jordan, and the user type is member, and the username of that username says hello.cloud. hellocloud.ga, right? So this is the custom domain name that I had added and verified in my Active Directory. Also, one more thing that I would like to point out is this is the username for the user, right? So where is the password? Let me tell you. So when you are creating a user, let's say that we are again in this create user page, right? So if I give a name here, let's say Sarah, and the name would be Sarah, and domain name, I'm going to keep the default domain here. Now as you can see that there is a password option here. If I click on this show password, then it will show me the password. So just copy this password and keep it somewhere safe, because when you are giving the credentials to that particular user, you will have to give this username and this password to that user, so that for the first time it can log in using this credentials, right? So this is where you can get the password. So just copy it and keep it somewhere safe, and then you can go ahead and create the user. So for Sarah, I have the username, I have the password that I had copied, and I'll go to Sarah and I'll give her these credentials so that she can access the resources using, or she can log in using the credentials that I have created, right? All right, so this is how you can create a user, or you can invite a user in your Azure Active Directory so that you can provide them access to some of your services from the subscription, right? So this is how you create a user. But how about deleting a user? Well, that's easy. There is a delete user option here. You just have to select the user, select any user that you want, and then you can just click on this delete user button and then just click on yes. Alright, so as you can see, I have received a notification saying that the user Sarah has been successfully deleted. So this is how you can delete users. Now let's move on and understand our last terminology, that is groups, right? So what are groups? Well, when we talk about groups in Azure Active Directory, so as you can already imagine or guess from the name itself, a group is a logical collection of users, right? So groups in Azure Active Directory are different than the resource groups because they are the logical collection of resources, while these groups are logical collections of users, right? So groups are created to organize the users or devices on the basis of geographic location, department, types of services, or hardware characteristics. For example, let's say that you are an IT admin in your organization and you have a department where the employees usually need access to same services, right? So now what you can do is you can create them users and then you can give them access, or you can create them user and then you can put them in a group and then giving access to separate users one by one. What you can do is you can just give access to the whole group, and that same access or same permissions will be inherited by any member that is added in the group. That means the users of the group, right? So that is how groups work. Now let's see how we can actually go ahead and create groups and add members using Azure Active Directory, right? So again, for that I'll have to move to my portal. So the first option that I get here is the group type. So you can select group type on the basis of what is convenient for you. I'm just going to keep the default value here. The next is group name. Now we have to provide a name to our group. Now remember that the name of your group should be relevant because it should be easy for you to understand or to remember what that group involves or what kind of services are involved with that group as soon as you look at the name. So remember to keep the name of the group relevant, right? So I'm going to name my group as development here, right? Alright, so the next option that we have is group description. Is not mandatory, but you can add a description for the group. You can add what kind of services are involved in that group or how many members are there in the group and things like that. So it basically gives us a neat organized way of having a track on the group, right? And the next option that we have here is membership type. So in this membership type you basically get three options: assigned, dynamic user, and dynamic device. So you basically use this assigned membership type whenever you want to create a very basic group and add some members in it. You can add those members in this group manually and you can remove those members manually, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic user, which actually lets you define some rules for this group on the basis of which new users can be added automatically or existing users can be removed automatically. That means you won't have to do anything manually. The users that meet the requirement of the rules that are set by you for this group will be added automatically to this group, and the users that don't meet requirement of the rules that have been set by you for this group will be removed automatically from this group if you use this dynamic user option, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic device. Now this option is similar to the previous option. The only difference is that it automatically adds or removes a device in a group instead of a user. So for this demo we will use assigned only. Alright, so the next thing that we have to do is add a member in our group, right? So for that I'll click here, and out of all of these entities you can select the members that you want. So we had created a user named Jordan, right? So I'll go ahead and select Jordan and add Jordan as a member in my group, right? Alright, I'll go ahead and select one more user here. I already had a user named Amrit. So Amrit, I'm going to add Amrit also in my group, right? Alright, so now I have two members. I'll just go ahead and click on select and then I will click on create. Alright, so as you can see, I have received the notification saying that the group has been created successfully. That means my group is here and available for me to use. As you can see that the membership type is assigned and this group type is security and the name of the group is development. If I go inside that group, I will be able to see that there are two members in my group that are users actually, right? And if you want to delete this group, you can just go ahead and click on this delete option here. The group will be deleted easily. So this is how you create a group and add members in it in Azure Active Directory.
Understand what exactly is an Azure certification. So this certification is a level of Microsoft Azure cloud expertise that an IT professional obtains after passing one or more exams that Microsoft offers. Basically, it is to demonstrate and validate the technical cloud knowledge and skills one has obtained. Now, what are those certifications? That we shall discuss as we move forward. Here, I'm going to discuss some of the major Azure certifications, and after that, we will quickly discuss about them. Now, moving forward, first one is Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate, that is AZ103. Next one, the Azure Developer Associate, that is AZ203. Third one, the Microsoft Certified Azure Solutions Architect, that comes under the expert level, that is AZ300 and 301. Last one is the Data Lake and Data Factory. So it is usually to perform big data engineering on Microsoft Cloud services and commonly known as 70776. Now let's have a quick glance at these certifications. So now for the AZ103 certification, this falls under the associate level. With this certification, Microsoft aims to help the candidates learn and acquire a wide range of skills that are required to be a cloud administrator, such as managing various cloud services, security, networking, storage, and many more. Previously, a candidate had to pass AZ100 and AZ101 certification exams in order to achieve this certification. But after receiving constant feedbacks from learners about the exam being difficult and with too much syllabus, Microsoft Learning decided to merge these two certification exams and name it as AZ103 certification exam, with 70% of the syllabus from AZ100 and 30% of the syllabus from AZ101 exam. Next we have the AZ203. So guys, this is another associate level role-based certification exam by Microsoft Azure. With this certification, Microsoft aims to help the candidates learn all the skills required in the development domains such as designing and building cloud applications, services, and many more. Before AZ203 certification exam was introduced, AZ200 and 201 were in the picture in order to get certified as an Azure Associate Developer. But both of these exams got retired and AZ203 took their place. Right.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Again, after receiving constant feedback from learners about the exam being difficult and with too much syllabus, Microsoft Learning decided to take the similar step for this certification exam as well, and the AZ203 exam came into the picture. And this exam pulls in approximately 70% of its objectives from the AZ200 exam and approximately 30% of its objectives from the AZ201 exam. Now moving forward to the another exam, that is the AZ300 and 301 exam. This is the first role-based certification exam that is launched at the expert level. With this certification, Microsoft aims to help the candidates learn the most advanced Azure skills along with learning to design a secure, reliable and scalable solution for businesses. After this certification, a candidate is expected to have gained expertise in computer, networking, security and storage. Even though the certification also covers the skills of the Azure Administrator and Azure Developer Associate level certifications, but they are not a mandatory prerequisite for the certification. In order to achieve this certification, you will have to pass the following exams, which are AZ300, that is Microsoft Azure Architect Technologies, and AZ301, that is Microsoft Azure Architect Design. So again, these two above exams are the replacement for the old 70535 exam, that is Architecting Microsoft Azure Solutions. Now moving forward, that is the 70776 certification exam. So this certification requires candidates to get accustomed with implementing big data engineering on Azure. So the learners must have skills on Microsoft Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake Analytics, Azure Data Factory, and Azure Stream Analytics, and subsequently perform big data best practices using the same. As informed by the Microsoft Learning, the certification name 70776 is about to be expired and no replacement exam name is being given to it yet. However, the replacement exam would consist of all the topics from the current curriculum with a few topics removed or merged with a different topic. Right. So let's move forward. Now let's move forward. So guys, there is a huge amount of vagueness when it comes to choosing who should go for which certification, right? So moving forward with the video, let us discuss which certification is for whom. So for AZ103 exam, candidate taking this exam are expected to have sufficient knowledge of various services across full IT lifecycle, applications and their environments. At least 1 year of experience in an IT administration and an hands-on with server provisioning, monitoring, resource management is recommended. Now for AZ-203 exam, in order to pass this exam, the candidate must have at least 1 year of experience of developing scalable solutions indulging in all phases of software development. And the candidate must be skilled in at least one cloud-supported programming language. So this exam requires a candidate to be proficient in software development phases such as solution designing, development, deployment, testing, and maintenance. Now we have AZ-300 and 301 exam. If we first talk about AZ-300 exam, then a candidate must have expert level skills in at least one of the expert level domains. This exam requires a candidate to have sound knowledge of various concepts in IT operations such as networking, virtualization, business continuity, data management, and disaster recovery. And for AZ-301, in order to pass this exam, the candidate must be skilled in Azure administration and Azure development. So skills in DevOps are also recommended. So the candidates taking this exam are expected to be able to build Azure solutions according to the business requirements, such as making decisions that help the business become secure, solutions making the business more scalable. Now moving forward to 70776. So this certification is for the candidates who design analytic solutions and build operationalized solutions on Azure. Candidates who are familiar with the features and capabilities of batch data processing, real-time processing, and operationalization technologies. And of course, the data engineers. Now let's move forward. So guys, in order to be well prepared for Azure certification exams, you must know what are the objectives of the exam, right? So following the same order as before, let us first discuss the curriculum for AZ-103 exam. Due to constant feedbacks about the exam being difficult, Microsoft has divided the entire exam syllabus into 5 modules. So in order to ease the exam preparation, let us discuss each of these modules below. Manage Azure subscriptions and resources. So guys, this percentage figure that you see here basically indicates the relative weightage of the questions from each of the modules. If the percentage is higher, then you should expect more questions from that module and vice versa. So in this module, you need to be thoroughly prepared with the managing Azure subscriptions, resource groups, analyzing resource utilization and consumption, and managing role-based access control, that is RBAC. Second, we have implement and manage storage, where it holds a weightage of 15 to 20% in the exam, covering the topics like creation and configuration of storage accounts, Azure files, importing and exporting data to Azure, and implementing Azure backups. Third, deploying and managing virtual machines, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering topics in creation and configuration of virtual machines for Windows and Linux, managing Azure VMs, and automating their deployments and managing their backups. Third, we have deploying and managing virtual machines, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering topics in creation and configuration of virtual machines for Windows and Linux, managing Azure VMs and automating their deployments and managing their backup. Fourth one is configure and manage virtual networks, which holds a majority of weightage of around 30 to 35% and covering topics in create connectivity between virtual networks, implementing and managing virtual networking, network security groups, Azure load balancer, monitoring and troubleshooting virtual networks, integrating on-premises network with Azure virtual network. And the fifth one and the last one is manage identities, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% in the exam. Managing Azure Active Directory and AD objects, users, groups and devices, implementing and managing hybrid identities and multi-factor authentication are being covered in this module. So now for AZ-203 exam. So guys, the entire exam syllabus has been divided into 6 modules based on the feedbacks again. So developing Azure infrastructure as a service compute solutions, which holds a relative weightage of 10 to 15% in the module. So in these modules, you need to be thoroughly prepared with creating containerized solutions, implementing batch jobs by using Azure batch services, and implementing solutions that use virtual machines. Second, we have develop Azure platform as a service compute solutions, where it holds a weightage of 20 to 25% in the exam, covering topics like creating Azure App Services, Web Apps, and API Apps, Azure App Service mobile apps, and implementing Azure functions. And the third one is the developing for Azure storage, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering the topics in developing solutions that use blob storage, relational database, Cosmos DB storage, and storage tables. And the fourth one is the implementing Azure security, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% and covering topics in implementing access control, authentication, and secure data solutions. Now the fifth one is monitoring, troubleshooting, and optimizing Azure solutions, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% in the exam. Instrumenting solutions to support monitoring and logging, integrating caching and content delivery with the solutions, and developing code to support scalability of apps and services are being covered in this module. And the last one is connect to and expand Azure services and third-party services, which holds a weightage of 20 to 25% in the exam and covering topics in establishing API gateways, integrating Azure search within solutions, and developing an app service logic app. And similarly, for AZ 300 and 301 exam, it covers topics in deploy and configure infrastructure, implement workloads and security, create and deploy apps, implement authentication and secure data, develop for the cloud and Azure storage, determine workload requirements. Then after this comes the designing part. That is the design for identity and security, design a data platform solution, design a business continuity strategy, design for deployment, migration and integration, design an infrastructure strategy. Now at last for 70776. Though this certification is on the verge of retirement, but its syllabus is not going to be any different than the current version. However, few transition will be there, like the removal of few topics or just merge them with any topics, right? So if we talk about such objectives, then design and implement complex event processing by using Azure Stream Analytics, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, which includes the topics like ingest data for real-time processing, design and implement Azure Stream Analytics, implement and manage the streaming pipeline, query real-time data by using the Azure Stream Analytics query language. Then the next one is design and implement Azure SQL Data Warehouse solutions. Again, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, including the topics like design tables in Azure SQL Data Warehouse, query data in Azure SQL Data Warehouse, integrate Azure SQL Data Warehouse with the other services. Then design and implement cloud-based integration by using Azure Data Factory. To implement datasets and linked services, move, transform and analyze data by using Azure Data Factory activities, orchestrate data processing by using Azure Data Factory pipelines, monitor and manage Azure Data Factory, other topics included in this. Now the last one is manage and maintain Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory and Azure Stream Analytics, holding a majority of weightage in the exam, that is 20 to 25%. So this module covers the topics in provision Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory, Stream Analytics, implement authentication, authorization, auditing, manage data recovery for Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake. So this module covers the topics in provision Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Data Lake, Data Factory, Stream Analytics, implement authentication, authorization, auditing, design and implement storage solution for big data implementations. So that's all for the objective part. So now let's move forward and discuss about the exam pattern followed by how you should prepare for this exam. No doubt, the Microsoft Azure certification exams are one of the most challenging exams in the IT industry. Although the number of questions in this exam are subject to change over time, you can expect around 40 to 60 questions in this exam, and also you can expect different questions formats and tie-ups in this exam, including review screen, mark review, multiple choices, short answer, hot area, repeated answer choices, drag and drop, case studies, the best answer and active screen. All the questions in this exam can follow any of these question types. You will get around 150 minutes to complete the examination with an additional 30 minutes of sitting time. For the good results in the exam, it is required to follow the weight associated with each exam module during your Azure exam preparation. The pricing depends on which location you are taking your exam from. For example, if you are taking your exam in USA, then it is going to cost you around 160. But if you are taking it in India, then you will have to pay an amount of 4800 INR. And the pricing is subject to change without a notice from country to country. As the pricing does not include applicable taxes, you need to confirm with your examination provider for an exact fee. If you are a student, then you can get a fee reduction in the exam if you can submit your valid education credentials. Moreover, Microsoft Partner Network Program member, Microsoft trainers and academic program members are also eligible for the reduced pricing. Most of the Microsoft technical questions require a passing score of 700. Any score greater or equal to 700 will be marked as passed. Otherwise, it will be marked as failed. Most of the short questions in this exam are 1 point. If any question is worth more than that, then it will be indicated in the question part itself. Also note that there are no penalty for an incorrect answer. The exam is available only in English language. Now we know of the examination pattern. Let us discuss few of the tips for the exam preparation. How to prepare for this exam. The first tip is to plan the module structure and study accordingly. For an example, if you are going to start with app services and containers, then make sure you have already covered the topics of creating the app services, containers, container images and Docker files, so that you know the basics of implementing app services in the container. Or if you're going to implement the Azure backup, then you must know about how to create and configure the storage accounts along with the configuration of Azure files, so that you know the basics of implementing the configurations and storage account. You would require a lot of questions and verified study materials on Azure in order to earn good passing scores. You can refer to the official curriculum and study guide to plan your module study and get the right information. After that, practice simple tests online. Once gained enough knowledge with this, then you should be able to step up into the next part of practicing hands-on. And this is the most crucial part in your learning journey. So guys, you can easily perform hands-on in Azure services since Azure provides a free tier option for newbies and you get a $300 of credit in your Azure account. So in addition to that, check for the online training so that in case you have queries related to the subject, then you can clear them right away and experts' help is always recommended. Last but not the least, join the forums related to Microsoft Azure and search for questions related to your subject and check out the questions asked by the other people and go through the answers posted by audiences. It will always be helpful for you. Last suggestion from my end is that go for dumps only when you are thoroughly prepared with the subject. You might be able to clear the exam and get certification from it, but believe me guys, you won't be job ready, as during the interview without the practical approach, you won't be able to crack it or be able to answer the questions by interviewer because you took the shortcut to get certified, right? So be aware of the shortcuts, do a thorough study with the proper implementations in Azure and rise up in your career path. Alright, so now you might be wondering how to take time for all this research and study. That is where we at Intellipaat are here for you. We understand that you as professionals face problems to take out time for upskilling from your personal life, right? So that is why we have done all the hard work for you and have come up with the comprehensive courses on AZ 103, AZ 203, AZ 300 and 301 and Azure Data Lake and Data Factory. And each course is curated by the industry experts, which includes the different case studies and assignments based on each module along with the industry oriented projects. If you're interested, then you can go through the course details with the link provided in the description box.
First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever-expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay-as-you-go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity, you will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services, if you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. And then S3 and blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay per hour model and pay per minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down. Because AWS does not have a pay per minute model yet, it charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you're running the same server, Linux server in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes, in AWS you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are 3 main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IIS, which is basically a web server and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the back end part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the 3 main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the 3 most basic roles. And the next question is, so this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the 3 most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the 3 principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've chosen databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform it can be basically anything, but here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform. And I also would say databases, because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps, which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure Storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure Queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record or structured information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform, because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is, if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically, you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it. And in service bus, you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services. You can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is, storage queues are simple, REST-based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns, but which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, so the next question is, what is table storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, so now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically, an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have 3 different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike, and inside Adidas you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity which defines that particular entity. So inside a table there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It's a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of DevOps by answering this question. Which of the following are the popular tools for DevOps? A. Jenkins, B. Ansible, C. Nagios, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The next question is, what is autoscaling in Azure? So what is autoscaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto-scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you've done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are two virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has two virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. And there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have 2 virtual machines and the work overload goes very high. So right now you want 1 virtual machine, so it will launch 1 virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the 3 virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch 1 more, and again if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch 1 more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it? So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances, as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be, what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code, and you can integrate it with Azure App Services so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity. That is, you can launch any number of services. It can go up, it can go down. You can have any number of users. You can provide the access to users. You can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users, so anyone can use it, while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization, you can launch applications. So you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users. A mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity private cloud and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud, and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter as such. But if you're trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or Azure CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account, so you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager. So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are 3 distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name servers, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with auto scaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines and connect 2 auto scaling groups together, in which the Traffic Manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one auto scaling group there is app 1, in another auto scaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the Traffic Manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 auto scaling group. So this is how you can use Traffic Manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure portal automatically calculates your existing charges as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge, even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure a portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure portal itself. And also you can access Azure portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is Elastic Pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL database Elastic Pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an Elastic Pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an Elastic Pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the Elastic Pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that Elastic Pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is Elastic Pool. Next is, what is your SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily because it is basically the same relational database on your local system hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply. SQL Azure database is a database server running in the Azure data center and to which you are given remote access to so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility, and security in the core. Microsoft Azure SQL database has an element, it makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database because it does not take backup. It has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is, what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about 3 maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table, and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BL OB, which is basically binary large objects, blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So that's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure Boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure Artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place so that it is easier to access them. Also finally you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So to be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for a Azure App Service where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will, as told, it will launch servers. It will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again, you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again, you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you cannot just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into CMD let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So CMD let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So CMD lets, command lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command let. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate CMD let commands which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, CMD let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using CMD let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand. on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoint, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an HD Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an HD Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services, and you can click on HD Insight, or you can just search HD Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm, and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and HD Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm, as such, it is a distributed fault-tolerant open source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is HD Insight. So HD Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch HD Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch HD Insight, you'll just have to go to the HD Insight cluster, and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So HD Insight, again, it's an analytics service, and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Mission? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis, in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys, and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1, it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0, it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is for sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction, in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the Text Analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that the best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the dataset and call this API to run on the dataset and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a text analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment, and the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer: migration, a migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is, what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a role's instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time, and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.
So our first question asks us, can we explain the Git architecture? Now, this is fairly an important question, reason being, only if you understand the underlying basics of how Git works, will you be able to troubleshoot a problem when you face it and when you are working in a company as a DevOps engineer. All right. So let us try to explain what Git basically is and how its architecture is. Now, most of you might know that Git is a distributed version control system. Now, what is a distributed version control system? Let us explain it using a diagram. In a distributed version control system, basically your repository is distributed among the people who are contributing to that repository, and that is why it is called distributed. So that means that anyone who wants to make a change in the code that is present in this repository has to first copy this repository on his local system, commit the changes to the local file system of this repository, and only then he can push this repository onto push the code changes or the feature additions and everything to the remote repository, right? Nobody can work directly on the remote repository, and this is the main principle of how Git works, and that is the reason it is called a distributed version control system, right? If you were to talk about the life cycle as to what are the steps to implement if somebody wants to say upload or change some code present in our remote repository. So the first thing that they have to do is pull the repository from the remote system. Once they have pulled the repository, it becomes their local repository. Change whatever files they want to change, and then once they have done with the changes, they will have to do a git commit, or they'll have to commit the files to the local repository.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models in Azure? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Once the files have been committed, they will have to be pushed to the remote repository so that it becomes visible to anyone and everyone who will pull this project the next time. All right. And this is how the whole whatever last commit was working perfectly, just roll back to that so that everything becomes normal until and unless you have fixed the new commit. That is basically the intention behind the revert procedure. Now, how can you implement the revert procedure? It can be implemented using the git revert command, and let me show you a quick demo of the git revert command so you know how you can implement it in a computer. All right. So this is my terminal, guys. Basically, I will SSH into an AWS server and I'm in. So I have a GitHub repository that I have created for demo purposes. So like we discussed, the first stage in the lifecycle of Git is to clone the repository. So we'll just copy this address. So we'll just copy this address. 1 second. Yes. So we'll just copy this address and then we'll come here and we'll type git clone and then the address. Okay. Now this project is basically a website that I created. It's a small website that I created. Now, in order to see that website, we will have to paste this code inside our Apache folder. So let us go inside our Apache folder, which is present in this directory. All right. Now I'll do a quick git clone along with the repository address, hit enter. And now if I do an ls, you can see that there is a folder called DevOps IQ, which has been created inside this folder. I will go inside DevOps IQ and do an ls. And you can see there's one more folder called DevOps IQ. All right, so let's go inside that. And now if I do an ls, these are the two files which are present inside my code base. Okay. Now, if you were to see what this website actually looks like right now, I can just go here and I can type in the IP address. So it's 18.222.123.58/DevOps IQ and /DevOps IQ. All right. This is how the website looks like for now. Now I have to make some changes so that the background becomes a little more better. So what I can do, I'll just go back here. I'll go do a nano and change the code of the website and say I'll change it to, I have an image in the images folder. Let me change it to 1.jpg. All right, let us save it. And once you've saved it, the next thing that you have to do is commit the changes to your local repository. And let us do that. So first I'll have to add the files to the repository. Now I'll have to commit the changes and the message should say changed background. All right. So the changes have been committed and now I'll push these changes to the remote repository. So it's HSHAR and the password is this. Now before making these changes, let me quickly show you the code that you are currently going to see before I push anything on this repository. So can you see the code is images/2.jpeg. I've changed the code to be 1.jpeg. So let me hit enter and let's see if our code gets changed over here. So now if I do a refresh, let me do a refresh. You can see the code has been changed just now. So it says 44 seconds ago, the code was changed. Awesome. So now because my code has been changed, if I go to this website now and hit enter, you can see the background is now changed. It is now a different background. Now what I want to do is I realize that this change that I did is probably wrong, and I want to revert to a particular commit, to the older commit that was actually working. All right. So what I can do is I'll just come back to my terminal. Let me clear the screen. First thing that you do is do a git log. So now you get a log of all the commits that you have made to this particular repository. Now this is the particular commit that you have particularly applied right now, and this is causing you a problem. So just copy the commit ID for this, and now just go ahead and do a git revert. So git revert and then give this ID which you just copied, okay, and hit enter. So once you do that, it will tell you the information about this particular commit ID, right? So just review everything, and then you can see that the commit has been reverted. So now I have not pushed the changes, but then if I come back here and if I hit enter, you can see the older website comes back because the code has now been changed. And if I want to make these changes to the remote repository as well, all I have to do is git push origin master, and it'll ask me the credentials, and the changes have been pushed, right? Now if I come here and I just see the code again, if I do a refresh, you can again see that the code has changed back to 2.jpeg, which was our earlier code which we made changes to. All right, so guys, this is how you can do a revert on a basically a commit and a push that you have made to your remote repository as well, right? So if you encounter any problem during working while working as a DevOps engineer, you should remember this session where I taught you how to revert a particular commit. All right, so with that, let's move on to our next question, which says, have you ever encountered failed deployments and how have you handled them? Now see, any DevOps engineer in the world will have faced a problem in which, probably the things that he had planned, the things didn't go according to his plan, right? That absolutely happens. And if somebody is asking you in a DevOps interview, have you committed mistakes? So you should, just to impress them, probably never say yes, right? So if you have never committed mistakes, that's awesome, right? But then I know that every engineer or every DevOps engineer who has worked in the industry would have faced a problem while working and would basically account to a mistake that he made while deploying things, all right? Now, the important thing or the important key takeaway from this kind of a learning should be that whatever mistake you make, you learn from it, right? And you never commit it again. And that is basically the intent behind this question as well. The interviewer would want to know, if you made the mistakes, what did you learn from those mistakes? Okay, so if an interviewer was supposed to ask me this question, I'll say, obviously I have encountered failed deployments, and what have I learned from them? I'll just give you the best practices that I think are viable for any DevOps engineer who is working in the industry. So the first thing that everyone should follow and should make it a thumb rule is that you should automate code testing. Not only does it save time, because now your tester does not have to wait for your developer to basically push the code and then check it. The developer can check it in real time because you have written a script for his application, and all the major tests which are to be done, which are pretty common, can be done using automated code testing, right? Now, like I said, it's not only for time saving, but also it removes the part where an human a human error can occur, right? So if you are working, if you are now, when you work with people commit mistakes. But if you can write a code which will basically test each and every functionality, that code will never make a mistake. And that is why you should always automate things as far as possible, right? So like in my example, what happened was that there was basically a commit to the repository, which was basically a feature addition, right? And the tester did not see all the functionalities, or forgot to see some of the functionalities that could impact the other components of my product. And because of that, when it got pushed onto production, basically a disaster happened. Everything stopped working, right? And that was only because the testing did not happen properly, right? So for all the critical processes of your website or your product, you can basically create a code which will test that website. And basically that would basically close down most of the doors to mistakes. All right. The next thing is you should always use Docker for same environment, right? And this is basically the ideology behind DevOps, that these kind of problems where a developer used to work and the tester could not run his code on his computer, but the developer said that everything is working fine on his system. Docker basically solves that problem, right? So use Docker as much as you can for the same environment problem that you might face. Then we should always use microservices. Now, when you are working in a company, it could be that the product is in the legacy phase and hence it's on a monolith kind of a thing, but you should never encourage this kind of an architecture, right? Reason being, say you did a bad commit or you did a bad push on the production server, but it should not impact the other components of your product, right? If probably you have done something to search, and if it's a bad commit or a bad push, the only functionality that should be impacted should be your search functionality and not the other functionalities. And that is the sole reason behind why we should use microservices. That is, we should divide our application into different small products which we would deploy on servers, and these products should be independent of each other. When you talk about the monolithic architecture, all these components are coinciding with each other, have the dependency upon each other. But when you talk about a microservices kind of an architecture, you remove that dependency so as to, even if one component fails, it does not impact the whole application. Fourth point being, you should always overcome risks to avoid failures. Now, this basically means that if there is a code change, or if there is a feature addition which works sometimes and sometimes it does not, and you're not able to figure out why is exactly that thing happening, it is better to wait and troubleshoot it than to push it just to meet your dates, right? Because the latter can cause you a big problem in production. When you're in a company like Airtel, or in a company like Samsung or Ericsson, where their products, each second of their website's uptime brings in money, right? So if your website is down for 30 seconds, that could amount to a huge loss, and that would be on you, right? So for you to not face that kind of a situation, always be 100% sure before you make a change or a release onto the production server. All right, so this is the end to the domain of continuous development. Let's go ahead and now talk about virtualization and containerization. All right, so let's start with the first question of this domain, which says, what is the difference between virtualization and containerization? Now, this is a very important question, guys, because most of us get confused between virtualization and containerization. So let's see what are the differences between these two things. So virtualization is nothing but installing a new piece of operating system on top of a virtualized hardware. What does that mean? So basically, there are softwares like hypervisor or any other software which specializes in virtualizing hardware. So if you have a server which has around 64 gigs of RAM and 1000 TB of hard disk space, with a software like hypervisor, what you can do is you can take that space and divide it among multiple operating systems, right? You can deploy multiple operating systems on the same hardware by virtualizing the hardware so as to the operating system will feel that, say, if you virtualize 1 GB of RAM from this whole system and say around 100 GB of storage, the operating system will think that, it only has 1 GB and 1 GB of RAM and 100 GB of storage space available to it. It cannot go beyond that. Reason being, it does not know of the hardware which is beyond or which is ahead of the hypervisor software. All right. So in virtualization, basically you have an hypervisor which sits on top of your operating system and virtualizes the hardware beneath it, right? Then you have a guest operating system. So basically, once you have virtualized the hardware, you install guest operating systems on top of that. For example, the best example for this would be VirtualBox, right? You install VirtualBox and then you can install operating systems on the VirtualBox with a given spec that you will decide, right? And once you've installed the guest operating systems, on top of that, there would be the binaries or the libraries that you probably would be downloading or that came with the operating system. And on top of that, you have the applications which would be running, right? So the key takeaway from virtualization should be that it's the whole operating system is installed from the kernel level to the application level. Everything is fresh, everything is new. Now let's talk about containerization. So the thing in containerization is that the host, on top of host operating system, you install a software called the container engine. Now the container engine is just like any other software, like you have an hypervisor, you have a container engine. Now the container engine does not encourage installing a whole operating system. For example, if you want to run a container for Ubuntu on, say, a Mac machine, you can do that, right? It will basically, in that container, you will have basically the bare minimum libraries that amount to become the Ubuntu operating system minus the kernel, right? So in a container, you do not have a kernel. The kernel is always used of the host operating system. And this is the main difference between virtualization and containerization, that in virtualization, you have a separate kernel present of the virtual operating system. But in containerization, you do not have that. And that is the reason the containers are very small. They have the bare minimum libraries required for that container to behave as a particular operating system, but the container itself does not contain any operating system. It basically is based on the same kernel on which the host operating system resides. All right, and this is basically the main difference between virtualization and containerization. Moving forward, now the next question says, without using Docker, that is without using Docker to get into a container, can we see the processes that are running inside the container of the Docker container engine? All right. So this basically is relating to the same fact that if you want to see the processes of a container which are running inside the Docker container engine, if you can see them from the outside, basically that means that the processes are running in the same kernel of the host operating system, right? The processes that are running in the Docker container engine would be basically as an addition to whatever is running on the host operating system as well. And you can see that using the ps-aux command, right? So for the host operating system, it's just like any other software or any other process that it has to run. But for the container, it basically thinks that it is running inside an operating system, which it actually is not. Right? So can you see the processes? So the answer is yes, you can see the processes which are running inside a Docker container. And how can you see that? How can you basically see these processes? Let me demonstrate it to you. Okay. So we have come back to our AWS server. Let me clear the screen. All right. So if I do a Docker PS right now, you can see that there are no containers which are running on this system as of now. Now what I'll do is I'll run a container for Ubuntu. So I'll do a Docker run -it and then -d and then Ubuntu. All right, so this ran a container for me. And if I do a docker ps now, you can see that there's a container running, which is basically of the Ubuntu image. So if I go inside this container now, so I'll do a docker exec -it and then bash. Docker exec -it and then I forgot the container ID, so the container ID and then bash. So if I do that, I'm inside the container, right? And there's no process running inside this container as of now. Now, if I were to duplicate this, let me quickly again do an SSH. So I'll do an SSH into the same server again, so that I'm on $. Okay, great. So if I do a ps aux, these are all the processes which are running inside the operating system right now, right? But let us make it a little simpler. What we can do is, let me see all the processes which has the word watch in them, right? So let me make it more clear for you. So these are the processes which have the watch keyword inside of them. Okay, so there are basically 4 processes which are running and which have the keyword watch inside of them. Now what I'm gonna do is, inside this container, I'm gonna launch a watch process. So what is that watch process? That watch process is basically going to watch a particular command in a set interval of time. And what is that command? I basically want to say, let's see the ls-l command. Okay, so what is it doing? It is keeping a watch on the command ls-l in every 1 second, right? You can see the time over here. It is incrementing every second, and basically it's keeping a watch on all these files which are there inside the container continuously. Okay, now again, so this is the $ prompt. That we are outside the container right now. Now if I again do the same command, that is again I search for processes which have the word watch in it, I can actually see that there is a new process which is running over here, and this process is running inside the container, which I'm able to see from the host operating system level, right? So the host operating system is basically treating this particular process as if it was running on its own system. That is, the container and the host operating system, because they are sharing the same kernel, the host operating system is taking this process as if it was running inside of it, right? But if we look closely, this watch command is running inside the container, right? Let me just quickly stop it. You can see we are still inside the container, and we have stopped the watch command. And if I go here and if I refresh, you can see that this watch command is again gone, which was being mentioned over here before.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And this is exactly what we wanted. We basically wanted to see a process which was running inside a container from outside the container, that is from the host operating system, and that is exactly what we just did. All right. So the question that without using Docker, can you see the processes that are running inside a container? So the answer is yes, you can do it. All right. So the next question is, what is a Docker file used for? What do you basically use a Docker file for? So a Docker file is nothing but it's basically a text document to create an image using an older image and adding some files into it. All right. So it's basically like a script that you run in Linux, which can do all the things for you that are required. For example, I might need an Apache image, and I want my website to be put inside the var/www/html folder inside this particular Apache container. Now, in order to do that, if I were to do it without a Docker file, I would have to first download the Apache image. So I would probably type docker run -it-id and then Apache. Once I've done that, I will exec into the container, and then go to the directory called var www.html. Probably I'll do a git clone of the website that I want, and then my website will be available in that container, and hence I'll be able to use it, right? This is one way. Second way is I can create a Docker file which will basically build this image for me without me having to do all these things, all these manual things which I just told you. All right, so let's see how we can do that. So let me just exit this container and let me remove the container which are just running inside my system right now. Okay, so if I do a docker ps now, it's clean. Now what I want to do is I want to run this particular container, docker run -it -p. I want to basically expose the port 83 to this container's port 80, and I want to run it as a daemon so that it runs in the background, and that is it. Okay, so I have the container running, which is this, and what I want to do is I want to basically copy the website into this container. So let me do a docker exec into this container -it. This is the container ID, and then container ID, and then bash. So I want to go inside this particular folder. So if I do an ls over here, you can see that there is an index.html and an index.php which are running, right? So it's on exposed on port 83, which basically means if I go to a browser and if I go to the server's IP address on port 83, I should be able to see this Apache page, and this is basically the container which I just ran over here. Okay, what I want to do is inside this particular directory, I would be basically copying the code of my website. Now let's see how we can do that. So let me just exit this container. Let me do a docker ps. Let me do a docker stop to this particular container. So what would this do? So basically if my Apache was running over here, it should stop once I have stopped this container. Okay, so it's stopped. So if I do a refresh over here, you can see the site can't be reached. This is exactly what we want. Okay, now let me do a git clone of my GitHub. I'll do a git clone. All right. Awesome. Now I'll go inside this folder, and basically I want to copy this particular folder inside the container. All right. So for doing that, let's create a Docker file. And what I want to say is in the image shhar/web app, I want to add the folder DevOps IQ. And where do I want to add it? Inside the container, I want to add it in this particular directory. Okay, this is where I want to add it, and inside DevOps IQ. Okay, fair enough. And that is it. That is all you have to do. I'll just come out of this editor, and I'll now do a Docker build of this Docker file with the name test. So it says successfully built an image and it has been tagged as test. Great. Now if I run this image now, docker run -it -p, say I run it on port 84, run it as a daemon and run the image. Okay, great. So if I go to port 84 now, let's see if the container is working first. So yes, the container is working. Now if I go inside DevOps IQ, what do I see? Great. So I can see the web. So basically my website is now available inside the container by simply writing a Docker file to do that. And this is exactly what we wanted. Awesome, guys. So what is the Docker file used for? It is basically used for creating an image without having to do all the manual stuff of adding your files and everything. All right. Now, once this image of yours is ready, you can push it to Docker Hub and anybody in the world can download it and can basically use your website on their local system. Great. Now, the next question is explain container orchestration. Okay, so till now we have seen that, we can deploy a container, we can use it, we can probably deploy an application on it, and we can use it on the web browser, right? But it is not that simple. When we talk about a website like Amazon or a website like Google, right? It has a lot of components with it. For example, on Amazon, you would see that you have a comment section. Then on the home page, you see that there are a lot of products which have the prices, the ratings. Now, each and every component, the prices, the ratings, the name of the product, the image of the product, the comment section, each and everything is basically a microservice. It is a small part of an application which is running independently of all the other parts of the website, right? And all of this is possible using containers. So basically what they would have done is they would have ran each and every component inside a container. Now, the problem over here is, now when you have a website like Amazon, you would be dealing you would be dealing with minimum like 10 or 11 containers for one particular copy of that website or one particular instance of that website, right? Now, when you're dealing with 10, 11 containers, these containers have to be working in conjunction to each other. They should be in sync with each other. They should be able to communicate with each other, right? And they should also be able, we should also be able to scale a particular container in case it goes down. For example, the comment section container, it goes down for some reason. Now, if it goes down, we have to keep a watch on it and we have to redeploy it if it goes down. And all of these activities, which I just told you, comes under container orchestration, right? If you were to manually deploy these containers on Docker, you will have to keep a manual check on all these containers. But imagine when you have thousands or 10,000s of containers that you're dealing with, in those kind of scenarios, you need container orchestration. Now, container orchestration can be done using various softwares. So you have a software called Kubernetes, and before that there was a software called Docker Swarm, which basically made our life easier by doing all the manual work for us. That is, it will check the container's health. It could scale them in case they become unhealthy. They could always also notify the administrators by an email in case something happens, right? They can also run a monitoring software for you, which basically gives you a report or the health status of all the containers which are running inside that software. So this is a very small part of what a container orchestration tool can do, right? And basically, if you were to understand what container orchestration is like I said, when you work with multiple containers, you have to take in note a lot of things, and that is possible using the container orchestration tools like Kubernetes and Docker Swarm. Okay, so the next question is, what is the difference between Docker Swarm and Kubernetes? Now, they're both container orchestration tools. We just saw that. But why do we have two? Or if I were to choose between Kubernetes and Docker Swarm, which should I choose? All right, so let's look at the differences between each one of them. So the first difference, which is probably the most important difference, or probably I'll say is the deciding factor, whether you should go ahead with this tool given that you have a short deadline and you have to deploy a project. So installing Docker Swarm is very easy. It comes pre-packaged with the Docker software.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of DevOps by answering this question. Which of the following are the popular tools for DevOps? A. Jenkins, B. Ansible, C. Nagios, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if you have installed Docker Swarm is already installed on your system. You don't have to worry about anything. On the other hand, installing Kubernetes is a very tough job, right? There are a lot of dependencies for Kubernetes. You'll have to see the system, you'll have to see the operating system on which it is running, and a host of other things, right? It has a lot of dependencies and hence it is very tough to install. But the moment you install it, it becomes very helpful. That is, Kubernetes becomes very helpful because of the features that it offers, which brings us to our second point. Docker Swarm is faster than Kubernetes, reason being that it has less features than Kubernetes and therefore making it a very light software and hence faster than Kubernetes. So if you want to use Docker Swarm, you should be reading about what Docker Swarm does not offer and what Kubernetes offers. And if you feel you do not need all the features that Kubernetes is offering, you can go ahead with Docker Swarm and deploy your application in a faster manner. But like I said, Kubernetes is complex and it has a lot of services and features, because of which its deployments are a little slower when we compare it to Docker Swarm. The third point, which is the most important point, is Docker Swarm does not give you the functionality of autoscaling. Meaning if your containers go down or if your containers are basically performing at their peak capacity, there is no option in Docker Swarm to scale those containers. On the other hand, because of Kubernetes monitoring services and the host of other features, you have that option of providing auto scaling to your containers, which basically means you can automatically scale your containers up and down as and when they are required. And this is an amazing thing that Kubernetes handles for us. Alright guys, so these were the questions around the domain virtualization and containerization. So moving ahead, now our next domain is continuous integration. So let's shed a light on what continuous integration is. So our first question itself is, what is continuous integration? So continuous integration is basically a development practice, or I'll say it's a stage which basically connects all the other stages of the DevOps lifecycle. For example, you push your code to Git. Like we took an example, when you push the code to Git, you might have provisions which might allow you that the moment the code is pushed onto the remote repository, it automatically gets deployed on the servers as well. Well, if that is the case, basically that would be possible using integration tools that would integrate your Git repository with your remote server. And that is exactly what Jenkins runs. It's a continuous integration tool which helps us integrate different DevOps lifecycle stages together so that they work like an organism, right? This is what continuous integration means. So, because we discussed about what continuous integration is, our next question says, create a CI/CD pipeline using Git and Jenkins to deploy a website on every commit on the main branch. So on every push that you make to the remote repository, the code should automatically get deployed on a remote server. All right. So this is something that we're going to do just now. All right. But before going ahead, let's see what is the architecture for this kind of a thing. All right, so this is how the whole thing is going to work. Basically, the developer is going to commit the code to his GitHub. GitHub basically, once it sees a change in the branch that we mentioned, it is going to trigger Jenkins, which in turn will integrate or will take the website from the GitHub repository and push it onto the build server on which we want the website to be deployed. All right, sounds awesome. Great. Now let's go ahead and do this demo. So for that, we will have to SSH into our server. So let us do that. Okay, so I'm in now. Let me clear the screen. So first let's check if our Jenkins is running on this server. So let me check the status for Jenkins. So if I do a service Jenkins status, I can see that the Jenkins service is active. Awesome. So I'll just go here and I'll go to the Jenkins website, which is basically available on 8080. All right. So I'll enter my credentials. And this is how the dashboard for Jenkins looks like. Now, our question is, or our aim is to create a job which basically will push a website that we are uploading to GitHub on a particular server. All right, so let's create a new job first. So let's call our job as a demo job. Okay, and let's name it as a freestyle project and click OK. So this will create a job in Jenkins for us. All right, so our job has now been created. So what we want to do is I want to take code from my GitHub. So I'll have to specify the GitHub repository over here. Okay. And similarly, I'll have to say that I want to trigger the build the moment anything is pushed on my remote repository. All right, and this should be it. Great. So I mentioned that anything that is pushed onto my master should trigger a build on Jenkins. Okay. And what should this build, or what set of commands do I want to run once build is triggered? So first I want to remove all the containers which are running inside my system. So I want to clean up, right? So for that I'll say sudo docker rm-f, then a $. This basically is going to clean all the containers which are running currently in the system. Once this is done, I want to build my website, which is build my container, which is going to have my website. All right, now how can we do that? For that, I'll have to push the code to my GitHub, which will have the Docker file as well. Okay, so we created a Docker file inside. Okay, so here it is. So we have our Docker file created in the DevOps IQ folder, which was there in my home directory. Now what I want to do is I want to push. So what is there inside this Docker file? We saw that we could create a Docker file using, if we write something like this in our Docker file, and this would basically create an image with our code which is there on GitHub. All right, so what we'll do, we'll just push this code to our remote repository. And let's add the message that we have ordered a Docker file. Great. And now let's push it to our remote repo. Great. So it has been pushed to my remote repo. And now if I just go here and check if my changes have been done or not, let me just quickly refresh it. So yes, I have a Docker file in my Git repository right now, which was committed 42 seconds ago. Awesome. Great. So now what I'll do is I'll come to my Jenkins and I will say that build sudo docker build the Docker file. Now, where is that Docker file? The Docker file will basically be downloaded in the Jenkins workspace. So that is in var lib Jenkins workspace, and then the name of the job, which is demo job, and that is it. So inside this, I will have my Docker file, and it will basically build it and name it as, say, Jenkins. It'll name it as Jenkins. In the next step, what I'll do a sudo docker run -it and then -p, and say I want to deploy it on 84 or say 87 port. Okay, and what do I want to deploy? I want to deploy Jenkins. Okay, so this should do this should basically do all the stuff. So in the first command, basically we're removing any container which is running on the system. In the second command, what we're going to do is we're going to build the Docker file which is available in this workspace, and this workspace will basically have my GitHub project and the link I have specified over here. So it'll basically just copy, or it'll pull the project and save it in the workspace of demo job. So in this demo job, there's a Docker file. So we're building this Docker file and we're naming this created image as Jenkins. And then we are running this image and exposing it to port 87. Okay, so let's save it. Awesome. Now what we have to do is I'll have to go inside. So if you want to configure a webhook, the way to do that, when I say a webhook, basically you want your GitHub to interact with your Jenkins whenever there is a push to a particular repository. So in your repository, go to settings and then go to webhooks. So this is a webhook that I created for my Jenkins, right? So let me create it again for you. So all you have to do is click on add webhook, right? And enter the URL for your Jenkins over here. So in my case, it is this. I'll just enter it over here, followed by this keyword, which is GitHub-webhook. And that is it. Once you specify that, just go down, click on add webhook. And this should basically send a request to Jenkins, and if everything goes well, it will say last delivery was successful. Okay, so any changes that I make to my GitHub now should trigger a change over here. Now let me delete this job, because I think even this job gets triggered when my GitHub, any changes made to my GitHub, right? So let me delete this project. Okay, great. So I just have this job now. Awesome. Now let us see how it actually works. So what I want to do is I'll come back to my terminal, do an ls, and let me go inside DevOps IQ, and let me do some changes in the code. So let's say I go into nanoindex.html. So the first thing that I do is I change the title of the website. So I call it as Jenkins Test website. Okay. And I change the image from 2 to 1.jpg, and that is it. Let us see if I just push, or if I just push this website onto my server, what will happen. So I'll do a git push. Sorry, first I'll have to add these changed files into my repository. Git push origin master, sorry, git commit, and let me label this commit as test push. Okay, done. Now let's push this to a remote repository. Git push origin master and let's give the credentials. Awesome. Now if we wait here, it should basically start a job. So as you can see, there is a job queued which is for demo job, and this got automatically triggered by my GitHub. Okay, so let me refresh this. Okay, so the moment it gives you a red, that basically means that your job has been failed. So let's see what had just happened, why our job got failed. So if you go here, you can see the console output just like this. Okay, so basically we forgot to add a sudo here, and that is causing us a problem. Okay, so we can fix this by just going down and adding a sudo here. Save it, and again we'll have to change the code. Let's call it as Jenkins Test 2 website. We'll do a control X, Y, and now let's add our files to our local repository. Git add. Now let's commit it. Test push 2, and now let's push this to our master. I'll enter the credentials, and this should be it. Okay, so let's see. So our second job got triggered automatically, and it gives us a blue. Now blue means that your job was executed successfully. So let's check what happened. So we were deploying it on port 85. So let's check if it has been indeed deployed. So it was on port 85, and the folder was DevOps IQ. Okay, so let's check. I'm not sure if it was port 85. Let's check what are the port that we have specified. So the port is 87. Okay, so let's go to port 87. Okay, so it's giving an error saying unsafe port. So for our troubleshooting, let's check if the container is running. So yes, the container is running on port 87, but it says an unsafe port. So what we can do is, let us change it to say 82. And now let's just try to build the job from here. We'll just click on build now. Job has been completed, and the port was 82. Yes, so Apache is working. Now let's try going inside DevOps IQ folder. And there you go. You have your website with this title which you pushed on GitHub. Now for one more time, for testing purposes, let us push our code once more and see what happens. So I'll say that this website is test 3 website, and say I'll change the image as well to 2.jpeg. Okay, save it, do a git add, do a commit, and say call it test push 3, and now let's git push origin master. Enter the credentials. Great. Now let's check what will happen. Okay, so our build has been started and it has been completed. Great. So if I refresh this now, it says Jenkins Test 3 website, and the background also has been changed. So congratulations guys, we have successfully completed the demo. So basically if you change anything in your GitHub, the website is automatically getting deployed on your build server, right? And on top of this, just for making it more interesting, what we can do is we can do a git log and we can revert on this commit that we saw earlier. Okay, so let's do a git revert and then paste it, agree to everything.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And then push to master. Enter the credentials. Everything has been pushed. Job is getting triggered. Job is completed, and if I go here again, my website got reverted to a particular previous version. Awesome guys, so we have completed the demo, which basically asked us to create a CI/CD pipeline using Git and Jenkins to deploy a website on every commit on the main branch. So we have done it successfully. Awesome. Let's move on to our next domain, which talks about configuration management and continuous monitoring. Awesome. So what is configuration management and what is continuous monitoring? Let's understand it. So what is the difference between Ansible, Chef, and Puppet? Now, before understanding the difference between Ansible, Chef, and Puppet, these are basically configuration management tools. What is configuration management? If you have say around 200 servers and you want to install a particular software on each of these servers, what will you do? One way what you can do is you can basically go to each and every of these servers, run a script, and that basically will install software on that on these servers, right? The other way to do it is install a configuration management software using which you can deploy or you can install all these softwares, or you can control the configuration of all these servers from one central place. And that is exactly what configuration management means, right? Now in configuration management, you have many tools like Ansible, Chef, Puppet, etc. But these are the three top tools which are used in the industry. Now the question is, what is the difference between Ansible, Chef, and Puppet? All right, so let's go ahead and see the differences. All right, so let's first talk about Ansible. So Ansible is very easy to learn because it is based on Python. So you don't have to sweat a lot, or you don't have to sweat much on learning the commands for Ansible because it is based on Python. So if you know Python, Ansible is going to be a cakewalk for you. It is preferred for environments which are designed to scale rapidly. Basically, with Ansible, the thing is that you don't have to install the Ansible client software on the systems on which you want to basically deploy the configuration. Ansible just has to be installed on the master, and that is it. No other configuration required. You can directly control the configuration of the client server given you have the access to it. So it offers simplified orchestration, reason being, like I just told you, that you don't have to worry about installing softwares on the client machines. Ansible can standalone take care of all the complications that come forward when you are dealing with deploying configurations without installing a particular software on the client machines. But this is basically a disadvantage of Ansible, that it has a very underdeveloped GUI. That is, you only get the CLI to work with, right? And it has very limited features when we compare it with Puppet and Chef. Now let's talk about Chef. How is Chef different from Ansible? So it is Ruby based, and hence it's difficult to learn. Now Ruby is a language that not many people are acquainted with, and hence people might find it difficult to get versed with the commands of Chef. The initial setup is complicated. When I compare it with Ansible, the setup was very easy because I just had to install Ansible on the host machine, and on the client machine I didn't have to install any software. So, but with Chef you have to do that, and hence it becomes a little complicated. But once all the setup and everything is done, Chef is very stable, right? It has been, since it's a community product and it has been well contributed to, it's a very stable product and it offers you resiliency. So of course, when you're working on production servers, probably working on Chef would be a better idea than Ansible, because Ansible does not have that great community when you compare it with Chef. And of course, Chef is the most flexible solutions for OS and middleware management. Now, middleware basically means the software management part. Chef offers to be a great choice for configuration management. Reason being, it is very reliable and is very mature, because it was probably among the first configuration management tools to come out. And because community has contributed a lot to this project, it is very mature in its development stages as well. Now let's talk about Puppet. So Puppet can be tough for people who are beginners in the DevOps world, right? Because it uses its own language called Puppet DSL, right? The setup part is smooth when you compare it with Chef, but it's a little harder than Ansible, because when you're using Puppet, we use a master and an agent as well. So you will have to install Puppet agent on the client machine, and only then Puppet will be able to interact with the client software, right? Now it has a strong support for automation. So if you're planning to do some configuration management that you want to automate, Puppet is very compliant in that part. You can easily do the automation part using Puppet, and it is not suitable for scaling any deployment. So if you have say around 50 or 60 servers and you plan to add more in the future, probably Puppet would not be the right choice for that kind of an architecture. It is good to have when you have a stable infrastructure where you're probably not adding servers now and then. But if you are working on cloud and you do not know the capacity that you would be running, probably Puppet would not be a good idea to manage your configuration on your clients. Okay. Our next question is, what is the difference between asset management and configuration management? So asset management basically deals with resources. It deals with hardware, which we'll have to plan so that our IT workforce can work with maximum efficiency, right? So we'll have to plan the planning of your hardware, of how many resources a particular team might need. Giving the right resources to the right people is what asset configuration management basically means: installing the right software on the right system on which a particular person or on which a particular workload is going to run. So our next question is, what are NRPE plugins in Nagios? Okay, so NRPE plugins are basically extensions to Nagios, which help you monitor the local resources of the client machines, right? So you don't have to SSH into the client machines to see how much of memory or how much of CPU is being used. Nagios being a monitoring tool, you just have to install the NRPE extension on the client machine, and it will give you a real-time data of the resources that are being consumed on that particular client machine. And obviously, when you're working in production environment, you will be monitoring multiple machines, and with NRPE plugins installed on each of those machines, you can easily monitor the resources of them at one central place. And that is exactly what NRPE plugin is. Our next question is, what is the difference between an active check and a passive check in Nagios? Okay, so in Nagios, if the data, the monitoring log that you're getting from your clients, if it's being delivered by a Nagios agent, in that case, it is called an active check. Reason being, Nagios is actively involved in taking all the data, or or in collecting all the data from your clients. But in case when you're dealing with systems wherein it does not allow you to install any other software, or probably the software itself can generate monitoring logs, in those cases what happens is rather than Nagios, the software component pushes the logs to the Nagios master, where it can take the logs and probably create a graph or create the metric for you in the dashboard. So basically, using those logs which are being published by some other software, Nagios will create a report of the health monitoring part of your client systems, right? And that is why it is called a passive check. Reason being, Nagios is not involved on the client side at all. It is basically the software's own services which are basically pushing the log to Nagios master, and hence it's called a passive check. All right. But if you talk about the architecture or the working or the life cycle of how this actually works, between on the master itself, the logs which are published are actually published to a queue, right? And whether it's an active check or a passive check, the logs have to be published to that queue so that the Nagios master can pick them up and create the monitoring metric which is required. All right. So in a passive check and in an active check, the queue is going to be there, but it's only difference between the agents. That is, in an active check, the Nagios agents are involved, but in a passive check, third-party software tools are involved, which publish the log to the Nagios master. All right. So our next question says, create an Ansible playbook to deploy Apache on a client server. So basically, we have to do configuration management. So as to, without, going inside the client system, we'll have to install a particular piece of software inside it. Okay, so let me quickly do an SSH into my AWS machine. And what I'm gonna do is, I have a slave machine which I have already configured, which can interact with my master. That is, if I do a Ansible ping all, you can see that there is a server 1 that I have configured, which has successfully responded to my master's request. Okay, now let me show you the server, which is basically working. So this is the server which is configured with my master, right? This is my client machine, and on this machine I'll have to install Apache. So if I right now go to the IP address of this machine, it says connection refused. Reason being that there is nothing installed on this server, or there is no Apache software installed on this particular server right now. All right, so let's install Apache. Now to do that, you will have to write a playbook. Now what is a playbook? A playbook looks something like this. So it's basically a YAML file that you'll have to create. So I have created one for me. So where do you want to install the Apache software is the part where you'll have to specify in hosts. So basically my client machine is a part of a group called servers that I've created, right? So the hosts are servers, and where can you actually specify what part is your machine, or which group is your machine a part of? So that you can specify over here. So it's in /etc/ansible and /hosts. Okay, so as you can see over here, this is the group name, that is servers, and inside servers I've specified a server 1 client machine which has the IP address this. So this is the IP address of my slave. So if you can compare, it's 18.223.101.172, and if I compare it with my slave, this is the IP address of my slave, right? And this has been configured over here. So I can refer to my server 1 as servers, or I can refer it to as server 1, right? So if I do, let me do a clear over here, I can say Ansible -m ping, and I can say server 1 as well. It will reach out to my server 1, or I can say servers as well, because it's part of the group servers. Okay, so this is how it works. Now I want to install Apache. So for installing Apache, I'll have to write a playbook which looks like this. Basically it's a YAML file. So you start with the 3 dashed lines, and then you specify hosts. So hosts, I've specified every server, every machine which is inside the servers group should install Apache on it, right? And what is the task? I want to install Apache 2. This is basically a name. You can specify anything over here. Then I've specified apt. Basically, I want to use the apt package to install Apache 2, the latest software. Okay. Now, what I will do, I will type in Ansible -playbook, and I'll type in apache.yaml. I'll hit enter, and now it has started to install everything. So it is installing on the servers group. It is gathering the facts, and it saw that it is able to communicate with server 1, and now it is accomplishing the task of installing Apache. All right, so it has been done successfully. So if I go to my Chrome browser now, and if I refresh the address, you can see that Apache is installed on this server automatically. So I didn't have to basically SSH into the server. It all happened automatically. And if I had like 5-6 computers which were running on AWS, and if I wanted to install the software on it using Apache, using Ansible, this would have been the same way. It's only that in the server group, I would have specified more IP addresses which my Ansible could talk to. Okay, so this was our task of basically deploying an Ansible playbook on a client server without SSH, doing an SSH into that client server and doing it from a central location. All right, so this is done. Now let's move on to our next domain, which is continuous testing. Now, what is continuous testing? So we talked about continuous development, which is done using GitHub. We talked about continuous integration, which is possible using Jenkins. We talked about continuous configuration management, which can be done using Ansible. And next online is we have continuous testing. So once the code has been deployed, it has been integrated with Jenkins, it has been deployed on a server. The next thing is automated testing that we discussed in the best practices before, right? And it can be done using a tool called Selenium, a software called Selenium WebDriver, right? So the first question is, list out the technical challenges with Selenium. So the Selenium tool is used widely for automatic testing or automated testing, but what are the problems that you get with Selenium? So if you're using Selenium, mobile testing cannot be done. So if you have developed an application for your mobile, you cannot test it using Selenium. The reporting capabilities of Selenium are very limited. If your application or your web application deals with pop-up windows or it gives pop-up windows, Selenium would not be able to recognize those pop-up windows and work on them. And again, Selenium is only limited to web applications. So if you have an application that probably runs on desktop, probably it's a software that you have designed, you cannot test that software using Selenium. Selenium is only for those applications which can run inside a browser. And if you want to check whether there is some image in your web page and that image should have some particular content, it is a little difficult to implement it in Selenium. Although it is not impossible, it is possible. You'll have to import some libraries and other things like that. But natively, Selenium does not support image testing. You'll have to work around. You'll have to work around with Selenium to import some libraries which could do it for you. But like I said, natively Selenium does not support image testing. So our next question is, what is the difference between verify and assert commands? So let us see the differences. So if you're using assert in Selenium, if the command fails, the whole execution comes to a halt. Whereas in verify, it does not come to a halt. It keeps on continuing the rest of the lines which are written in the code. Now, how can it be helpful? How is it helpful to basically put execution at halt whenever there is an error which occurs for a particular line? It is helpful when you're dealing with critical cases. Like for example, if there are 5 cases and say if case 3 fails, case 4 and 5 cannot execute because they have a dependency on case 3. In those cases, I would say that you would have to use assert with the case 3. But in the same example, if you talk about case 1 and case 2, they do not have a dependency or they do not create a dependency for any other test cases that have to run, right? For example, case 3, case 4, case 5 are not dependent on case 1 and case 2. In those cases, we can run the verify command, which will not stop even if the test case fails, right? And this basically is done to basically see what all is working and what all is not in one shot in a testing program. And for those cases, you would use verify. But in the cases where you are testing critical cases and you do not want to waste your time testing other things, if one of your case fails, in those cases, you will use the assert test. So like I said, it is used to validate critical functionality, assert command, and verify is used to validate functionality which is of the normal behavior kind of scenario, which comes into the normal behavior. That is, it does not create a dependency for other things to not work because it stopped working. All right. So our next question is, what is the difference between set speed and sleep methods? So set speed is basically used for executing tasks at a particular interval that we specify. For example, say I want to echo hello world at intervals of 5 seconds. In that case, I can specify it using set speed. But sleep method basically suspends the execution of the whole program for a particular interval. For example, if you're doing a Selenium web test and the web page takes around 3 seconds to load, and you don't want testing to happen just after each line, you can specify a sleep method of say around 3 seconds, where it waits for 3 seconds for the website to load, and only then it will start executing the tests which follow that particular line, right? So this is the difference between set speed and sleep.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure DevOps certification course in partnership with Microsoft and mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. We have come to the end of the session.
If you have any queries, leave a comment down below and we'll love to help you out.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel.